perfect. Just perfect. I sat in a pool of milkshakes with sprinkles all over me while the love of my life stood there laughing his butt off at me. Hi, my name is Jane, and I'm going to tell you the craziest story you've ever heard. Part of it is that I fell in love with my dad's crush. It had started out like any other day. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and my dad was yelling his head off at me. I was in the kitchen making breakfast for Dad when he ran into the kitchen. "What's this?" He waved my science exam in my face. Oh, damn. Where did he get that?
That's the only way a stupid girl like you can make good money.
In fact, he often said that if I didn't pay back all the money he'd spent on me, he'd never let me get married.
You think I would let you get married and give him all the money you make for free?
Oh, no way! He then said I was grounded. I rolled my eyes and said I had to work. If I wasn't working, we didn't have any money.
Are you trying to rub it in my face?
My dad yelled as he angrily threw a plate at me. I ducked and it crashed into the window behind me. Whoops. Just as I turned around to leave, he said the worst thing I could hear.
"You're just like your useless mom."
Hearing this made me furious, and I yelled that if I was so useless, maybe I shouldn't work so many jobs and he could take care of me for a change. Then, without another word, I ran out of the house. It was time to go to work, and that was another drama altogether. My supervisor was a senior from my school, Martha. She was always picking on me, and I didn't even know why. She had been out to get me from my very first day. One time, a customer yelled at her for spilling his milkshake. The very next day, she tripped me and I spilled it in front of the same guy. But he nicely said it was okay. She was furious. She said it was because I was always flirting with boys. I was so embarrassed. As my shift was ending and I went about my work serving milkshakes and pizzas, the door opened and a huge crowd of kids from our school flooded in. My heart raced. Right at the front of the crowd was the school heartthrob, Alan. Alan was the king of football and my biggest crush in the world. He walked right up to me and said,
"A milkshake for everyone, please."
He smiled so warmly, I almost passed out. But my excitement was short-lived because suddenly Martha started calling me mean names. I was furious, so I turned around and yelled at her to stop being so horrible. For a minute, there was complete silence, and I thought maybe she would apologize. Instead, she said, "You're fired." I looked at her like nothing had happened and said, "Yeah, whatever. I'm glad you finally said it." Then I left. The next day, just as I thought the day was going perfectly, my dad walked in. He was walking funny and kept bumping into everything. Oh no, I thought. Not here. I tried to crawl under the table, but he saw me and started yelling.
"There's my little piggy bank!"
He laughed loudly. I was close to tears. Thankfully, Mrs. Walker, my favorite teacher, stepped in and asked Dad to leave. But to my utter horror, he started flirting with her. But Mrs. Walker calmly stepped back and grabbed a jug of very cold water from a nearby table. Before my dad knew what was happening, she threw it in his face. Everyone laughed. Someone pointed at me and said,
"That's your dad, isn't it, Jane?"
Other people turned to stare at me. Furious, I ran to the one place I knew no one would be, the library. But I ran right into someone. I fell back with a cry. I looked up to see Bruce. I groaned. I didn't need this. Bruce was a high school dropout and a few years older than me. Everyone at school was terrified of him. But at that moment, he didn't look or act scary. He helped me up and asked me what was wrong. My frustration bubbled over, and I told him everything. He looked at me with serious eyes and simply said,
"My mom's like that. She sucks."
Somehow, the two of us became instant friends. He walked me home, and for a few days, we hung out together a lot. It was the best week of my life. But then it all came crashing down. One day, as I got home, I walked into the lounge and found my dad kissing a woman. "Ew, gross!" I yelled. They broke apart laughing, and the woman turned to look at me. She was really shabby looking. When she grinned at me, her teeth were yellow and dirty. "So this is the brat?" she asked Dad. She looked hard at me and said, "Looks more like a rat." The two burst into laughter. I rolled my eyes and went up to my bedroom. Clearly, this was a match made in heaven. A few hours went by, and someone started ringing the bell like crazy. I ran downstairs. I opened the door and saw Bruce. I asked him what was wrong, and he demanded to know where his mom was. "How could I possibly know? She's your mom," I laughed. He frowned and pushed past me into the house.
"I saw her come here,"
he said, and then showed me a picture of his mom. It was the bimbo from this afternoon. Oh my gosh! We started looking for her, but she wasn't here. Neither was my dad. Find love for me any day now. But he didn't. But then something crazier happened. One day, as I was about to leave for work, the doorbell rang. I opened the door and saw a hot woman smiling at me. "No thanks," I said, thinking she was a saleswoman. But she hugged me and started to cry. She said she was my mom. I rolled my eyes and pushed her off. But there was no way this was my mom. She was so freaking hot. She showed me pictures of her and my dad. But it's not like I cared. I hated her. I told her to get out. "You don't care about me," I said, pushing her out the door. But just then, Bruce walked in and helped her up. He started to insist that we let her stay. I was disgusted and said that wasn't happening. But he said we could at least allow it for a few days. Mom just batted her eyelashes at Bruce and smiled flirtatiously. To my horror, Bruce blushed. I wanted to gag. The weeks following were a living hell. Mom had Bruce wrapped around her finger, and he practically wagged his tail every time he saw her. Then one day, Bruce announced he was giving the home to my mom. I was horrified. How could he do that without asking me first? But it was too late. The very next day, when Bruce and I got home, we saw Mom in the lounge with some guy 10 years younger than her. They were holding hands and smiling at each other. I started to laugh. Damn karma. Bruce tried to beat the guy up, but Mom laughed at them and kicked Bruce out. She said he'd served his purpose. Then she turned to me and smiled. "Sweetie, you can stay if you want." I rolled my eyes and went to my room. But living with Mom was horrible. She kept throwing huge parties at home. And every time she threw a party, I was locked up in a cupboard. The 5th time she did that, though. I got really mad, and the next morning, as she lay passed out on the couch, I called the cops. They took her and her stupid young boyfriend away. Now that I lived alone, I could finally focus on my college applications. I was in my senior year, and I was thrilled. But then, of course, something wacky happened. One day, I got home, and my mom was sitting inside. Ah! I demanded to know what she was doing there. She laughed and said she needed a place to stay. From the looks of it, she was never going to leave me alone. There was only one way to get rid of her and all the drama. I decided to leave town. When I turned 18, I decided to move away. But as soon as I arrived in a new town, I realized what a horrible idea it was. I was homeless again. But to my luck, as I roamed around outside the grocery store, I saw a very pretty girl, a few years older than me, looking at me. But suddenly, a boy pushed me to the ground and tried to run away with my bag. I jumped up, but to my surprise, the girl had already grabbed him and taken my bag from him. Then she came over to me and introduced herself. She said her name was Bella. I asked if she could help me look for a place, and she said, "Why don't you come live with me?" She said she was renting a place from an annoying man who was always trying to flirt with her. Then she laughed and said, "Well, I got lower rent because he has a crush on me." I laughed and agreed. When her landlord came, I was shocked to see that the creep was none other than my dad. Ew, gross! I almost attacked my dad when I saw him. "How could you just run away?" I demanded. He laughed and said, "I'll let you stay here instead." I was out of options, so I agreed. I asked him if he was still with Bruce's mom, and he rolled his eyes and said he was. "She finds me no matter how hard I try to get away." For a while, we stayed out of each other's way, and things were fine. Except that I had started crushing on Bella. She was so cute and dressed like a model, but there was nothing I could do about it. But when I came back from work one day, I was horrified to see Bella was reading my diary. My diary had everything in it about how much I loved her. She saw me come in, and I said I could explain, but she wouldn't stop laughing. Then she walked over to me and kissed me on the cheek and said she thought I was cute. But before I could respond, I heard a scream.
What's going on here?
It was Dad. He looked furious. He started to demand that I leave the house immediately or he would throw Bella out too. Bella looked at me sadly and said that I should leave. I was heartbroken, but I knew what I was going to do. I had looked up where Dad and Bruce's mom were living, so I ran straight over. I told her everything about how Dad had a crush on Bella. She was so angry, she literally grabbed a rolling pin and ran over to the apartment. We found Bella trying to kick Dad out, and Bruce's mom started chasing him all over the block. Then she said, "Don't bother coming home." Dad tried to apologize, but she wasn't having it. She said she was tired of his nonsense. Dad had no choice but to leave, as apparently the place was also under her name.
"And you,"
she turned to me.
"if you want to stay, you best find me my son." I know he's in town.
After a few weeks, it finally occurred to me that the best place to look for Bruce would be the library. Sure enough, I finally found him. At first, he told me to get lost, but I told him his mom wanted him back and wanted to give him money. He agreed and followed me. To my horror, though, the minute he and Bella saw each other, they hugged. I stared at them. Bella was saying to him, "I missed you, babe." And Bruce was apologizing for breaking up with her. To make matters worse, Bruce turned to me and said,
Thank you for bringing us back together.
his mom appeared and said she'd promised to let me stay, so she would. I ended up moving into her house. Thankfully, she had changed a lot after Dad's horrible behavior, and I finally got a normal life. My own parents had completely disappeared from my life, and Bruce and Bella had started dating again. But I wasn't mad. I was just looking forward to a normal college experience.
Hi, I'm Zoe, your future marine biologist with a passion for the ocean's mysteries. Did you know that only 5% of the ocean has been mapped and explored? So that means there might be a chance that megalodons still exist, or that mermaids are actually real. What do you think? Before we dive into the deep end to answer that question, don't forget to like and subscribe. Taking up my dream course in an elite university with the coolest professors was literally the perfect college life. And of course, what's school life without a secret crush? Enter Jace, the nonchalant and incredibly smart guy who sat next to me in a couple of classes. With his attractive looks and chill vibes, he was such a walking daydream. We had small interactions here and there, but each one sent a storm through my tummy. Sometimes our elbows would accidentally touch, or our fingers would brush when picking something up from the floor. He'd ask me short questions related to class, and I'd try not to melt. One time, during a particularly boring lecture, I doodled a little sea creature in my notebook, and he peeked over.
Nice drawing. Maybe you should add a shark.
Blushing, I quickly sketched a tiger shark. He gave me a thumbs up, and it instantly made my day. Another time, I accidentally spilled coffee on his notebook. Oopsie, sorry about that. My reflexes are so uncooperative sometimes.
Great, now my notes are caffeinated. Maybe they'll wake up before I do.
He gave me a lazy smile and pretended that nothing happened. Admiring his perfect side profile and having these small moments with him every day, my life was just simple and peaceful. Until this mysterious woman came along and ruined everything. It started when my favorite professor didn't show up to class one day. Instead, the door creaked open and a mysterious figure glided in, and we collectively held our breath as she finally stepped into the light. She looked so ethereal, with cascading waves of red hair and eyes that shimmered like the ocean. She looked like the Queen of Atlantis. Hello, class. My name is Miss Marina, and I'll be your temporary teacher while Professor Munchkins is on 1-month vacation. The room remained in a spellbound trance. For a moment, I was lost in it too, but a jolt of clarity snapped me back. She looked too young to be a teacher, probably only around her late 20s. What was it about her that felt so enchanting? I just found myself leaning closer to Jace. Doesn't she remind you of a mermaid? But Jace just smirked at me.
Nice imagination.
How about we start our day with a surprise quiz? Good idea? Instead of groans and complaints, everyone was suddenly hyped up, like she'd cast a spell. She hummed a hauntingly beautiful tune while we scribbled away, and I noticed the boys were just staring at her, seemingly hypnotized. Suddenly, I remembered how mermaids were known to be enchanting beings who lure men to the sea to drown them, or make them their slaves. And it didn't help that there was a sea just a few kilometers away from school. Oh no, what if... No. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I tried to shake those ridiculous thoughts off. But over the next few days, I noticed that Miss Marina seemed a little too fond of Jace. She always found a reason to call on him, her eyes sparkling with an unsettling intensity. Jace, can you explain the process of coral reef formation?
Coral reefs form when coral larvae attach to submerged rocks or other hard surfaces along the edges of islands or continents. They grow over time, creating the massive, colorful underwater structures we see.
Excellent. And can you tell me why coral reefs are so important to marine ecosystems?
They support a vast variety of marine life. They provide shelter, food, and breeding grounds for many species. Plus, they protect coastlines from storms and erosion.
Very well said, Jace. You have a remarkable understanding of the ocean. As the days drifted by, her questions for him became more personal and probing, while the rest of us faded into the background. Jace, have you ever felt a deep connection to the sea, like it's calling to you?
I mean, I like surfing and swimming. It's peaceful out there.
Of course. The ocean has a way of drawing us in. The way her eyes glinted when she said that gave me serious goosebumps. After class, she even asked Jace to come to her office. When he finally emerged, I pulled him aside. It was the first time I'd initiated conversation with him outside of class, and I felt like peeing. Hey, what did you guys do in there?
Nothing. We just talked about my class performance over some smoothie. Why?
Oh, nothing. She just seems really sweet.
She is.
I wanted to ask more questions, but I didn't want to come off as a creep. Right. See you around. Since then, I started noticing the littlest things. I realized that Miss Marina kept using words related to the sea. All right, class. It's time to dive into the mysteries of the ocean. My ears perked up. Did she just say dive? Time to hoist the sails and get started, as we'll be fishing for more knowledge. Hoist the sails? Fishing? Don't drift away. Stay awake and drift away? Let's not let this particular slip through the net. Slip through the net? She talked like it was natural and out of experience. Also, I always saw her eating seafood-based snacks like sushi, seaweed, and shrimp chips. And my investigation hit a peak when I realized that she never drank water in class. She always sipped some weird greenish drink from a fancy bottle. Hey, what do you think she's drinking? It looks weird.
Kelp smoothie. She once offered me that in her office.
Did you actually try it?
No way. I prefer my smoothies without seaweed, thanks.
Good choice. Who knows what magical mermaid potion might be in there?
You know, Zoe, if you keep obsessing over mermaids, people might start thinking you're one.
Oh? And what would you think if I were a mermaid?
That would be cool. After all, how many people get to sit next to a cute mermaid in class?
Did he just call me cute? Well, if I were a mermaid, you'd be the first to know.
I'll take note of that.
The way he grinned at me just made me even more determined to save him from the possible danger. One day, my intrusive thoughts finally won. So I approached Miss Marina's desk after class. Miss Marina, can I ask you something? Of course, Zoe. What's on your mind? Do you think mermaids are real? I saw a lot of news and videos suggesting it's real, but some of them are definitely fake news. Well, the ocean is vast and full of mysteries. Who's to say what does or doesn't exist beneath the waves? Has anyone ever told you that you look like a mermaid? Oh, I've heard that a few times. I suppose it's the long hair and my passionate love for the sea. But who knows? Maybe there's a bit of mermaid in all of us who feel drawn to the ocean. I guess so. It's just, you seem so connected to the sea. Almost like you belong there. The sea has always been a part of me, Zoe. Maybe more than you know. As I walked away, her words echoed in my mind. The mystery deepened, and I felt even more determined than ever to uncover the truth. One rainy afternoon, I was searching for some books on mermaids when I stumbled upon an old, dusty book in the library. I read it and learned that to reveal a mermaid's true form, she needs to be pushed back into the water. The opportunity came sooner than I expected the next day when Miss Marina announced that we'd be camping by the lake this weekend. Perfect! When that day came, she showed up wearing a seashell and starfish jewelry, which glistened under the light in an almost magical way. Could she be more obvious? I tried to keep an eye on Jace, but he was always surrounded by these annoying girls in class. But at least they were safer than a potential mermaid. We started our day by warming up around the tracks, and as we rounded the bend, I couldn't help but notice Miss Marina's feet. They were oddly large, almost like a mermaid tail. Before I could overthink again, Jace caught up to me.
You know, watching you jog from behind is like seeing a baby giraffe learning how to walk.
Is that an insult?
Not really.
And then he winked and sprinted ahead, leaving me blushing and distracted for a few hours. Later that day, I was surprised when Miss Marina refused to participate in any activities involving water. I have a severe allergy to chlorine and sea salt. So convenient. Determined to expose her, I devised a plan to get her wet. During lunch, I accidentally tripped and almost spilled my drink on her, but she dodged smoothly, catching the cup midair. Careful, Zoe. After lunch, while we were fishing at the lake, I saw Miss Marina slide up to Jace and whisper something in his ear. She grabbed his hand and was about to pull him somewhere, but my overprotective instincts flared up. I dashed over to them and, faking a trip, tumbled right into Jace. I swear, I must have tripped over a wandering janitor fish.
On land?
Yup. You never know, some of them might have evolved to walk among us. I turned to Miss Marina with a knowing smile, and I swore her gaze turned icy. She stepped back slightly, putting more distance between herself and the lake. That night, as we gathered around the bonfire, I noticed Jace was missing, and so was Miss Marina. Alarm bells rang in my head. Oh no! I quietly slipped away to search for him, and finally found him sitting near the lake. Jace, you shouldn't be here alone. Miss Marina might be dangerous.
Dangerous? What do you mean?
And that was when I finally told him my theories. But he ended up laughing nonstop.
Oh, if she turns out to be an actual mermaid, then I'll buy you lunch for a month.
Oh, perfect. I'm saving for a cute dress.
You're not only pretty, but you're also funny. Not gonna lie.
What? You think I'm pretty?
Why do you think I sat next to you in our classes?
He just playfully pinched my chin, which made me scream internally.
Let's get back to the camp before people start reporting us as missing.
He started walking first while I followed behind, still ecstatic that he actually called me pretty. The next day, I separated from the team to explore the lake. I stumbled upon an underwater tunnel entrance hidden among the rocks. My heart raced. This had to lead to Miss Marina's hidden lair. As I leaned closer, I tripped and almost fell into a hole, but strong hands pulled me back.
Oh, careful, clumsy.
Jace, you scared me.
What is this place?
I think it leads to something. We have to check it out. Reluctantly, Jace followed me into the tunnel. Inside, we found fish bones, old memorabilia, and creepy yet fascinating artifacts. I think this lake is connected to the sea. What if this is Miss Marina's secret lair?
You're something else, Zoe. But if this helps you sleep at night, let's find out.
Together, we navigated the eerie tunnel, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The deeper we went, the more convinced I became that we were onto something big. We turned a corner and stumbled upon a dusty old chest. Opening it, we found a stack of old love letters between two people.
Looks like we've stumbled upon someone's private drama.
I started reading aloud. My dearest, the sea calls to me, but my heart remains with you. Forever yours, M. I looked up at Jace. M. Marina, maybe?
Yeah, right. Because she's the only person in the world whose name starts with M.
Seriously, Jace? This is big. We might be uncovering some ancient love story. He chuckled, shaking his head.
All right, Nancy Drew. Let's see what else we've got here.
Before we could explore further, a loud bang echoed through the tunnel. My heart leapt into my throat. What was that?
Probably nothing.
Just then, Miss Marina and our principal appeared, their flashlights nearly blinding us. There you two are. This tunnel is a long-forgotten part of the nearest building's old irrigation system. It's dangerous to be here. So, it's not a secret lair of someone or something? No, Zoe. Just old pipes and history. Jace gave me an I told you so look, and I just rolled my eyes. Fine. It was a false alarm. On our way to the campsite, I suddenly slipped and fell into the lake.
Zoe!
Jace dived right in as panic surged through me. But before I knew it, Miss Marina had already pulled me out first with surprising strength and agility. Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. So she jumped in the water too? I thought you were allergic to sea salt. Sometimes you have to face your fears, Zoe. As I looked into the water, I noticed something strange. Her reflection appeared distorted, almost like a mermaid's tail instead of legs. Holy cheeseberries! Maybe I was indeed right after all. The weekend at the lake was coming to an end, but my quest for truth was just beginning. That night, while we were sleeping in the tent, I heard a familiar, magical voice humming. It was echoing throughout the woods. I asked my tent mate if she was hearing it, but she didn't. Confused, I opened the tent, and my heart dropped when I noticed something from afar. It was Jace, sleepwalking like a zombie towards the lake. No. I scrambled out of the tent and ran after him. I gently shook him as I finally caught up to him. Jace, wake up! Finally, his eyes fluttered open.
Zoe? What's going on?
Before I could answer, I saw a figure standing by the lake, shrouded in mist. As I inched closer, the fog parted, revealing Miss Marina, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. She looked so out of this world, beautiful, like an enchantress, but my heart was pounding with fear and suspicion. You're a mermaid, aren't you? And you're trying to lure Jace away with you. Miss Marina laughed, a melodic sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Zoe, you're such an interesting girl, aren't you? What made you think of such a ridiculous thing? Just answer my freaking question. There's just something you kids need to know, but I can't tell you right now. Jace and I exchanged confused glances.
Why don't you just say it right now?
I can't. I'll tell you kids first thing in the morning tomorrow at school. The anticipation and curiosity were killing me. When I finally got home, Mom asked me to help her out in the attic. As we were rummaging through old boxes, I discovered an old family tree document that drained the blood from my face. At the very top of the tree, there were pictures of my ancient ancestors resting in the sea, with the lower parts of their bodies hidden beneath the waves. Was I distantly related to mermaids? Mom, what's this?
Oh, that old thing? Just some silly family legend.
Silly family legend? Or is it?
Your great-great-great-great-grandma said that they made that family tree just for fun because they were obsessed with mermaids.
This revelation made me question my own identity and motives for investigating Miss Marina. Could it be that I had some mermaid blood in me? Was that why I was so drawn to her? I had to know the real truth before I got sick from overthinking. I barged into Miss Marina's office first thing in the morning, but to my surprise, Jace was already in there. Zoe, you're just in time. I'm about to tell Jace the truth. Please, tell us what's going on. Who really are you? First of all, Zoe, as much as I want your mermaid theory to be true because mermaids are beautiful creatures, but sorry, I'm not one. Maybe all those things you noticed were just coincidences. Then what's your deal with Jace? Or me? She then dropped a bombshell that left Jace and me reeling. I'm your mother, Jace.
What? That's not possible.
I'm so sorry for leaving you. I've always been watching over you from afar. I never stopped looking for you. While Jace was still in shock, I demanded proof. Where's your evidence? How can we be sure you're not playing some twisted game to hide your real secret? I held my breath as she grabbed some documents from her drawer and showed us pictures of Jace growing up and his dad, along with a DNA test. Jace, remember when I offered you a kelp drink in my office last time? I used your cup for the DNA test. So she was really telling the truth?
I can't believe this. Does Dad even know? And why did you leave us?
It's a long story, filled with mistakes and regrets. I left because I was young and scared. Your father and I, our marriage was arranged, and I didn't know how to be a mother. I made the wrong choice, and I've been trying to make up for it ever since.
So, you just left? You abandoned me and Dad?
I know, it sounds unforgivable. I was overwhelmed and made a terrible decision. But please believe me, I never stopped thinking about you. I watched you grow up from afar, always wishing I could be a part of your life. I felt a wave of shame wash over me. I'm sorry, Miss Marina. I jumped to conclusions and caused all this drama. I understand, Zoe. You were just trying to protect Jace. But please, keep this a secret for now. I need to figure out how to fix this. Jace was still in shock for the rest of the day, and I just tried to be there for him. Hey, you okay?
Just thinking about everything. It's a lot to take in.
I get it. It's not every day you find out your mysterious teacher is your long-lost mom.
Yeah, no kidding. I never really had a mom growing up, you know?
So, it's only been you and your dad?
Well, I had a stepmom, but she eventually left. She wasn't exactly a fairy tale stepmother.
That sounds really tough.
It was. But, you know, I'm used to it. It's just finding about Miss Marina now, it brings up a lot.
You're not alone in this. I mean, I'm your seatmate, so...
I knew I made the right choice by sitting next to you.
He playfully messed with my hair before standing up and nonchalantly walking away, leaving me alone. Oh, when is he finally gonna ask me out? Since then, Miss Marina had been trying so hard to get closer to Jace, but something still felt off. I still couldn't shake off the weird vibe around her. She seemed too perfect, too eager to make up for lost time. One day, I heard that she asked Jace in her office again after our last class, and it had been hours, but they weren't coming out yet. I waited and waited until it was past the school hours. What in the world were they doing there? Moments later, I finally saw her coming out of the room, and she looked sus as she locked the door. What about Jace? I was pretty sure he was still inside. I waited for her to leave before rushing toward the door. I started panicking when I noticed some smoke seeping out from under the door. With a surge of adrenaline, I kicked the door open and immediately saw the problem. There was a gas leak, and it was probably poisonous. Jace was on the floor, coughing and almost passing out. Thinking quickly, I grabbed a nearby stapler and hurled it at the ceiling sprinklers. The water burst forth, clearing the smoke, and I dragged Jace out of the room as fast as I could. Once we were safely outside, I called 911. As the sirens wailed in the distance, I tried to wake Jace up. Jace! What happened? What did she do to you?
Zoe, Miss Marina, she's my stepmom.
I couldn't believe my ears. So Miss Marina tricked us into believing that she was his real mom? She hadn't gotten far yet. She was seen on the school campus trying to escape, but thankfully, the cops saw her and arrested her immediately. The news spread like wildfire. Apparently, Miss Marina had been scamming people for years, and the cops had been looking for her for months. After recovering in the hospital, Jace told me that his dad finally revealed everything to him.
My real mom is gone. It was an arranged marriage between them, so she never loved us. As soon as she gave birth to me, she left me with Dad and married someone else. And that's her, Miss Marina. Her name used to be Laura, and she looked so different back then, like an evil witch. One day, Dad caught her trying to steal all his fortune, so he called the cops on her. He found out she was actually a professional scammer and gold digger. She escaped prison a year ago and had plastic surgery. She came back to get her revenge on Dad by trying to harm me.
Wow, I didn't expect that at all. She's worse than a dangerous mermaid.
Thanks, Zoe. I owe you my life.
Nah, any girl would do that for their cute seatmate, you know?
Oh yeah? How about we go back to the lake this weekend for some real mermaid hunting?
are you finally asking me out on a date?
Maybe.
Excuse me for a moment. I went out of the room and screamed in Cloud 9. Freaking finally! A few days later, Jace took me to the lake for a date, as promised. As we enjoyed the tranquil moment, a sudden splash broke the silence. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to look, and for a moment, I thought I saw a mermaid's tail before it disappeared into the water. Did you see that?
See what?
A mermaid's tail. I swear I saw it. What if Miss Marina escaped prison again or something? Jace squeezed my hand.
It's just your imagination, Zoe.
I was about to check my phone to see if there was any... And all of my paranoia. Looking into the sun is really painful to the eyes. But you know what's even more painful? Seeing cheerleaders posing and pouting in front of jocks. I just wanted to study in the gym, but I forgot there was an audition for the muse of this year's football game. Suddenly, I sneezed, and everyone turned to me. Dude, there she is. Even the way she sneezed is so pretty. I think we found our muse. She's gonna be perfect for the team. The biggest brat in the universe, Candace, had a violent reaction. Excuse me, are you guys blind? This peasant is not even a cheerleader, and look at her messy hair and cheap clothes. But the point is, she's still the prettiest. Candace looked at me with murder in her eyes, and it was my signal to run. But she ran after me and pulled me by my shirt. You're just our stupid maid's daughter. Always remember that. I reached for her arm and twisted it away. At least I'm prettier than you. Always remember that. And I flipped my hair and ran again. I knew I was gonna pay for saying that, but it was worth it. Hi, my name is Stellar, and I just wanted to have a peaceful life with my mom. But it's impossible if you live with billionaire brats from hell. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom had been working for a super rich lady, Mrs. Branson, since I was a kid. In return, she gave us a cottage next to the mansion and paid for my tuition at a private school. She might sound like a generous lady, but she actually did all of this because no maid could put up with her besides Mom. She was mean and rude, and I hated her to the core. She had twins my age, Candace and Julian, and they were as bad as their mom. Thankfully, Julian had left for boarding school 7 years ago, but I still had Candace to deal with. Candace had always been jealous of me because I was prettier and smarter than her. And because of what happened in the gym yesterday, she forced me to do all her homework. One night while I was studying, I heard loud voices outside. I wanted to check what it was and saw Mrs. Branson yelling at Mom in front of her guests. How dare you serve us with silver utensils? Where are the gold ones? Did you steal them? She made us feel poor for a second, Mom. It was traumatizing. As Mom was apologizing nonstop, Mrs. Branson just kept on humiliating her in front of everyone. I so wanted to punch her fake lips, but Mom gave me a look to behave. I didn't do anything then, but the next day I sneaked into the kitchen and sprinkled the hottest chili powder in the world onto their soup. A few minutes later, I was grinning from the balcony as both witches ran around the mansion with burning tongues. I felt so pleased with myself, but Mom was furious. Mrs. Branson fired the cook because of what you did. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mom. I know it was you. How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of trouble? But those two are just horrible. We have to put up with them at least until you graduate high school. There are just a few months left. Please. Ugh, fine. But a few days later, Mom fell down the stairs and broke her ankle. She couldn't walk for some months, so I had to take her place, which only made Candace happier because she could boss me around even more. She made me do the stupidest tasks, like painting hearts on her nails and braiding her boyfriend's long hair. And when Mrs. Branson informed me that Julian was coming back, I just knew that things were about to get worse. After cleaning up his room, I felt so exhausted that I sat down on his couch to rest for 5 minutes, and I dozed off. When I woke up, I saw a guy with the most beautiful green eyes staring right at me. Was I dreaming? He looked so majestic. Hello, Buttface. Did you miss me? Buttface? That's what Julian used to call me. Oh, you're here. Sorry, I got so tired that I fell asleep. Seems like you were having a very interesting dream. Was it about me? Yeah, I dreamed that I was punching your liver. Still feisty as ever. Why are you in a maid's uniform? Where's your mom? She had a small accident, so I'm replacing her. Temporarily. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have a lot to do. Later that night, as I was serving their dinner, I noticed Julian's eyes following me everywhere. He even purposefully brushed his hand against mine. What was up with this jerk? And why had he turned out so fine? One night, I saw Mrs. Branson throwing out one of her branded bags in the trash just because it had a small stain. After making sure that everyone was asleep, I sneaked out and took it. But when I told Mom, she got so scared. What if she finds out that you stole it? You know that woman. She'll make our lives hell. Technically, I didn't steal it because she'd already thrown it out. If the bag was alive, I'm sure it would prefer to be in the hands of a cute owner instead of rotting in the garbage, right? I will never win against you. Exactly. The next day at school, we were in the middle of an exam when suddenly the girls started squealing. We all turned to the door to see Julian peeking with a smile. What was he doing here? Suddenly, he waved at me and blew me a kiss. My tummy did a weird flip. As soon as he left, Candace elbowed me in the ribs. My brother's just fooling around, so stop dreaming. You're not his type. Oh, trust me, he's not my type either. It didn't matter even if he was. I had to stay away from him because being involved with Julian meant trouble. One day, while he was working out in the living room, he suddenly called for me. Do you think my muscles look hard enough? Or should I work out more? To be honest, they were a work of art, but there was no way I'd tell him that. I think you should get a life, sir. He just grinned at me and laid down on his back. He then asked me to hold down his feet and started doing crunches. I held my breath when I realized how close our lips were when he sat up. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Excuse me, but are you flirting with me? Am I that obvious? If you think you can add me to your list of girlfriends, you're mistaken. You're really amusing. Too bad you lost those chubby cheeks. I can't call you buttface anymore. Should I call you sweetface now? Wow, that is so cringy. What school did you go to? Wattpad High? He just chuckled and reached for my cheeks to pinch them. You're so cute, especially when you blush. It's a blush of hatred. Anyway, I still have a mountain of laundry to do, so bye. I left before things could get weirder. I did my best to avoid him at school, but he was always doing silly things to grab my attention. And one of my friends suddenly started pestering me. Hey girl, I saw that hottie from the other class flirting with you yesterday. Are you guys like a thing? Ew, yuck, no. I don't date players. Okay, that's amazing. Maybe I'll ask him out then. I suddenly found myself grabbing her by her hair. Don't even think about it. My friend was totally surprised by my behavior, and so was I. I realized that I was actually having a crush on Julian, but I would never admit it, ever. A week later, Mrs. Branson hosted a grand New Year's Eve party at the mansion, and I helped the kitchen staff serve the food. I couldn't help noticing Julian staring at me the whole evening. It made me feel excited for some reason. While I was washing the dishes, someone suddenly breathed down my neck. Wanna get out of here? Your mom's gonna kill me. So you're scared? Where's that fearless little girl who used to kick my butt? And I was sold. We sneaked out and slipped into a sports car. Where are we going? Wherever fate is taking us. I was so confused when he brought me to a grass field. Why are we here exactly? You'll have to wait for it. As we sat on the car's hood and waited for whatever it was, we started talking. Why do you like racing so much? It's too dangerous. Racing makes me feel like I'm flying, like I'm alive and free. How about you? Do you still want to become a nurse? Of course. Remember when you stole my stethoscope when we were kids? It was just so cute how you ran around and listened to random people's heartbeats and tummies. Oh, look, there it is. Suddenly, the night sky was filled with the most spectacular fireworks. I remember you wanted to see those New Year's fireworks so badly once when we were kids, but you missed it because Candace and I locked you up in a bathroom. Yep, you both are horrible creatures. I'm sorry about that. I was a dumb kid. I felt butterflies as we watched the fireworks in silence. I closed my eyes and just enjoyed the colors behind my eyes. When I opened them again, I saw him staring at me. He was leaning in closer when suddenly my phone started to ring. It was Mrs. Branson. Your mom is calling. We need to go back. Can we make it in 10? Try me. He winked at me before stepping on the pedal, and the next thing I knew, I was screaming as he drove like a maniac. The party wasn't over yet when we got back home. As we sneaked in from the back, we suddenly saw Mrs. Branson walking towards us. Just then, Julian pushed me down to my knees. "Why can't you find it? Are you blind?" I immediately got what he meant, so I started crawling around pretending to find something. "Stellar, I've been looking for you. What are you doing here?" "I dropped my ring, Mom, and I'm asking her to look for it." Mrs. Branson seemed to believe us. I was so relieved. But later that night, as I was clearing the mess, I almost fell back in fright to see her standing behind me. "Do you really think that I have no idea what you're up to?" I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am." "Stop with your acting, Stellar, and don't forget your place in this house. You're a maid, just like your mom, and that's all you'll ever be. Stay away from my son." I'd already expected this to happen, and I started avoiding Julian as much as possible. I couldn't afford to get us thrown out while Mom was unwell, but it was hard, especially when I found out Julian had fallen really sick. After making sure that Mom was asleep, I sneaked into the mansion and into his room one night. He seemed to be having a really high fever, and he looked so vulnerable as he slept. I stayed by his side for hours, but just as I was about to leave, he suddenly pulled me down towards him and kissed me. I got lost for a few seconds, but then I quickly pulled away. That was a mistake. I shouldn't even be here. "It's not a mistake. I really like you, Stellar, and I hope you feel the same." "Stop liking me, Julian. We won't work out. I'm not the girl for you. I won't fit into your world, and your family will never approve of us." "Please stop thinking about other people. Just tell me how you feel." I chose not to answer him and walked out, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. A few days later, Candace and her friends were having a pool party, and I went out to serve them drinks. I saw Julian was with them, and one of the girls was literally all over him. The sight made my blood boil. I slammed down the tray and turned to Julian. "Excuse me, sir, but can you please come to the kitchen for a moment? I need to show you something." He looked confused and followed me. "What is it?" I grabbed a tray and tapped it on his head. "Stars. Can you see them?" "I can only see a jealous girl, but you're the one who told me we won't work, Stellar." "So that's it. Now you suddenly don't have feelings for me? You're just a player, Julian. One day you're kissing me, the next day you're flirting with some—" Just then, he gently pushed me against the wall and kissed me. And this time, I kissed him back. I couldn't stay away from him anymore, and we began dating in secret. We started sneaking out at night and driving around, and we had the best nights of our lives. But then one day, he looked at me seriously and said, "I'm tired of seeing you secretly, Stellar. I just want to let the world know that I'm dating an amazing girl like you. But I'm just a maid, and I'm sure it will be a huge problem with your family. I know it's not going to be easy, but I'll find a way. I just need you to trust me." "I do trust you." A week later, Julian's dad came back from abroad, and Mrs. Branson held a huge party for him. During the event, I looked around for Julian, but he seemed way too busy with his guests and didn't look my way once. I didn't think too much of it, until Mrs. Branson stepped on the grand staircase in the hall and asked for everyone's attention. "Since we're all gathered here tonight, I can't wait to share some amazing news. My son, Julian, and our business partner's daughter, Casey, are engaged. Cheers to the lovely couple." I stared at Julian in complete shock as he joined his mom, with the girl who'd been flirting with him by the pool. And he looked so happy. How could he do this to me? Feeling dazed, I was leaving the room in tears when suddenly, Candace stepped in front of me with a smirk. "Oh, I warned you. You're not his type. Not every Cinderella gets her Prince Charming." Just then, I turned red with rage. I was still holding a tray of appetizers, and I slammed it in Candace's face. Everyone gasped and stared at me, and I left as fast as I could. I ran back to our cottage and started packing our things. "We have to leave, Mom." "But why? What's happening, sweetie?" "I can't stay here. Not another minute. We'll be thrown out anyway, so we might as well go ourselves." I cried as I told her everything, and she started helping me pack. As the cab drove us away from that mansion, Mom took my hand. "We should have left years ago, but I was too weak. I just let us suffer without doing anything. What will happen to us now?" "No, Mom. You're so strong for putting up with everything for me. Don't worry. We're gonna get through this together." We had enough savings to rent a cheap apartment, and I also sold the branded bag I'd taken from the trash. It was actually worth a small fortune. With some money to go by, we both started looking for jobs. Mom fully recovered soon and started working as a hotel maid, while I worked as a waitress. I also applied for a scholarship to a nursing school, and luckily, I got in. I studied and worked hard for 5 years and was finally an intern at a huge hospital. One day, I found a bouquet of roses in my hospital locker, and I hated myself for wishing it was from Julian. But it wasn't. It was a patient I'd taken care of some time ago, Enrique. He admitted he liked me and asked me out. Enrique was charming and sweet, but I told him I was too busy for love. But boy, was he persistent. He kept showing up and asking me out in the funniest ways. And after months, I finally decided to give him a chance. One evening, as I was stepping out of my apartment to meet Enrique, I bumped straight into someone and apologized. When I looked up, I saw that it was Julian. What? What are you doing here?
Are you going out on a date? You look lovelier than ever.
Are you freaking kidding me? You're not even ashamed to face me after what you did? And now you're flirting with me? Just wow. I wonder what your wife would have to say about that.
I didn't marry her. I didn't want to spend my life being miserable. I also cut ties with my family.
Do I look like I care? It's been 5 years, Julian. Please, just get lost. Before he could say another word, I walked away, shaking with rage. I wondered if he was telling the truth. But even so, he broke my heart in front of everyone, and I could never forgive him for that. Julian had somehow gotten a hold of my number, and he kept texting me to meet him once, but I kept ignoring him. One day at the hospital, we received a patient who'd been in a bad car accident, and when I looked at the patient chart, my heart leapt into my throat. It was Julian. I rushed to his room and took his hand as tears streamed down my cheeks. He suddenly opened his eyes and started talking. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop.
You have to listen to me, Stellar. Mom threatened to put your mom away in jail for stealing if I didn't break up with you. I knew she really meant it. So I agreed to do something that would make you hate me and drive you far away. I was young and weak, and I thought I was doing the right thing. But now I've cut off my family and made something of myself. And there's no point to anything if I don't have you in my life.
Gosh, you wanted my attention? You have it. Just shut up and be strong for me right now, okay?
Only if you say you love me, because I do.
I'll see how I feel after a few dates. So you better get well soon, you moron. I bent down and kissed him on the lips, and his blood pressure shot up from excitement.
Hi, I'm Toby from Chicago. Please, like and subscribe. I was born to the kindest people you'll ever meet. My dad owned a giant tech company, and we were wealthy, but my parents were always caring and generous, and taught me to be the same. When I was in the first grade, my parents took me to an amusement park for my birthday, and as we were leaving, I suddenly spotted a boy crying behind a bench. I realized it was Nathan from my class. He was a giant bully, but I couldn't just leave him there. Hey Nathan, are you lost? Let me help you. My parents and I searched for his parents all over the giant park and finally found them after 2 hours. And it turned out that Nathan's dad was my dad's biggest business rival. His parents didn't even thank us and just took him away. Rude. I thought after what happened though, maybe Nathan and I could be friends. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when he suddenly pinned me against the wall. If you tell anyone you saw me crying, I will deal with you. Do you get me? I won't. But how about you stop being a jerk to me? Why? I still don't like your face. He pulled my bag and threw it across the hall, sending my things flying everywhere as he laughed and ran away. And things never got better. He kept being a jerk, and my revenge was beating him in both studies and sports. And everyone else at school really liked me, but I always tried to be kind and helpful. Once in 8th grade, I was helping our driver wash the cars when I noticed something heartbreaking at the gate. It was a girl my age, searching the trash for food. I walked up to her, but suddenly she dashed away like a cheetah. Oh, wait, come back! I don't want to hurt you! But she was so fast, I couldn't keep up. We have lots of food in the house, even cakes. I'll get you some. She stopped immediately, then slowly walked back to me.
Cakes?
When I told my parents about her, they immediately invited her for lunch. Her name was Jessica, and she gobbled down her food like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Jessica started coming to our house every day after that. She never talked about her family, and whenever I asked, she got moody, so I dropped it. One day, we were having lunch when we heard a loud knock on the door, and seconds later, a huge man barged into the dining room.
Jessica, it's time to go home.
Hey, I don't know who you are, but it looks like she doesn't want to go with you.
I'm her father, and I don't need your charity. Stay away from my child. Jessica, we're leaving, now!
She crept out and he led her away, and she didn't come again. My parents and I were really upset, and we contacted Child Services to try to track Jessica down. And it turned out that her father was a wanted criminal. He was arrested soon after that and was sent to jail, while Jessica ended up with some nice foster parents, who even enrolled her in my school. Hey, I'm really sorry about your dad.
It's okay. I don't really miss him. He wasn't very nice. He often forgot to get me food and made me leave school because he was on the run.
That's awful, but it's all in the past now.
Yeah, and I wanted to stay there. I don't ever want to talk about it again.
Pinky swear, we won't talk about it again. I wanted to give Jessica a present for her first day at my school, so I asked my mom to take me to the mall. And I picked out a beautiful red sweater for her, and I waited for her at the school gate. She was late, and I was beginning to panic. What if she decided she didn't want to go to school anymore? But thankfully, she showed up.
You thought I changed my mind, right?
Yeah, you had me a bit worried. Here, I got you something.
Oh, it's so pretty. And red's my favorite color. Thank you.
She hugged me, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. Whoa, who's this, babe? And why are you hugging that cockroach, babe? I was about to tell Nathan off, but Jessica spoke up first.
I don't know who you are, jerk, but don't talk to us again. Come on, Toby. Let's go.
Jessica fit in easily and was making new friends in no time. I was a little jealous that I didn't have her all to myself, but I was glad she was enjoying school.
Guess what I did today? I joined the track team.
That's awesome. I'm sure you'll beat everyone. I'm still trying to catch my breath from the first time I chased you.
The secret to slowing me down is to say, hey, I got cakes. I'll probably stop running and follow that person.
Having Jessica around was a dream come true, and I was just falling more in love with her. One day after school, I was looking for Jessica when I found her in the hallway with Nathan. Hey, is he bothering you? Nathan, just back off!
Whoa, calm down. He's part of the track team, and we're going to an event together.
I pulled her away to speak privately. That's Nathan. He's been a jerk to me since we were kids.
But he's my teammate, Toby. And actually, he's not that bad.
Come on, Jessica. We're running out of time. Get it? Jessica laughed out loud and walked away with him. What? It was a terrible joke. But from that day on, Nathan was always around Jessica, and it burnt my heart. Jessica was so good on the track that she was winning medals in no time. She became really popular and was always hanging out with the cool kids now. But one night in the 10th grade, I was studying for a test when she crept through my window.
Hey, Toby, I missed you.
Really? You bailed on our plans like 100 times.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. So, listen, Nathan took me out for a drive, and I completely forgot about this big math test tomorrow. Will you help me, please?
Okay. I'm studying right now, so pull up a chair.
Oh, not right now. I mean, can you help me during the test tomorrow?
You mean cheat? You know I never do that.
But I'm going to fail, Toby.
Yeah, well, that happens when you hang out with people like Nathan. Keep doing that and he'll ruin you.
If you can't help me, at least don't give me a lecture. Thanks for nothing. I'm sure Nathan will think of something.
And with that, she left. And the next day, I spotted a shy girl in our class, passing cheat sheets to Jessica and Nathan during the test. So that was Nathan's solution? Bullying other kids to help them cheat? But just then, the teacher caught the girl and took her off to the principal. And moments later, Nathan and Jessica were called out too, and then suspended for a week. I really hoped that Jessica had learned her lesson. But a week later, I found her and Nathan cornering the shy girl in the hallway. You're supposed to be one of the smartest girls in class, so how come you're so stupid? You ratted us out to the principal. You know what we do to snitches?
And can you stop crying? You got snot on your face, and it's gross.
What the heck? Jessica was a bully now? Jessica, what's wrong with you? Knock it off and leave her alone. Mind your business, nerd. I wasn't talking to you, jerk. Well, you're talking to my fist now. And then, Nathan punched me. I tackled him to the ground, and we both wrestled like crazy until some teachers stopped us. And for the first time ever, I landed in detention. Jessica tried to talk to me, but I just walked past her. I completely avoided her for the next few days. But then one evening, the police arrived at our house with some news of her dad. He was really sick and was being transferred to another city for treatment right away. And he wanted to meet Jessica before he left. She wasn't answering my calls. And when I went to her house, her foster parents told me she was at Nathan's place for a party. Great. It was the last place I wanted to go, but I had to tell her. As I looked around for her, my heart suddenly dropped to my stomach. Jessica was in the corner with her arms around Nathan. Then she kissed him. Jessica, I need to talk to you. It's urgent. What are you doing here, man? You're not welcome in my house. It's not like I want to be here. Jessica, listen. I'm gonna call security.
Toby, can you please leave? I don't want you creating a scene in front of my friends.
She started walking away, and suddenly felt a wave of rage. Is that all you care about now? I thought you'd like to know that your dad is sick, and he wants you to see him before he's shifted to another prison. The loud music suddenly died as I shouted, and everyone stared at us. What? Your dad's in prison? You're some criminal's daughter? Jessica burst into tears as she ran out. Jessica, please stop. I'm sorry. She suddenly turned around and pushed me so hard I fell to the ground.
It's the one thing I ever asked you, Toby. I said I never wanted to talk about my dad, and you decided to announce it?
I didn't mean to, but I had to tell you about him, and you wouldn't listen.
I think you can't stand that I have other friends, and you just wanted to ruin that. Do you think I should be eternally grateful to you and not have a life of my own because you saved me from a dumpster?
Jessica.
Just leave me alone.
The next day at school, everyone had heard about her dad, and her friends had dropped her like a dead fly. I tried sitting next to her at lunch, but she immediately walked away. But later that day, I saw Nathan and her holding hands, and she didn't look so sad anymore. I stayed away from them and tried to focus on schoolwork. Dad asked me to start coming into his office after school to learn more about our business, and I was happy to keep myself busy. Our tech company was launching new gadgets soon, and I was quite excited to be a part of it. But a few weeks later, I woke up to really loud voices downstairs, and I went running. I found my parents watching the news, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Nathan's dad was on TV, introducing a prototype of the gadget our company had been working on. I just don't understand how our plans were leaked. My office is secure, and my home study is always locked. I just can't believe anyone working for me would betray me. This is terrible news. All our investors will be furious, and our company is going to take a huge hit. And it did. The company suffered huge losses, and there was no way to prove the theft. I went to school a week after the whole disaster, and I couldn't bear to even look at Nathan. His dad was a crook, but later that day, I was going to sit on the bleachers when I spotted Jessica yelling at him.
How could you do this? You told me those files were about some small project Toby was working on, and you'd mess up the plans to embarrass him in front of his dad. You never said it was something that could bring his parents' company down.
Okay, I lied. Boo-hoo. I didn't make you do anything. You got those files from me and then put them back. Remember? I was angry. I only wanted to humiliate Toby. You went too far, and I thought you loved me. It's not my fault you're stupid. You really thought I loved you? Daughter of a felon? Jessica, you did this? I couldn't believe it. The girl I loved was responsible for our ruin.
Toby, please wait. He lied to me. I didn't know what he was doing. I just wanted to mess with you because I was upset. I'd never hurt your parents.
Don't ever speak to me again. All I've done since I met you is love you, and you stabbed me in the back.
Wait, you love me?
Not anymore. Now I wish I'd never met you. The next few days at school, she didn't show up, and I didn't care. One day I was in my room when Mom came in.
Honey, we went to Jessica's foster home, and they told us she ran away. I'm so sorry.
Whatever. Good riddance.
Toby, that's unkind.
Mom, you still think she deserves kindness? After what she did?
I'm sure she got manipulated by that boy. Remember? She had a rough past, and maybe she was just trying to fit in and be loved. I know what she did was awful, but she was a good girl, and I hope she's okay.
Mom's attitude made me feel ashamed of myself, and I soon started regretting the things I said. But I couldn't take it back, because Jessica had vanished. But in a shocking turn of events, an employee from Nathan's dad's company came forward with proof that the product had been stolen from us. They had to pay millions in damages, while his dad served time in prison. The family moved away, and I never saw Nathan again. High school passed fast enough, and after graduating from university, I joined Dad's company and helped build it to newer heights. But one day, I was at a shopping mall when I caught sight of a girl who looked like Jessica. My heart was pounding as I ran after her. But by the time I got outside, she was nowhere to be seen.
Toby, is that you?
Oh my God, Jessica, I've always wondered what I'd do if I ever saw you again. I don't even know what to say, except that I'm so happy you're okay.
Toby, I thought of that.
Hadn't been miserable. As I loaded her groceries in her car, I spotted something in her back seat. It was the red sweater I'd given her in the 8th grade. Jessica, do you think I can call you sometime and ask you out on a date? I wanted to since forever.
You can ask me right now, and my answer is yes.
I was born with long, shiny black hair, blue eyes, and pink, rosy cheeks. Just like my mom, or that's what everyone told me. I never met Mom. All I had were pictures of her that my aunt and dad showed me. And she was beautiful. You should enter her into beauty pageants. She'll win every prize, just like her mom.
Maybe. I want her to be a weightlifter, just like me.
Dad was a weightlifting champion until he was informed that he had weak kidneys and was forced to retire. That was when he opened a cozy little fast food restaurant to make ends meet, but it wasn't doing very well. Hi everyone, my name is Arden, and I am the She-Hulk of Germany. Please do like and subscribe before I continue. Both Dad and Aunt began deciding my future even before I could say my first words. And so I found a way to make them both happy, and myself too. I began participating in pageants and wore the prettiest gowns, spoke well and smiled gracefully, but the best part was, I got to show everyone my unique talent.
I can lift this heavy stack of books easily.
Everyone was amazed with how effortlessly I, a 6-year-old, could carry weights. As I grew up, I got stronger. I even began to lift actual heavy weights on stage by the age of 13. It became my dream to keep training so that one day I could make it to the Olympics. My beauty pageant wins made me very popular in school. Almost everyone loved me, except for a few who picked on me and would call me Hercules just because I gained some muscles. Honestly, I didn't mind, and it was like a compliment for me. But one time, I saw them pick on a new student, Troy. He was always quiet and was smaller than all the other guys. Hey, go pick on someone your own size.
Oh, does tiny Troy need a bodyguard now? What are you gonna do?
Well, first, if you want to talk to me, you should meet my eye line. I was pretty proud of myself. Soon I even began receiving letters and small little gifts congratulating me when I won competitions. It looked like I had a secret admirer. One evening when I got home, my dad and aunt looked so worried. I asked Dad what was wrong. He just brushed me off saying it was nothing. It's not nothing. We're running out of money and your dad's treatments are getting more expensive.
And whose fault is that? You're the one who doesn't save and spends every penny. You even spent all of Arden's competition money.
It was for her other competitions. Please, both of you, calm down. We have to work together and think of ways to bring in extra money. They both relaxed a little and tried to think, but couldn't come up with anything. This was way worse than I thought. I couldn't let the restaurant close, and I couldn't let Dad miss his treatments because of it. I searched all over the internet for weightlifting competitions I could join, but all the ones I could find that paid were for grown men, not girls. So I decided to make my own. I passed out flyers all over town and made videos of me lifting dogs, tables, dressers, hoping that would make people curious enough to come. I told Dad, we can use the restaurant as the venue. It'll bring customers and we'll have a place to host the show.
What exactly is the show? You're lifting dogs?
I'll lift anything anyone can bring. But there's one problem. We need to offer prize money for people to compete with me.
That'll be all the money we have. If we lose it,
we won't. When I beat them, they'll have to pay me instead. Dad was very concerned, but he trusted me.
If anyone can do this, it's you.
I won't let you down. But the truth was, I was terrified. What if I lost even the little bit of money we had left? We had no other choice. And when the day came, many people showed up because they had loved my videos. Dad was making money without even trying, and of course, I was able to lift everything they brought, from more dogs to big weights, and even some of the people themselves. Not only did we make a bunch of money and save the restaurant, we got so much attention that I was given a scholarship at the best training academy in the country. And the best part, being at this training academy meant I would even get a chance to compete at the Olympics someday. Then, I got another letter from my secret admirer saying congratulations for the big win. I had no idea who it could be. One weekend while I was visiting home, Dad had asked me to move a table to the outside seating area. They made me do every chore that required lifting or moving heavy things. Just as I began moving it, a very good-looking guy ran up to me, and my heart did a little backflip when I saw him. That's new.
Wait, let me help you out. This is very heavy.
Oh, no, it's completely fine.
Oh, not at all. You might end up hurting your back.
Oh, but he did. I watched in amusement as he frowned and struggled to move the table around. I had to hold back my laughter, but I couldn't help staring at him. He was so dreamy, kind, and sweet. Really, it's fine. I can do it.
Arden, I know how strong you are, but I don't mind helping.
How do you know me?
Oh, sorry. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jude. I was at the same school as you, and my little brother was in your class. I've seen you at competitions. You're really amazing.
Oh my God. He was so kind. Wait, what if he was my secret admirer from back then? Turns out, he was now a final year medical student and visited our restaurant often with his friends. Pretty soon, I began visiting home often just to run into him. We would talk the entire time he was there, and he always praised me for my achievements in weightlifting and pageants. Now I was sure that Jude was my secret admirer. It was tradition for students to throw a coin into the fountain at the Academy campus fountain for good luck. Of course, I didn't believe it, but there was no harm in trying, right? Okay, let's try this out. I wish to go to the Olympics.
Making a wish to meet someone as good-looking as me?
Who do you think you are?
Arden, it's me, Troy, from school.
Troy? Oh, no way! How'd you get so tall? I'm sorry, I mean, you were…
Yeah, I was a very tiny guy.
Turns out, Troy was a swimmer. He had a good glow-up, huh? But he was now very vain. He constantly looked at himself when he crossed a glass door or mirror, and always praised his own good looks. He was constantly talking about how girls always get him gifts and food he likes. And he wouldn't stop talking about the amazing red car he was saving up to buy. It was so annoying. I pushed him in a bush to shut him up.
Oh, I see. You're jealous that I'm talking about all these girls.
Actually, I have a crush on someone else, so there. I could tell he was hurt, but he was too cocky. It would never work between us anyway. If you think what I did was mean, I should tell you what he did. Once he promised to give me swimming lessons. He said he would help me when I jumped in, but when I did, he didn't catch me. I started flailing my arms around and thought I was gonna drown when he lifted me up in his arms.
Are you all right?
All I could think about was how close our faces were to each other. I mean, I almost drowned, but I'm fine now.
Okay then, my arms hurt.
Saying that, he let go of me and I was back to struggling to stay up in the pool. What a jerk!
Just touch your feet to the ground. It's not that deep.
Well, Troy wasn't lying. When I stood up, the water came as high as my stomach, but I wasn't gonna let him get away with dropping me back in the pool. I chased Troy around the building for a good 5 minutes before he hid behind some random stranger. All I could see was red, but the minute I looked up, my jaw dropped. It was Jude. Jude, hi.
Wait, you know Jude?
The real question should be, how do you know him?
Looks like you met my little brother.
What? He's your brother?
Wait, is this the guy you…
Bye, Jude. I'll see you around. Troy had figured out Jude was the crush, and he was not gonna let it go. I begged Troy not to say anything to Jude, and even bought him food, held his towel at the end of the line at his swim practice, and even held a mirror for him just to admire himself. He finally agreed and even helped me by giving me ideas on how to get closer to Jude.
He likes watching football. Oh, and MSA videos too. So get to work if you want to have something in common with him. Ugh, man, he's so boring. I mean, look at me. I'm so smart and good looking, and I'm an athlete.
Wow, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. You love yourself enough for 2 people. And Jude is just, he's perfect and handsome.
Ugh, gross. Stop talking about my brother. If it'll make you happy, I'll set you guys up on a date. But you have to focus on your upcoming competition first.
I agreed, and I was ready for my date with Jude. Except Jude didn't know it was a date. Troy bought 2 tickets to a movie and gave one to Jude and the other to me. I pretended that it was a coincidence. Jude even dropped me home and opened the car door for me as well. Such a gentleman. He said he would be busy for a while with his medical school midterms, but we should hang out again soon. I told him I would love to, and it was okay because I had to focus completely on the competition to get into the national team. I was so excited for the competition and even invited Troy, but Jude also came. I thought you were busy studying.
I have a couple of hours to watch your big competition. Good luck.
On the day of the competition, however, I was a nervous wreck. Dad, Aunt, Jude, and Troy showed up to support me along with my other classmates. It was a little embarrassing because of the sign they held up with my weightlifting face on it. All red and veiny. It looked like I'd explode. When it was my turn, I lifted the weight and heard cheers until I heard a scream and saw my dad faint in front of me. I left the competition and rushed him to the hospital. The doctor informed us that Dad needed to have his kidney transplant surgery immediately. Aunt and I rushed to get the money to pay for the surgery, but what the doctor said left my jaw on the floor.
Oh, you don't have to worry about it. Someone already took care of it. Your dad is already in surgery.
He then informed us that this person wanted to stay anonymous, but I was sure it was Jude because he asked me to forget about this person now and just stay with Dad. But I couldn't just let him pay such a big amount. But I decided to first help Dad recover before I thanked Jude, who was busy studying anyway. A month later, Dad himself kicked me out of the house and said I had to go back to the academy. And I'm glad he did because I got the best news ever. I was gonna get another chance to get into the national team. The new competition was in 3 months, so I trained and trained and trained some more and won. I was over the moon, and I texted Troy and Dad and told them the news. But there was one other person I wanted to give this news to, Jude. I rushed to meet him to thank him and also give him the news. I was shaking like a leaf as I walked towards Jude, but the minute I saw him, my heart shattered into a million pieces. He was talking to one of the prettiest girls I have ever seen, and they were smiling wide and holding hands.
Arden, hey, why'd you want to meet so urgently? Everything okay?
I wasn't paying attention to anything Jude said after he introduced me to the girl, his girlfriend. He said they'd been best friends since high school and finally, only a few days ago, confessed to each other that they were in love. That's when I realized our date really wasn't a date. He was just a nice guy. I spoke to her for a bit before I thanked Jude for paying for Dad's surgery. I couldn't tell him about my crush now.
Arden, it wasn't me.
When Jude told me who it was, I immediately rushed back to the restaurant when I saw him standing there, laughing and talking to my dad.
What's going on with you? Are you all right?
You paid for the surgery? Why? How'd you even get the money?
I can't believe he told you when I asked him not to. I was collecting money to buy the car I wanted. It's not a big deal, Arden. It helped with the
It is a big deal. Why did you?
It's because I like you, okay? I've liked you since you helped me back in school.
You were my secret admirer?
Yes, and always came to your competitions to support you. But I was too scared to talk to you in person. And then I saw how you spoke about Jude. You were falling in love with him. You were happy. I didn't want to come in between you two.
I wasn't in love with Jude. I was just attracted to him because I thought he was you, the one who wrote those letters. It helped boost my confidence so much. And I like you too, Troy. Just not as much as you love yourself. Troy and I began talking more about all of this, and weeks later, Troy asked me out on a date. Even though he loved himself enough for the both of us, I gave him a chance. And a month later, we began dating. He was there the entire time during my practice. And finally, after years and years of training, hard work, and competitions, I made it to a prestigious international championship and won gold. Everyone supported and cheered for me, including my biggest supporters, my dad, aunt, and of course, Troy. I even opened my own training center and now train young girls in weightlifting and still continue to compete. Hey friends, I'm Nora from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve for amazing stories. I was born just a minute after my twin sister Suki. She was my twin, but we were nothing alike. We didn't even look like we were sisters at all. Suki, with her long golden locks and blue eyes, seemed like a Barbie doll. As for me, I might have looked like a Cabbage Patch doll. There's a saying that families are like fudge, mostly sweet, but with a few nuts. In our family, that nut was Suki. The girl was crazy. All she ever wanted to do was have fun, and she was born with a really short fuse. Like one time, Mom and Dad took us to a restaurant, and Suki thought it would be fun to squeeze the ketchup bottle at people. Thank God I was safe, but not for long. I'm not with them. Hey Nora, would you like some ketchup? Saying that, Suki squeezed the bottle so hard that the ketchup landed on not just me, but on the waiter as well. Instead of being angry, my parents were laughing.
Suki, you sure know how to have fun. Yes, you are so naughty, but Mama loves you.
I wasn't surprised when the waiter tried to stop her. She went ballistic, and eventually we were kicked out of the place and banned from ever coming back. Even when we would have exams, Suki would never take studies seriously, but still somehow managed to pass. But that wasn't for long. When we reached 10th grade, she failed and had to repeat the class. I wasn't happy that she flunked, but I wasn't sad either. I got to enter 11th grade without Suki, and it was awesome. I was finally my own person and no longer the sister of the most gorgeous and hot-tempered girl at school. I focused really hard on studies and aced every exam, and soon was top of my class. I had my life goals set. I needed to be the best and get that one scholarship to my fave university that was offered to our school. While my parents were happy that I was excelling in my studies, they were even prouder that Suki joined the cheerleading squad. Mom went so insane that she threw a full-fledged party for Suki, wearing her cheerleading uniform from ages ago.
Oh, my love, you keep making us proud, following your mom's footsteps.
Seeing how everyone was just hovering all around Suki, something inside me flipped. Like seriously, celebrating she joined the cheerleading squad? In case you guys haven't noticed, I aced my 9th standard exams. Okay, fine, I might have overreacted, but I did have a point. Mom and Dad just rolled their eyes and went on to enjoy the party, while I felt like I'd get a headache, so I went outside in the garden to catch some air. Feeling frustrated, I kicked the dirt, and that's when I saw a guy.
You idiot. You stupid idiot.
Huh? What the heck? Hey, watch your mouth. You're standing in my garden calling me an idiot and stupid? How dare— The guy raised his hand, and when he removed his phone from his ear, I felt my cheeks turn red. He wasn't talking to me.
Beautiful, gorgeous. That's what I'd call you, not idiot and stupid. It was just my friend on the phone, who decided to let his pet fish swim in the bigger sea by flushing it down the toilet. Let's just say the fish is in heaven now.
Who was he? He did look familiar, and then it hit me. It was Dad's friend's son, Ian. Our family used to be super close, but Ian and his family moved to England like 8 years ago. It's you, Ian, the guy who always stole my ice creams.
Yep, it is I. The guy who heard you tell your mom on a beach picnic how bad you needed to scratch your butt because of the sand.
Oh gosh, why did he have to remember that? Once summer vacation ended, I found Ian in my class. Perfect, as if having Suki in high school wasn't enough. Ian was the most annoying guy ever. First, because he knew so much about my childhood and would keep telling classmates how I used to be a cranky, weird kid. And second, because he was so competitive. He wanted to be number one at everything. He played in the school's soccer team and was also excellent in studies. A jock and a nerd. But I was a tough cookie. I was always one step ahead of Ian, and I wasn't gonna let him get my scholarship at all. One day, I was in the library preparing for this really tough advanced math quiz. Just as I was trying to figure out a very difficult equation, someone snatched my notebook. It was Ian.
You're welcome. I was standing behind you and I just couldn't bear it anymore. If you had paid attention to the prime number theorem, you wouldn't have to find a workaround for this question.
OMG, how dare he? But I did forget to use it. I would have figured it out, but yeah. This way it does seem easy. Well, I guess thanks are in order.
I already said you're welcome.
Saying that, Ian sat next to me and we both started practicing together. After that day, Ian sort of grew on me and I started to like him. Soon we became really good friends. We always studied together and made our assignments together. We both wanted the same scholarship and hoped the best one would get it. One fine day as we were sitting in the cafeteria, Suki came out of nowhere and tried to be a little too sweet with Ian. Thank God he ignored her, but once we were at home, Suki had a full-blown meltdown about it. Are you just hanging out with him to make me jealous? Like, he is so cool? How can he even talk to you? How dare he ignore me? I don't know. Maybe because he knows I know what the cube of 2 is, while I guess you don't. Plus, haven't you noticed? He isn't into you. Ugh, nerd. Fine, he is cute, but not that cute. Saying that, she left in anger. If Ian had chosen me, she had to accept it. But had he chosen me? He was always so charming around me. I would often catch him looking at me and he'd give me just the cutest smile ever. We'd always sit together and study together in the library. He even walked me home every day after school, too. Every time he'd touch my hand, I felt as if my heart flipped. But we were just friends. Nothing more. One day, Ian and I had to meet in the library to discuss an assignment, but he didn't show up. When I went looking for him, I saw him with Suki in the empty hallway. He was holding her hand and they were super close. I felt gutted, and I ran home and locked myself in my bedroom. Mom and Dad tried to talk to me, but I didn't let anyone in. Later that night, I felt hungry and went to get dinner. That's when I heard Suki talking to one of her friends. I almost ignored it, but the moment she said Ian's name, I lost it and barged into her room. I know what you're doing, witch. Stay away from Ian, got it? Is that him on the phone? How could you, Suki? What the heck? Get out of my room, Nora! Stop being a nosy jerk! Saying that, Suki pushed me out of her room, and the entire night, I felt so angry. It was my fault. I had been too scared to tell Ian how I felt. I needed to fix this. So the next day, the moment I saw Ian, I dragged him into the library and confronted him about Suki.
What are you even talking about? Nora, I don't know. She was fine 1 minute and then she fell and I just gave her a hand to help her up. That's all.
Oh, okay. I might have overreacted. No biggie.
Really? And here, I was happy that you might have felt at least a bit jealous, because I feel like that when you talk to another guy.
Oh, you do? And why is that?
Because maybe I'm falling for you.
Me too. Saying that, Ian leaned in and kissed me. It was beautiful. The following week, it seemed as if Ian and I were inseparable. I felt like I was on cloud 9. But Suki, gosh, every time she'd see Ian and me together, her face would turn red as a tomato, as if I cared. One night I was in my room, ready to sleep, when Suki knocked on the door. Hey, I was wondering, can we talk about, whatever it is, make it fast. Nora, I know I'm the perfect sister, and I guess I steal the spotlight from you a lot of times, but still, I am your sister, and I want to tell you that Ian, well, he isn't exactly the guy you think he is. He sort of hit on me, and he's using you, Nora. He is... Oh God, this was a new low for Suki. I knew me being with Ian made her feel jealous, but this was way too much. Without even thinking, I grabbed her arm and shoved her out of the room. Suki, you are not the sun. The world doesn't revolve around you. For once, it's about me. Stay back. I was fuming with anger. The next day, I woke up a little late for school, and when I reached there, I realized something was off. All eyes were on me. A girl told me to go to the gym room, and when I got there, I saw Suki yelling at Ian, and he had a bruise on his eye.
Nora, thank God you're here. Your sister? She is crazy. She asked me to date her instead of you, and when I said no, she punched me. She actually came at me. Everyone saw it. I was inches away, and she attacked me.
I would have also kicked you. Nora, this jerk, you know what? Before Nora could say anything more, I gave her a tight slap. I was so sick of her. What is wrong with you? Why can't you be happy for me? I hate you, Suki. Don't ever talk to me again. Before things could escalate, the teachers took Suki to the principal's office, and she got a much-deserved suspension for the stunt she pulled. And finally, for once, at home, Mom and Dad grounded her. Though Suki tried to talk to me many times, I totally shut her out. When she returned to school, she was dropped from the cheerleading squad and was always so quiet. The whole stress of Suki and Ian had me so distracted that I wasn't even doing well in studies. I knew I didn't do well in the exams, and I was certain that I'd have to kiss that scholarship goodbye. But when the results for the 12th grade came in, I was stunned to see I had failed. This can't be happening. But how? There must have been some mistake. I went straight to the school. I was going to get my assignments and exam answer sheets tested, but when the teacher informed me that I had not submitted a couple of very important assignments, I felt the earth beneath me shatter. And to my shock, Ian was there, with a grin on his face.
Oh my God, the look on your face? It's epic. Totally epic. Wait, let me take a picture and show you. Ugh, how fun it was. Nora, you were so easy to fool. I guess all girls are so easy to fool. Give them a bit of attention and they'll lose focus. And you know what? Your sister was onto me. She saw me throw your sorry excuse of an assignment in the bin instead of submitting it. But I played it so well that you didn't believe her.
I felt my ears burn. I was so going to get this butthead. But before I could lunge at him, someone jumped at Ian. It was Suki. Oh gosh, my sister had Ian in a chokehold. You jerk! My sister deserved that scholarship. You won't go far in life by stepping on others. Karma will bite you in the butt, Ian. I'm gonna tell the world what you did. Good luck proving that. I had to stop Suki. She had already gotten one suspension because of Ian. Another meant expulsion. Suki, believe it, he's not worth it. He's just a blood-sucking worm. Come on. Hearing my voice, she did let go of Ian and came running to hug me. I hugged her too and rubbed her back to calm her. I was sad for weeks. No, months. I felt so depressed and just wanted to stay in my room all the time. The pang of betrayal was falling hard on me. Seeing how homebound I was, Mom and Dad took us to a restaurant, the same one we had been banned from. Just as I was going to take a bite from my burger, Suki squeezed the ketchup bottle and a load of ketchup landed on my face. Suki, you idiot! Wait, I'll get you. As if you can. Come on, let's see your aim. Saying that, I did the same. And in no time, our family was acting like the crazy they were. We were. In the end, Dad had to pay for minor damages our family's ketchup fight caused. And guess what? We were banned again. But I didn't care. I felt alive after such a long time. And I knew Suki totally did that on purpose. When the schools opened again, I felt ashamed to go back. But Suki was by my side. Hey, it's no big deal. I studied 11th grade twice. No worries. Try until you succeed. She was so right about it. At the start, kids would tease me for repeating the same class, but in a few weeks, they forgot about it. Well, I guess my winning streak was broken because it took me 4 attempts in 12th grade to clear it. But when I did, I got into my favorite university. After graduation, Suki and I opened a restaurant together. And guess what? It had a separate section for kids to go wild. One time as we were closing up, we saw a homeless man and gave him some food. Just as he looked up at me, I was shocked to see it was none other than Ian. Ian, what happened? Then Ian told me how he got into college and how a girl broke his heart, making him go into a depression and lose focus and failed miserably. Even his parents disowned him in the end. I knew it was karma, just like Suki had said many years ago. I gave Ian a few dollars and held Suki's hand as we both walked towards home. Remember to always be kind.
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity-flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply, but I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old.
Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway,
I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute, then yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fat still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then boom, I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever.
So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me.
Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David, Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for...
Hey lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Give me it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever. holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kinda friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people in weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair, so no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town, and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab, but then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my god. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee, and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine. It's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah, What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need. And I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat. And this is all so ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind me.
Malcolm is involved with some dangerous people, Serena. Maybe they're looking for him too and thought you could lead them to him.
Can you please tell me more?
I'll tell you everything after we find Malcolm, I promise.
We didn't go back to our hotel in case it was being watched and headed straight to the mansion. We hid out till it was dark, and Felix scouted the area and reported there were only 2 guards at the main gate. We jumped over the back wall and made our way to the house, and Felix picked a lock of the kitchen door in minutes. This was almost too easy, but the second Felix pulled the door open, I saw something coming his way, and I threw him onto the floor.
Did you just save me from being impaled by an arrow?
I think I just did.
Remind me to thank you if we survive this.
There were more arrows being shot by a machine, and Felix and I crawled our way out of there and landed in the main hall.
Hey, you've scraped your shoulder.
Oh, it must have happened while climbing over the wall.
Let me take a look. It's bleeding.
Felix was standing really close as he inspected my wound, and I was feeling a bit breathless. Suddenly, he stopped short.
Serena, what's that around your neck?
What, this? It's a diamond pendant Malcolm gave me a few weeks ago. I usually keep it under my shirt. What? Why is your face all weird?
That necklace. It's got everything I've been looking for.
Huh?
Serena, I actually work for the government. I took up a job as Malcolm's bodyguard because we found out he's involved with a ring of diamond smugglers. I've been trying to get to them through Malcolm, but I had no idea he had this necklace, that you had it. This diamond can bring down their whole smuggling operation, so I'm gonna need that, and we can leave now.
Wait, leave? What about Malcolm?
Actually, my mission is done. I don't need him anymore.
So what? You're not gonna help me find him now? Fine, take this necklace and go. I ran off down the hallway feeling shaken, but determined to find Malcolm, and seconds later, Felix was by my side.
You're so exasperating. Why do you even care about stupid Malcolm?
I'm not explaining myself. Just leave. I opened a door at the end of the hallway, and we entered a bare room. But suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us, and the room started filling up with some gas.
Oh, great. Now we're gonna die in a gas chamber.
Help! Someone! Help us!
No one's coming, and there's no way out.
Oh my god, do you feel your skin melting?
Not yet, but I'd give it about 3 minutes till we stop feeling everything.
I'm so sorry for landing you here, Felix.
And I'm sorry I can't get you out, Serena. Really.
So, this is it? Any last wishes?
Yeah, just one.
Suddenly, Felix pulled me close and kissed me hard. Just then, the door opened, and Malcolm was standing there with armed guards behind him. Malcolm! Oh, thank God you're okay. And you just saved us.
You weren't gonna die. That's just some harmless smoke to scare intruders. What are you two doing here?
Looking for you? Can you please tell me what's been going on? And finally, Malcolm explained everything.
A year ago, I got involved with some diamond smugglers. They wanted me to use Dad's connections to make smuggling into the city easier, and they offered a lot of money. I tried doing what they said, but I wasn't successful, and I wanted to back out. And then I had the accident. I did hurt my head, but I was conscious soon and told Dad everything. He got me out of the country to hide me from those people, but I guess they're still after me because I know too much. How come you still have this necklace? Oh, that's just something I picked up from the smuggler's headquarters once. Man, you should have seen the diamonds they have. I'm sure no one noticed me taking this tiny thing. Thanks for the thoughtful present. It's not just a necklace. It has an encrypted microchip that has information about their whole network. We can take them down for good with this. We? Who are you really, dude? Law enforcement. Sorry, I was just acting as your bodyguard. So, what happens to me now? If you cooperate, I'm sure we can be lenient with you.
Soon enough, some official-looking cars arrived, and as Malcolm was being escorted out, he suddenly asked to speak to me.
I should be out of this mess soon, babe. And then we'll go anywhere. Do anything we want.
Except that, with you, I haven't really been doing what I want, Malcolm. I'll always be grateful to you for helping me make my family's lives better, but I can't keep being your girlfriend for that reason.
Seriously? You're breaking up with me? I made you.
So my looks and talent are worthless? I'm not sure I even want to be a model anymore. I'd rather go to college and take up parkour again. Goodbye, Malcolm, and good luck. Felix told me I'd be escorted back home by a security team who'd keep a watch on me till the operation was over.
I need to tie up some loose ends here. You were a good partner, Serena. See you around.
Did he just leave me with an arm punch? A few hours later, I was settling into my airplane seat, and I couldn't help feeling deflated. Just then, I heard a voice.
Scoot over. I'm here to hold your hand.
Felix, what are you doing here? Don't you have loose ends to tie?
Yeah, but I felt we needed to talk about some things first. Like the fact that you broke up with Malcolm.
Just came to my senses, I guess. We're all wrong for each other.
Cool. Sounds good.
Anything else you want to talk about? Like that passionate kiss in the gas room?
What about it? People do crazy things when they think they're about to die.
Well, that's good to know.
Also, when they're in love.
What?
I've liked you since ages, Serena. I hated seeing you with Malcolm, but there wasn't much I could do about it. So, what do you think? Am I right for you?
Too soon to tell. Take me out on a proper date and we'll see.
What do you think I'm doing here? We're up in the clouds, we've got food. This is a date.
Airplane food doesn't feel like a date.
It's a date.
Doesn't feel like one to me.
Let's see what we can do to change that.
Okay, ready? On the count of 3, we'll jump from the wall. Kiana, are you sure this is safe? What if we miss the air mattress? Guys, chill. We're not even that high up. I've seen people on TV do this. It'll be fun. Good news, when my friends jumped, they landed on the air mattress and were totally fine. Bad news, I missed the air mattress and got injured. Wait, let me start from the beginning. I'm Kiana from North Dakota. And you probably think I'm a moron for doing something so dangerous. But what can I say? Teenagers do stupid things sometimes. Don't pretend like you haven't. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Luckily, when I got to the hospital, the doctor said I was fine, since I didn't jump from that high up. But I still had to wear an arm and leg cast for 3 freaking months. When I returned to school, everyone had heard what had happened and showered me with love, saying how relieved they were that I was okay. But then in math class, something strange happened. So today, we'll be doing exercises 8 and 10 in our workbooks. What about exercise 9, my good ma'am?
Are you mocking my accent?
Why, of course not, my love. You've got your accent and I've got my accent.
To the principal's office, now!
I hadn't realized I'd been even talking in a British accent, but I went to the principal and told him what happened. I don't know why she's so angry. Maybe it's her time of the month, if you know what I mean.
Kiana, stop with that British accent right now.
I'm not doing one. The principal and I fought back and forth for a while before he called my parents. Except I was still doing a British accent when they arrived without knowing it, and continued talking British for several days. Eventually, Mom and Dad took me to a doctor since I was acting so strangely. And to my shock, the doctor told me I'd developed a brain condition as a result of my injury. It was called foreign accent syndrome, which meant I would always talk like a foreigner now. So I started talking in a British accent all the time. It wasn't a huge deal, but kids at school were confused that I'd completely switched my way of speaking. Most of them thought I was messing around and it was annoying, and some British kids at school always felt I was making fun of them. As time passed, everyone started avoiding me because I made them uncomfortable. So I was stuck having no friends and wanting my normal accent back. One afternoon, I was doing homework in the schoolyard when suddenly someone held out a diamond ring in front of my face.
Here, take my promise ring that I spent $10,000 on for my stupid girlfriend.
In fact, why don't I date you now instead of her? How about you give it to my sister, who you're apparently in love with? Ugh, not those two. Dean and Brielle were the hottest, most popular kids in school and had been dating on and off since 9th grade. Since they were known for always fighting, I didn't take Dean's offer seriously and walked away. But a week later, someone rang our doorbell one morning, and I was shocked to see Brielle standing there. Kiana, right? I need to talk to you about something important. Come in. My ex-boyfriend Dean is a monster. He cheated on me and made out with my sister. And now I want revenge, and I need your help.
Why do you need my help? You and I have barely even spoken before.
Look, I know a lot of kids at school think you're weird, but Dean's always found you very attractive. I always catch him staring at you during class, and if he hadn't been with me, he probably would have asked you out. So I was thinking, maybe you could get him to date you for a month. Then you can make a TikTok fake crying and telling everyone that he hurt you and took advantage of you. I don't think anyone would take it seriously if I did it, since we're always fighting about one thing or another. Can you please do this for me? My head was spinning. First of all, did she just say that the most popular guy at school thought I was pretty? Well, if he was a cheating jerk, then maybe it didn't matter. But still, wow. Brielle begged me to help her out and went on and on about how much fun we could have taking Dean down together. Was she implying that we could be friends? I hadn't had a friend in so long. And now I could be BFFs with the school queen bee, who could maybe help me make other friends. I just had to ruin the life of her awful ex-boyfriend. I'm in. That week, Brielle and I found an empty classroom during lunch to go over our mission. Step 1, flirt with Dean and let him know you're interested. Smile at him during class, give him a compliment, or do a classic dropping your school books to get his attention. I hadn't flirted with any boy since before my injury, but I was confident I still had game. So when I saw Dean, I walked close to him and threw my textbooks onto the floor. But unfortunately, one of them landed on his foot and he screamed.
Ow! Ow! My foot is broken. I'm gonna lose a foot.
I'm so sorry. Dang it, I was supposed to get you to ask me out, not murder you.
Oh, it's you, Kiana, hot girl from history class who talks with a British accent, even though she's American.
Yes, that's me. You poor thing, getting hit with a textbook and having your girlfriend dump you.
Actually, our breakup was mutual, so...
I can only imagine what it must be like getting dumped, thinking you'll be alone, single, and pathetic forever. But lucky for you, I'm gonna let you take me out to dinner on a date.
Really?
You can even pick me up in a car and bring me flowers, especially white roses, please. They're my favorite. But it's my gift to you. Dean immediately said yes, and I was so proud of myself for being so smooth. But unfortunately, my actual date wasn't very enjoyable because Dean was the most obnoxious guy ever. He complained about everything. The chairs made his butt hurt, the music was too loud, and when he bit into some spicy buffalo wings, he started crying and saying he needed to go to the hospital.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Of course, because so many people have died eating buffalo wings. Finally, when the date was over, Dean dropped me off in his car.
I can't believe I didn't ask you out earlier. 2 years wasted with Brielle when I could have been the boyfriend of this beautiful goddess right here.
He was looking at me with stars in his eyes. Oh boy. I told Brielle everything over video chat. This is perfect. You've already got him wrapped around your little finger. In a month, you're gonna tear his heart to shreds like he tore mine. I really did have him wrapped around my finger. Dean texted me as soon as he woke up the next day and sent me like 8 different heart emojis. How was he already so into me? When Dean saw me at school on Monday, he came up to me right away holding a stuffed tiger.
Okay, babe, hear me out. So for our next date, how about we go to the carnival and you can witness my amazing skee-ball skills. I'll win you a tiger just like this.
I knew I'd made a deal with Brielle, but this guy was turning out to be super annoying. Still, I went on 3 more stupid dates with him, one of which consisted of us cosplaying as MSA characters. We literally went to a restaurant dressed as them, and Dean even suggested reenacting a romantic fight scene. It was so embarrassing. But there was one silver lining. Brielle and I were becoming really good friends. When we weren't scheming or talking about Dean, we hung out at the mall, had sleepovers, and painted each other's nails. One night, Brielle invited me to an exclusive party, but we had to go in separate cars because it would look suspicious if Dean's ex was hanging out with his current girlfriend. At one point during the party, I was hanging out with some of the popular girls near the refreshment table, and they were just going on and on about how lucky I was to be with Dean. He is quite lovely and very easy on the eyes, but between us, he's also a bit of a dork. He's obsessed with stuffed animals, cartoon movies, and even owns fuzzy slippers. Trust me, ladies, beneath that gorgeous physique lies the cringiest guy ever.
Sorry that you think I'm so cringy.
I turned around to see Dean standing behind me with a hurt look. Oh man, what was he doing here? Of course, this was a popular kids' party. He walked off and I felt a little guilty, so I followed him. Dean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, alright, I did mean it, but...
You don't have to date me if you don't like me, Kiana. It's not a big deal. Just don't lead me on, because I actually like you.
Oh, please. No, you don't. You're just looking for a rebound girlfriend since you broke up with Brielle. Why would a guy like you like an unpopular weirdo like me anyway?
Maybe because I don't think you're a weirdo. Maybe because I think your fake accent's adorable, and even though we have different interests, I've had a lot of fun on our dates.
That's very sweet. How about we start over? No more crazy, overly romantic dates. We'll just take it slow and get to know each other. Dean seemed to really like that idea, and after our talk, I sort of started enjoying spending time with him. We'd do homework together and video chat at night. He definitely seemed like a sweet guy, which made it all the more confusing why he'd do something like cheat on his girlfriend. One morning, Brielle and I were walking home from the gym when Dean texted me to tell me he was sick with the flu. Poor thing. I should stop by and bring him some soup. But he just said he has the flu. You don't want to get sick? I know, but he's all alone in bed and not able to do anything. I'll wear a mask. Trust me, Kiana, he's a millionaire who has chefs and servants waiting on him hand and foot. What, do you want to spend time with him? No, of course not. I just feel since I'm his pretend girlfriend, it's weird if I don't check up on him. I quickly went home and made Dean soup that I brought to him. But when Dean opened the door to his room, my heart did a giant thump. He was shirtless and had the abs of a freaking Roman god.
You cooked me soup? You're the sweetest girlfriend ever.
I sat with him while he ate the soup in bed.
It tastes perfect. Brielle used to do stuff like this for me when we first started dating, but then we started fighting a lot and she stopped doing nice things for me.
Well, I don't think you have a right to complain about Brielle. You're the one who cheated on her and kissed her sister. She told me about it. We ran into each other.
Okay, fine. I cheated on her, but that's only because we got into a huge argument and in a fit of rage. Brielle started talking about how handsome my best friend was and that she was gonna leave me and date him. I thought she was serious, which is why I hit on her sister. But she wasn't serious, and that's why we broke up. Right after that, I bought her that diamond promise ring. I guess it was both our faults. We both cared about each other. We just weren't working as a couple anymore.
I was speechless as Dean told me all of this, and suddenly, it didn't feel right following through on the plan anymore. And the whole day at school on Monday, I avoided Brielle. But finally, she caught me reading a book in the school garden and asked me what was going on. All right, fine. I needed a bit of space from you. Dean told me the truth about what happened. How you threatened to date his best friend and that there was a misunderstanding. I know that's no excuse for what he did, but your whole revenge plan is over the top, and I'm not following through with it. Okay, whatever. It was over the top and immature, I get it. So just break up with Dean now and don't talk to him anymore. What, I'm not allowed to talk to him now? Why would you want to? He's my ex-boyfriend. You don't have feelings for him or anything, right? I mean, I have spent a lot of time with him, so it'd be weird for us not to talk. But why do you care? Do you still have feelings for him? Brielle got really quiet, and that's when it hit me. Of course she still loved him. He'd been her freaking boyfriend for 2 years. And worst of all, I could feel myself developing feelings for Dean too. There was only one thing I could do. Break up over text and never talk to the guy again. But as soon as I sent the message, Dean started calling and blowing up my phone. And 20 minutes later, I heard a knock at my bedroom window. 3 guesses who had climbed onto my balcony.
Kiana, I don't understand this. Why are you breaking up with me suddenly?
Because I was never supposed to date you. Before I could stop myself, I ended up telling Dean all about my plan with Brielle, and he was stunned.
Okay, that is officially the most messed up thing Brielle has ever done. And I can't believe you'd agree to something like this. What kind of sick person are you? What?
I wanted to make a friend. Wait, did I just talk in my regular voice? The doctors had said foreign accent syndrome could go away with time, but that was the first time I'd spoken in an American accent since the incident. I immediately ran downstairs to tell my parents what had happened, completely forgetting about the drama with Dean and Brielle. My parents and I jumped up and down and cheered, while Dean just stood there staring at me. He was probably thinking what a freak I was, so that probably meant he was over me. It sure seems like it anyway. He avoided both me and Brielle at school. Brielle was happy for me about my recovery, and we both kind of pretended like the Dean drama never happened. But one day, she came over and dropped a bombshell on me. She was leaving the city and moving hours away. I was heartbroken. No, this is a good thing. Now you can be the most popular girl at school and date Dean. I talked with him the other day. He wants to be with you, Kiana. He's moved on from me. So, if you guys want to date, go for it. But how would that make you feel? Don't you still love him? Yeah, I do, and it will hurt knowing he chose you over me. But I want you to be happy, Kiana. I know our friendship started with just you doing me a favor, but I've grown to care about you. You were there for me at one of the hardest times in my life. Suddenly, I saw a car pull up in the driveway, and it was Dean. He was coming to see me, probably to profess his love for me. He got out of the car, and he looked so handsome in the sunlight. I was ready to run into his arms and kiss him, but I didn't. I couldn't hurt my best friend like that. That's why I sent Dean home and told him I wasn't interested. Kiana, you don't have to do this. I'll get over my pain. You have my blessing to be with him. I know, and maybe I will one day, when you are over him. But I care about you more than him. You were there for me during the hardest time of my life. Thank you. I'm gonna miss you so much, girl. I'm gonna miss you too. Good luck, Brielle.
I'm Kelsey, and I'm reporting from Baltimore. If you think you had a bad relationship with your mom, wait until you hear my story. But before you get your mind blown, make sure to like and subscribe. Also, we've got some super cool MSA merch just for you. I'm talking awesome bottles and notebooks, perfect for your daily grind. Don't miss out. Check them out in the description below. Have you ever heard of maternal instinct? Well, my mother hadn't. Literally. Her first words when I was born were, "Not now." She was so absent in my life that when I was a kid, I used to believe that my nanny was my mom. Mama, I love you. Oh, no, sweetie. I'm not your mom, but good luck with that. She was almost never at home, and when she was, she spent the whole time on her phone or engrossed in her Mac. Mom, it's really late. Can you tuck me in?
I can't. Criminals don't sleep, kid. I have to take care of the city.
Mom, for the last time, you're not Batman. No, she wasn't, but we were as rich as him. My mom was a hotshot judge who dealt with high-profile celeb cases and was always on the news. She was like a celebrity, so we lived in a huge house, and she drove a shiny Rolls Royce. My childhood was like a big winning streak. Fancy gadgets and futuristic toys. Check.
Anything to mute the tiny human.
Private visits to the planetarium and zoo? Check.
Are you sure I can't just leave her here? That's the lion's cage? Is that a no?
Despite the money, my life was far from being great. I didn't want expensive toys. I just wanted my mom to give me a little attention. So, since I was a kid, I tried to get it any way I could. Let's just say I was a bit of a troublemaker. One time, when I was visiting mom at work, I got bored of finger painting and went to her office, which was strictly off limits to me. You can probably guess what happened next. I took my finger brushes and turned her aesthetic office into a huge 4-dimensional twister board. She didn't yell at me at that time, but I did hear her scream at the nanny who was supposed to be looking after me. I told you never to lose sight of her. You're fired. A few years later in school, this girl was breaking into some teacher's office. She began to shuffle through everything in search of some papers. I noticed her shoelaces were untied, so I walked into the office to warn her. "Hi, your shoelaces." But when she heard my voice, she got so scared that she jumped out the window. She dropped some papers and I grabbed them. Turns out they were math exams. At that exact moment, the teacher came back from lunch. Oops. The next thing I knew, I was invited to the head teacher's VIP lounge and mom arrived, giving me the side eye. Mom
Mom, you're not gonna believe what happened.
You're right, I won't, so save it.
I only got like a 2-day suspension, but either way, my mom decided to take me out of that school and put me into a much stricter one to make me a responsible adult. Before my first day at my new school, she only said one thing to me.
This is your last chance.
I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I knew my mom hated having to deal with the problems I created. So I figured that all I had to do was stay out of trouble. Easy, right? Well, not really. Staying out of trouble meant not having any fun. And it's not like I had anyone to spend time with. Of course, I always wanted a sibling, but I never had one. What about friends, you might be wondering? Well, I guess I wasn't exactly popular at my new school, but it was not my fault. The school my mom sent me to was very prestigious and traditional for boring, wannabe perfect rich kids. So, my reputation was not the perfect hook for new friendships. I tried at least to make one friend, but each kid there was either completely afraid of me or so boring. My last hope was Laura, the resident brainiac of our class. She knew every answer and loved going to school. Although, weirdly, sometimes she'd have a couple of days off and never looked sick. Don't get me wrong, she's as dull as ditch water, but for some mysterious reason, I like her. Not that it was mutual. We were paired together in science class, but it was like an experiment gone wrong.
Please, I can't be with her. I can't get into trouble.
Come on, we're gonna have fun. I tapped her on the shoulder to encourage her, but that made her drop the test tube she was holding. Luckily, it wasn't that toxic. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was really toxic, and the school had to be evacuated. I was really trying to stay out of trouble, but trouble seemed to chase me. Outside the school, while we were waiting for the men in suits to take care of the hazard, a boy started to pick on Laura with his little drone. He kept flying it closer and closer to her. Laura covered her head and threw herself to the ground while everyone laughed.
Stop! Leave me alone!
He didn't, so I had to step up for my new friend. I picked up this big stone and threw it at the drone, but turns out my aim is not that good, as I bullseyed it into the head teacher's car window. When my mom found out that I had started a chemical disaster at school and vandalized a teacher's car on the same day, she was absolutely furious.
Let's go. When we get home, you are gonna start packing.
Packing? Where are we going?
We are not going anywhere. You are going to boarding school.
I thought she was joking, but she was dead serious. Mom, no, stop. Let me explain. There was this drone, and I tried to defend my friend Laura, and
stop lying for once. You're out of control, and I'm on the biggest case of my career. You need someone who can straighten you out.
Then, just like Voldemort when you said his name, someone interrupted our discussion.
Hi, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it over here. I'm Laura's mother, Kelsey's friend.
Great, she's gonna defend me.
I can take her in if you want. I'm a specialist in child behavior.
What? This must be a joke.
Spoiler warning? It wasn't. I'm sure I can turn your little Kelsey into a perfect student, like my Laura.
I looked at Laura, and she looked at me with some despair, as if she was trying to tell me something without speaking. She subtly shook her head. What is it? She wants me to go to the bathroom?
So, what do you say? It sounds ideal.
Before I could protest, my mom had already arranged to pay a generous sum of money to straighten me out. I was immediately shipped to Laura's house, only with a suitcase of my possessions. I didn't even get to say goodbye to my mother. How could Mom do this to me? If she'd taken the time to listen, then she'd know I did nothing wrong. This can't get any worse. Okay, you might think that staying with Laura's family sounded better than a boarding school, right? Well, trust me, it wasn't. It was much worse. Let me spill the tea on Laura's parents. The dad was never there, always working, just like Mom did. I didn't think I saw him even once. The worst part, he was the good parent there, because Laura's mom, she didn't love. If my mom had a cold heart, hers was a certified iceberg.
Lights out at 7 p.m. Breakfast 5:30 a.m. sharp. Then it's silent study until school.
Silent study?
Talking unless invited means losing privileges. After school, it's silent study again until dinner.
When can I use my phone?
Breakfast 4:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Wait, what?
But 3:30 a.m. for both of you.
Then I saw Laura with her finger over her lips, desperately trying to get me to shush.
Hand me your phone. All social networks are completely banned.
What? I can't miss my daily dose of MSA. I need to get out of here, and fast. I thought being Laura's roommate would help in devising an escape plan, but to my surprise, Laura was used to this. She can't starve us whenever she wants. Shush, she'll hear. She has supersonic hearing. Come on, don't be ridiculous.
Breakfast at 2:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Darn! In the next couple of days, things went from bad to worse. I tried to talk to Laura in science class. Can't you see how wrong this is? Kelsey, please, just don't make it any worse. I was actually considering trying to get used to that new lifestyle, but then Laura's mom took it too far. I had been studying for an age, and quick note, wow, it's amazing what you soak up when you actually study. But anyway, I needed soda, and Laura gave me a death stare when I snuck out of our room. When I got to the kitchen, all the cupboards and fridge were locked with Fort Knox level security. Then I was caught red-handed. No wonder your mother gave you away. Hey, don't bring my mom into this. She couldn't deal with you anymore, so she quit on you. I couldn't stand her anymore. Shut up, you meanie. Maybe I didn't say meanie. You are not going to disrespect me in my own house. To the study room for the night. The study room was an extremely small room where she sent us when we misbehaved. I had to spend the night there. I tried to sleep using a book as a pillow, but I couldn't stop thinking about Mom. I had to go see her. I knew she was angry, but I was also so sure that she loved me and that she'd take me back if she knew the truth. One day, I managed to cut school and get to our house, but apparently she had moved. When I snuck back to school, the principal was waiting for me. Hi, Kelsey. Laura saw you leave. That little goody two-shoed snitch. Your foster mom's waiting in my office. Oh boy, I made up my mind. You and your other students shouldn't have to deal with this. She'd be better off homeschooled. The thought of being locked up all the time in that house with her was truly scarier than any horror movie ever. No, I'll be good. I am good. I swear. Of course, my vote didn't count. From then on, I wasn't allowed to leave the house. It's the only way to keep you from trouble. How on earth is she qualified to foster kids? I tried to lay low while I came up with a brilliant plan to escape for good. Still thinking, what is this? What did I do now? Surprisingly, this time, she wasn't yelling at me. She was furious with Laura. You got a B+? It's the day I felt dizzy. I don't care about your excuses. You know where to go. Laura headed straight to the study room. I was still angry at her for ratting me up, but after she spent the whole day there, I started getting worried. I decided to sneak her some food. I'm going to get help to escape. I may need you to cause a distraction. Are you out of your mind? Just leave me. Laura, you don't deserve this. My mom will take us both. When she knows the truth, she'll be so happy to have me back. Laura remained silent and refused the food. After 2 days of being locked in the study room, Laura was released. I guess that explains her absences from school. Sometime later, I asked her how she was able to stand so much time locked up in there without losing her mind. I just draw things on the wall and time goes by. As you can see, things in that house were absolutely crazy. Finally, some days later, my ticket to freedom presented itself. Her mom was out somewhere, and all the windows and doors were on lockdown, but I managed to break one like a superhero. First, I went to school to tell them what was going on, but let me tell you, being a hero is a thankless job. The head teacher looked at me like I was pitching a school play on Mars. Let me call your foster mom. With my superhero escape plan foiled, I had no choice but to step out the window quickly. Next destination, the police station. Go, now, or I'll have you arrested for wasting police time. I seriously must have one of those faces. Nobody believes me. There was only one person who could save me and Laura, my mom. I ran to the court, stayed low, and waited hours until I saw her getting out of a fancy car. Wow, she has bodyguards now? I did my best to get her attention. Mom, hi, Mom! Mom! But it was useless. She didn't notice I was there. Some things never change. When she disappeared inside the building, I snuck into the place hoping no one would recognize me. Soon, I found Mom. She was in court with her gray wig on and in the middle of a trial. I decided to wait until the trial was over to avoid interrupting her work. I knew she hated that more than anything else in the world. See, I can be a good girl. However, it was all so boring. It was so obvious that the guy with the mobster tattoos who appeared on the tapes was the bad guy, and there was no plot twist. After a while, I just fell asleep. Waking up at 4:30 in the morning was too hard for me. A little later, someone grabbed me by the arm and woke me up. I thought it was my mom, but when I opened my eyes, to my shock, it was Laura's mom. Come on, your mom spotted you and told me to get rid of you. She did see me? Can't you understand that she doesn't want you anymore? Laura's mom tried to silently pull me out of the courtroom, but I let go and hopped up on one of the seats. Mom, you gotta help me. Laura's mom is a psycho. Everyone turned to look at me. She forces us to study all day, and when we're bad, she locks us in a tiny room. You have to believe me. Please, Mom, I love you. you? Mom looked at me in embarrassment, showing no hint of compassion.
I'm sorry, everybody. My daughter is a troublemaker, addicted to lies. I should have sent her to boarding school.
I could hear my heart breaking. I knew my mom was mad at me, but at that moment, I understood that she didn't love me, not even a little bit. Laura's mom grabbed my arm again to pull me out of there. This time, I didn't resist. I was completely defeated. But right at that moment,
Kelsey is telling the truth. Everything she said is true.
everybody, including myself, now turned to look at Laura, who was standing on some seats a few rows behind me. I hadn't noticed, but her mother had brought her with her.
Laura!
My mom is a monster. Please help us.
Laura, shut up, or you will spend a month in the study room. The whole courtroom gasped, just like in a real courtroom drama. One of my mother's security guards grabbed Laura and was ready to pull her out of the courtroom, but I broke free from Laura's mom's grip and jumped onto him to help her. Chaos followed as the rest of the bodyguards, along with our mothers, stepped in to catch us, while Laura and I scurried around the room.
Go, girl! Run! Be free!
A few seconds later, more people from the courthouse came in and finally caught us. We were taken to an office where Laura and I awaited our fate. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Your mom will be extra hard on us.
You can say that again.
For what it's worth, thanks for sticking up for me. You should have seen your mom's face. I always knew you had it in you.
I guess your rebellion inspired me.
Finally, we were friends. After a few hours, somebody finally came. Girls, we held hands and waited for the worst.
We investigated what you said, and apparently you were right. At your mom's house, Laura, we found the study room with your drawings inside, so she was detained and you will go to another family's house.
What about me?
You're going with your mother. She wants to apologize.
I'm really sorry, Kelsey. I should have believed you. I don't know how I can make it up to you. Well, to start, we can take Laura in. Done. Laura smiled and I hugged her. We moved in with my mother. Her remorse was short-lived and she soon returned to her old ways, ignoring our existence completely. But we didn't care. Me and Laura had each other. We became not only friends, but sisters. I told you guys I always wanted a sibling. As soon as we turned 18, we moved in together and started a new life far from our mothers. A happy life, because family isn't the only one you're born with. It's also the people you encounter along the way, the ones who support and love you no matter what. Hi, I'm Natalia from Spain. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve. My twin sister Chloe and I were raised by a single dad who was a Formula One racer. Our mom fell in love with her gym trainer and ran away with him a year after we were born. After that, Dad threw himself into racing and parties, so we were mostly raised by nannies. But Dad spoiled us rotten with the most expensive gifts. Chloe and I wore designer clothes, even as toddlers, and our toy room looked more like a toy store.
Dad, my friend got this doll from Japan. I wish I had that too.
Dad booked the next flight to Tokyo and bought 365 of those, one for each day of the year. And when Chloe saw them, she wanted the same dolls too. So Dad had to make another trip to Tokyo. Even though we lived a life of luxury, I sometimes really missed having a mom, especially when I'd see other kids at school with their moms. Once in the 2nd grade, I participated in a speech competition at school. I'd always been very confident on stage, but when I saw my topic, I froze. Natalia, come on, I know you can do it.
Moms are great. All my friends have moms who do their hair and take them to the park. I wish I had a mom too who would paint my nails and have tea parties with Chloe and me, but...
Just then, my voice choked up and tears started running down my cheeks. My teacher jumped on the stage and said my performance was the best. The audience agreed by cheering me on, and Chloe was the loudest. Chloe and I were always close, but sometimes I felt she loved me too much. She wanted us to do everything together. She also wanted to dress like me, order whatever I was eating at any restaurant, and she followed me like a puppy in school. Chloe, why don't you go play with your friends?
But you're my friend, and you're my twin sister, so I want to be with you.
Yeah, but we don't always have to like the same things and stick together like glue.
Fine, I won't stick to you then.
It was our 10th birthday soon, and Dad threw us a grand joint birthday party. But for the first time, Chloe wasn't wearing the exact same dress as me, and she'd even insisted on having her separate birthday cake. And even a couple of hours into the party, not a single friend of hers had shown up.
Sweetie, are you sure you told them the right day?
Yes, I did. It's just hard to make friends 2 days before the party, you know?
Chloe, forget those kids. Let's just cut our cake together like we always do. No, thank you. You want us to do our own thing, right? You got it, sis. I don't even want to look like you. And suddenly, Chloe grabbed a pair of scissors and chopped her waist-long hair. The party was kind of ruined after that, and everyone left early. Later at night, I went to Chloe's room and found her crying. Chloe, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. It's not that. My hair, my beautiful hair. I look so stupid. It'll grow back before you know it. Come on, there's still 2 hours before our birthday ends, and I want to spend it with my favorite person. We're eating cake and dancing a lot. Life was good, but then it all came crashing down in 10th grade when Dad met with an accident on the racing track and he slipped into a coma. Chloe and I were still in shock when we got to know that our mom's sister was coming to stay with us. Aunt Mona sent us birthday cards every year, but we'd never talked to her or met her before. And 2 days later, she arrived and pulled us both into a hug.
My poor darlings, I'm so sorry for what you're going through.
Really? Why? You're practically a stranger.
Honey, I know you're upset right now, but we're family, and we'll get through this together.
Suddenly, all the tears I'd been holding inside started pouring out.
Shh, sweetheart, it's going to be okay.
Aunt Mona kept holding me tight, and it felt so wonderful. Stop being a crybaby, Natalia. We'll get through this ourselves. Dad's gonna be fine soon.
Yes, I'm sure he will be.
I wasn't talking to you, and we don't need anyone babysitting us. Chloe, stop being so rude. But Chloe just gave me a dirty look and left the room. I'm sorry on her behalf, Aunt Mona.
It's okay. I know you're both going through a rough time. And please, call me Mona.
I instantly fell in love with her. She was the mom figure I'd been craving for all these years. She'd braid my long hair every morning and tell me stories about her and Mom's childhood. But Chloe didn't warm up to Mona at all. She never missed an opportunity to talk back to her and deliberately messed up everything Mona asked her to do.
Chloe, can you please pass me the jug?
Oh, I'm sorry. It just slipped from my hand. As Mona walked out to clean herself up, I turned angrily to Chloe. You totally did that on purpose. Why are you being such a brat? Because I can't stand that woman. I'm sure she's after Dad's money. Why else do you think she's here? What? You have no proof. Just then, Mona walked back in and we stopped talking. A few weeks later, it was our birthday, and Mona said she'd planned a surprise for us. She asked us to get ready, but when it was time to go, Chloe refused to come along. Don't be like this, Chloe. Mona has planned something for both of us. I'm sure it's gonna be something tacky and stupid. So thanks, but no thanks. Well, I'm gonna go with her, with or without you. It seems like you've made your choice. Thanks for ruining another birthday. Gosh, this girl was impossible. I told Mona that Chloe had a headache and we left without her. We got an amazing spa treatment, went shopping, and had a great time at an amusement park taking crazy rides and eating food truck snacks. I kept taking pictures throughout the day and sending them to Chloe to show her what she'd missed.
So, I hope you had a good time, Natalia.
It was wonderful. I truly enjoyed myself for the first time since Dad's accident. Thank you. Don't be so quick to thank her, Natalia. The money she's blown today on everything is Dad's. All she did was book those expensive spa appointments for herself and you. Smart move, Mona. That night, Mona didn't join us for dinner, so I went to her room where I found her crying.
I know you probably won't trust me, Natalia, but the money I spent today isn't your dad's. I used my money to pay for everything.
I trust you, Mona.
But Chloe, I don't know why she's so bitter. I just don't know how to deal with her bratty behavior anymore.
She just needs a little more time to cope with everything that's happened. She'll come around. When I went back to our room, I saw that Chloe had pasted a sketch of Mona on the wall, and she was throwing darts at it. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Mona called me bitter and bratty, and you just listened? Yeah, I heard everything. Well, what did you expect after the way you've been behaving? You're wrong about her, and you should apologize. Over my dead body. And I ordered a cake for both of us to cut at dinner. But since you obviously preferred Mona's company over mine, I cut it alone. Since that day, Chloe and I started growing distant, and it really bothered me. But I couldn't let her bully Mona for no reason, and I really loved having her around. Then one day, I was studying in my room when I heard loud voices from Chloe's room. How dare you block all my credit cards? You can't stop me from spending my dad's money.
Oh, yes, I can. I'll make sure you never see a penny of your dad's money again. I can make things very difficult for you, Chloe. You better get your act together.
Are you threatening me?
Yes, I am.
I saw Mona storming out of Chloe's room and I slipped in. What was that about? That witch! I just took my friends out shopping the other day, and now she's blocked my credit cards, saying I have no right to waste Dad's money. Who is she to stop me when Dad never did? She has control over all his money, Natalia, and I wouldn't be surprised if she runs away with all of it. She wouldn't. I can't believe you won't trust your own sister. I know I'm right about her. I felt Chloe was overreacting, but Mona really had no right to block her cards, and she had been threatening Chloe. It was a side of her I hadn't seen before. I was planning to talk to Mona the next morning when I got a call from Dad's manager. He told me that Dad had planned to auction off some of his stuff on his birthday, which was next week.
He wanted to raise money for a good cause, but now that he's unwell, I wanted to ask you if you wanted to go ahead with the auction.
Of course, we'll definitely do it if that's what Dad wanted, but what exactly should we auction? He told me Dad had wanted to auction some of his collectible designer watches, and I thought it was a great idea. I told Chloe about it, and she wanted to honor Dad's wishes too. But when we went to his room to get the watches from his safe, we were shocked. The safe was broken, and Dad's entire watch collection was missing. So were all his gold and diamond cufflinks. How is this even possible? No one has access to Dad's room except you and me. And Mona. I felt ashamed of myself for thinking she could be a thief, and I wanted to get rid of any doubts. So that day when Mona was out, we searched her entire room. We didn't find anything in the drawers or cupboards, but suddenly, I looked under the bed and found her suitcase, and it was full of documents and all of Dad's stolen stuff.
What are you two doing in my room?
I guess it's our turn to ask questions. What's all this stuff doing in your suitcase?
What's this? Whose watches are these? I've never seen them before.
Mona, just stop. The proof is right before our eyes. I can't believe you'd turn out to be such a lying witch. Chloe was right all along, but I refused to believe my own sister because I was such a fool.
Natalia, I'm not lying. I don't know how.
Save your arguments for the police. Soon enough, the authorities came and arrested Mona. It broke my heart to see her being taken away like this. I'm sorry, Natalia. I know you guys were close. I'm sorry for not believing you. Chloe and I grew closer again, and life went on. I missed Mona, but I was too mad at her for betraying my trust. 5 months passed, and one day, I woke up to the most amazing news ever. Dad was finally out of his coma. Chloe and I ran to the hospital, and seeing him awake and smiling was everything. Dad, we missed you so much.
Oh, my angels. I'm sorry you had to go through such a tough time alone.
We weren't exactly alone, Dad. Aunt Mona came to our rescue.
She did? Really? Wow. She's always loved you both, but after I cut her off, I didn't expect her to come take care of you.
She's always loved us? You cut her off? What do you mean? That's when Dad revealed that when we were born, Mona doted on us and was always around even when our mom had no time for us.
Chloe, you were such a cranky baby. And sometimes Mona would stay up all night rocking you in her arms. But when your mom left, I cut all ties with Mona too. I told her not to be in touch with you girls, and she respected that. But she always sent you your birthday cards.
But Dad, Mona stole all your watches and cufflinks.
What? Are you sure? I mean, that makes no sense. She runs a successful company in the US and is really rich herself. She's definitely richer than me.
That left me stunned. Suddenly, I noticed Chloe's face went white. I told Dad to rest and signaled her to come outside. Chloe, spit it out. Okay, I framed Mona. I paid Dad's manager so that he would call you about the auction, and I also paid a servant to hide all that stuff in Mona's suitcase. What? How could you do that, Chloe? How could you send an innocent woman to jail? Because I hated Mona. The day she walked in and hugged you, I felt myself go crazy with jealousy. With Dad in the hospital, all I had was you. But then she came along and you started loving her more than me. Tell me the truth about the credit cards too. Why did she block them? Because I spent a lot of money. I blew $50,000 and she got an alert on her phone and tracked me down to a club. And she found me smoking with some friends. I can't believe this. No wonder she was so mad at you. You're a horrible person, Chloe. Mona left her life for us, and you got her arrested for a crime she didn't even commit. I told Dad everything, and we rushed to the police station to withdraw our complaint. Mona looked angry to see us, but when I told her the truth and apologized, she started crying and hugged me.
Mona, I am so sorry about all of this. If you want to take action against Chloe, I understand.
No, I don't. This family has been through enough, and I won't put Chloe through more. I forgive her. Chloe was really ashamed and apologized a lot, but we still had trouble trusting her so soon. And Dad insisted she get into therapy. You need this, Chloe. Your insecurities drove you to do some really crazy things. But just trust that you're not alone and you have a family that loves you. And you're my twin. No one could ever replace you. Mona stayed with us for a few more weeks till Dad recovered completely. And then he announced that he was taking all 4 of us to a vacation in Switzerland. One day, Chloe and I were out shopping, and when we returned, we found Mona and Dad kissing. We saw nothing. You guys carry on.
No, wait, come in. I proposed to Mona, and she said yes.
Are you girls gonna be okay with that, Chloe? Chloe looked stunned, but then she hugged Mona. I joined them too, and in that moment, I knew that going forward, our lives would be perfect. Hello friends, I'm Aria from Chicago. Before I tell you my incredible story, please like and subscribe. I know everyone thinks their dads are strong, but I knew for a fact that mine was the strongest. He was an Army major and I was super proud of him, but because of his job, he was gone for months. Mom left us when I was a baby, so Grandma took care of me in Dad's absence. But when I was in 7th grade, he gave me the best news ever. He was getting remarried and I was getting a new mom and a sister. Dad got me the most gorgeous pink dress for his wedding, and everyone couldn't stop gushing about how pretty I looked. Until my stepsister Jenny crashed into me and spilled her orange juice all over my hair and clothes. I'm so sorry. There was a bee chasing me. It's okay. The wedding's over anyway. My stepmom doted on me, and Jenny, well, she was also pretty awesome. But sometimes she went overboard with her kindness. Aria, I made these napkins for you with my own hands. That would have been cute if Jenny hadn't made that out of the dress I wore on our parents' wedding day. Once, Jenny and I were playing in a nearby park, and after a few hours, we felt hungry. So Jenny went home to fetch something to eat. Suddenly, I heard her screaming, so I ran to her and found one of our neighbors holding her by her collar. What are you doing, Mrs. Sparkley? I caught this little thief trying to break into your home. She was crawling through the kitchen window. That's because I forgot the key and no one's home. Yeah, she's not a thief. She's my sister. Your sister? I'm sorry, honey. You're so pretty. You both don't look related at all. It was true that Jenny and I looked different, but the way Mrs. Sparkley said that made me feel bad. And Jenny looked ready to explode. And you look like you're related to a family of pigs. Here, eat some dirt. Jenny grabbed a fistful of mud, threw it on Mrs. Sparkley's face, and ran away. Dad had to face the anger of a furious Mrs. Sparkley for an hour that evening. Soon, Jenny joined my school, and I was glad to introduce her to my friends. But I noticed that she tried to copy me in everything. We ended up buying the same clothes. She joined the school's drama club like me, and she even brought pasta to school every day like me, even though she hated it. Then one day, I got to know she wanted to play the role I was auditioning for in the school play, so I simply stepped back to give her the chance. And she did manage to land the role. When we got home, she happily broke the news to Mom and Dad. But just then, Dad got a call, and when he hung up, he cried with joy.
It was your drama teacher. Some casting director watched your recent play, and he wants to cast you in an upcoming teen movie.
I was ecstatic. Dad said he'd take us all to dinner at a fancy restaurant to celebrate. But that night, Jenny got a bad headache, and Mom had to stay back to take care of her. After that day, I started getting popular in school. Everyone suddenly wanted to hang out with me, but I felt Jenny slowly growing distant. She no longer wanted to play with me at home, and at school, she'd often say awful things to embarrass me. Did you guys know that Aria ate her bookers when she was little? Ew! And she loves smelling her socks after a sweaty gym session. Whenever I told Mom about it, Jenny started crying like a baby and said she was just having some harmless fun. 6 months passed, and one day, Dad got a call that he and his team had to leave for Afghanistan immediately. A couple of days after Dad left, we got the most terrible news. Dad and a few of his teammates had gone missing. I was devastated, but Mom and Jenny acted like everything was normal. It was Jenny's birthday in a week, and both of them were busy planning for the party. Arya, should I get a Barbie cake or a unicorn cake? How can you even think about celebrating when there's still no news about Dad? It's my 13th birthday. I can't let anyone ruin it. Besides, who knows if he'll ever be found? That made me so angry. I gave Jenny a tight slap. She pounced on me and we fought like wildcats until Mom pulled us apart. When she heard what happened, she grounded me for a week. But when the party was in full swing, I may have sneaked into the kitchen and sprinkled some extra pepper in the food and poured a bottle of vinegar into the lemonade. Mom, I feel like I ate the sun. Get me some lemonade, quick. What did you mix in it? It tastes like pee. Ugh. The party was ruined. And obviously, it didn't take long for Mom and Jenny to figure out who was responsible for it. Your daddy spoiled you way too much, Arya. But now it's time to knock some sense into that pretty little head of yours. Mom placed a mop bucket in front of me and asked me to clean the kitchen. Just then, I saw Jenny walk out of my room with all my favorite dresses. Since you didn't get me a birthday cake, I'm taking these. Oh, and I also like the headband you're wearing. Jenny snatched it from my head and put it on hers, and Mom didn't say a word. 2 years passed and there was still no news of Dad or his teammates. But I never lost hope. Several acting offers poured in after my movie stint, but I refused them all since I was more interested in studying and topping my grades. Besides, I knew if I got more popular, Jenny would resent it and find ways to make my life miserable. When I reached the 10th grade, a new girl named Cheryl joined our class mid-session. Our teacher made her sit with me so that I could help her catch up on the work she'd missed. But soon, I noticed something really weird about her. She didn't smile or laugh at all. Do you know what happens when an elephant feels dizzy? It elephants! What's a cow's favorite holiday? New Year's Eve! Soon, the whole class was gossiping about how weird Cheryl was. Someone even started a rumor that she was a robot. Then one day, I entered the classroom and saw Jenny's minions had pinned Cheryl to a wall and Jenny was tickling her. Why can't you laugh? Are you really a robot? Stop it. Leave her alone. I will, when she smiles. I'm sure Cheryl doesn't want to waste her smile on a moron like you. Just then, our teacher entered and everyone went back to their seats. After that incident, Cheryl and I grew super close. She told me that she had a rare condition called Mobius syndrome that made it impossible for her to have any facial expressions. The kids at my previous school kept bullying me, so I begged Mom to shift me to a new one. But I guess I'll always be a weirdo. Cheryl, you're perfect just the way you are. I'm gonna make sure no one makes you feel otherwise. I asked our teacher if Cheryl and I could organize workshops to educate kids about Mobius syndrome, and she gladly agreed. Our workshops were a great success. Every kid who attended told Cheryl how brave she was for talking about her condition, including our school's most popular jock, Chris. You're awesome, Cheryl. Just the way you are. OMG, did Chris just call me awesome? Pinch me, Arya, so I know it's not a dream. Even our principal praised us and told me it was heartwarming to see the efforts I'd put in to help Cheryl. A few days later, we had a debate competition in which both Cheryl and I participated. When the results were announced, I stood first and Cheryl stood second. We both hugged each other, but just then, Cheryl's mom marched up on stage and started yelling at her. You always stood first in your previous school. What happened to you? Why have you suddenly turned stupid? But she came in second, and that's pretty awesome too. You should be happy for her. Of course you'd say that since you bagged the top spot. Cheryl, this girl's your competition. You need to stay careful. Whatever did that mean? After that day, Cheryl and I participated in a few more competitions, all of which I won while she stood second or third. She didn't seem to mind, but I knew her mom was giving her a tough time for it. She thinks I was better off in my previous school. But doesn't she care about all the bullying you faced? She says because of my condition, it's something I have to learn to live with. And here I thought my stepmom was a witch. Months passed, and soon it was time for prom night. Cheryl had a massive crush on Chris since our workshop days, and she felt he liked her too. I think he's gonna ask me out for prom. I'm so excited. I've already decided what I'm gonna wear. Just then, I saw Chris heading towards us. But instead of asking Cheryl, he asked me out. I felt awful, and obviously, I politely turned him down. Why did you do that? The way he was looking at you, I think he really likes you. You're so lucky, Arya. Everyone likes you. Oh, I have my share of haters too. Besides, how can I go out with a boy my best friend has a crush on? Remember? Sisters before misters? Later that day, our science teacher had asked us to prepare a project and told us the best one would get a scholarship opportunity at a prestigious university in New York. I need to win this one. I'm pretty sure my stepmom wouldn't spend a single penny on my college education. And if I win this competition, Mom would finally stop breathing down my neck. No matter which of us wins, a pizza party with lots of ice cream is guaranteed. For the next few days, Cheryl and I got busy with our projects. When we brought them to school on the submission day, I was surprised to see how amazing her project was. This looks so incredible. I'm sure you're winning this time. You really think so? I spent the last 3 nights working on it. Just then, it was announced that we had to keep our projects in the auditorium for the teachers to review. After placing my project next to Cheryl's, I was about to leave when a hand roughly turned me around. How dare you agree to go out with Chris? I asked him out for prom night, but he told me he was taking you. What the fudge? First Cheryl and now Jenny? Did the entire school have a crush on that guy? I have no idea why he said that. He did ask me out, but I refused. You lying witch. Suddenly, Jenny pushed me hard and I landed straight on Cheryl's project. Oh God, Jenny, what did you do? I frantically tried saving Cheryl's project, but just then I saw her walk in. What's taking you so long, Aria? Ah, my project! I'm sorry, Cheryl. It was an accident. Stop lying, Aria. I just saw you ruin this project. I tried to stop her, Cheryl, but she said she had to win this competition at all costs. I was shocked at how evil Jenny could be. I was about to slap her, but Cheryl caught my hand midair, and my heart broke to see the distrust in her eyes. I can't believe you'd stoop so low to win a competition. I should have believed my mom. All you ever cared about was winning. Our friendship never meant anything to you. That's not true. I tried to stop Cheryl, but she ran away with tears in her eyes as Jenny smirked at me. I was summoned to the principal's office, but given my spotless track record, I was let off after a stern lecture. After that day, Cheryl refused to talk to me and started hanging out with Jenny instead. Watching those two together made my blood boil, and I couldn't concentrate on my studies. For the first time, I got a C in science, my favorite subject. My home life was already a mess, and whatever little happiness I found in school was being destroyed by Jenny. On prom night, I was in my bed watching my favorite MSA videos when Jenny barged into my room, dressed like a wannabe model. How does it feel to be a loser, Aria? Sitting all alone on prom night in your tacky clothes. Why do you hate me so much? What have I ever done to you? Remember Mom's wedding day? I was the flower girl, yet everyone kept talking about how pretty you looked. And then I bagged that play, but you got chosen for a movie. You've always tried to one-up me. Aria's so pretty. Aria's a genius. Aria, Aria, Aria. I didn't do it intentionally. And is it really my fault that I'm good at what I do? No, but do you have any idea how that makes me feel? So technically, I should have stopped my growth just because you weren't growing at the same pace? You know what, Jenny? I am not responsible for your insecurities, and I am so done with you. The moment she left, I called Chris and told him I was ready to go to prom with him if he was still interested. He gladly agreed, and when I arrived at the party on Chris's arm, I could see Jenny's jaw drop to the floor. And then she looked angrier than a raging bull and came charging at me. But before she could reach me, someone stepped in between us. Don't you dare mess with my best friend. Cheryl? You said you wouldn't be attending the prom. Well, guess what? I changed my mind, and I am so glad that I did. How else would I have gotten the chance to hear you bragging to your friends about how you lied to ruin things between me and Aria? Jenny looked stunned for a moment. Then she tried to attack Cheryl, but before she could, a crowd of angry girls picked her up and threw her out. Cheryl apologized to me a lot, and I decided to give her another chance. Later that night, when Chris dropped me home, I opened the main door, but right then, a bag came flying at me. Thankfully, I dodged it just in time. How dare you think I'll let you into this house after what you did to Jenny? Stealing the boy she likes? Humiliating her at prom? Take your bag and get lost. Go scrub someone else's toilets now. No one talks to my daughter like that. It was Dad! I was thrilled to see him and ran straight into his arms. He'd listened to every word of what Mom said, and he was furious. Dad asked me if this is how I'd been treated in his absence, and he immediately sent Mom and Jenny packing. Dad then told me he'd been captured by the enemy and held hostage for 2 years. But then the government struck a deal with them and they released him. I missed you so much, Dad.
I missed you more, sweetheart.
As Dad pulled me in for a hug, I knew my life would be perfect again. Hi, my name is Demelza. Please like and subscribe. My first memory of Mom is of her voice. She'd sing lullabies to me every night, and it was the most beautiful sound in the world. The minute she stopped, I'd start screaming for more. By the time I was 1, I could hum every lullaby perfectly. Dad would play the grand piano, and I'd jump onto his lap and press the keys, delighted by the sounds I made. On Dad's 30th birthday, there was a grand celebration at our mansion. In the middle of it, I climbed onto the table and started singing the birthday song. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Daddy. Happy birthday to you. When I was finished, I looked around in surprise to see grown men crying.
Oh my God, she has the voice of an angel. I always had a feeling Demelza was gifted. I'm so proud of you, darling.
My parents hired the best musicians and vocal coaches for me, and there was no stopping me after that. At every party, I'd put on a show for our guests, and I'd make them pay me too. My life was perfect until one day when everything changed. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad had just returned from a business trip, and I stopped short when I saw a scrawny little girl get out of the car too. She was trying to hide behind Dad, but he gently pushed her forward.
Demelza, this is Isabel. She's your sister, and she's going to live with us now. Will you take care of her?
I looked into her scared, dark eyes and immediately took her hand. Always. But the day Isabel walked in, a dark shadow was cast over our happy home. That evening, we overheard a huge fight between my parents.
You've broken my heart, and now you've brought a reminder of that to live with us? She can't stay here. I won't raise a child that isn't mine. She has nowhere to go. Her mother's gone. I know you hate me right now, but please, don't take it out on her. She's just a kid.
I didn't want Isabel to hear this, so I said, "Come on, I'll play something for you. What's your favorite song?" I didn't fully understand what was happening, but one thing was clear. Mom hated Isabel. She pretended like Isabel didn't even exist. But Dad and I adored her, and we more than made up for Mom's ice-cold attitude. But in the 8th grade, we got some news one day that turned our worlds around. Dad had been in a terrible car accident, and he was gone. We were all devastated. But Mom just shut herself up in her room for weeks. One night, I was reading a story to Isabel when Mom suddenly barged in.
What are you doing in my daughter's room? You're just a poor maid.
Mom, are you okay? She's not a maid. This is Isabel, remember?
How could I forget her? Everything bad that's happened to us is her fault.
I stared in horror at Mom as Isabel started to cry.
Pack your things first thing in the morning, Isabel. You're going to be sleeping with the maids now.
What? No, she's not going anywhere.
Either she goes to the maids or the orphanage. This is her last night here.
As Mom was leaving, she suddenly pounced at Isabel, grabbed her stuffed bunny, and threw it in the fire.
No, my mom made that.
Isabel cried for hours, and I hugged her to sleep. What had happened to my mom? The very next day, Isabel was shifted to the maids' quarters and made their helper after school. I was scared she'd be sent away, so I didn't fight with Mom, but I'd sneak food to her and help her with her homework at night. And at school, we could always hang out together. But one day, I was really surprised to see Mom marching into the principal's office. "Mom, what are you doing here?"
"Oh, I'm here to withdraw Isabel from school, of course."
"You can't do that. She has to go to school."
"Why? She's never going to be anything but a maid like her stupid mother. You don't need an education to sweep floors."
As she turned around, I grabbed Mom's wrist. "If you make her drop out of school, I will too. And I'll tell everyone why. Are you sure you want everyone to know how you really treat Isabel, Mom? Dad would be so disappointed in you. Mom looked shocked, then angrily pulled her arm away and left. I'd won this little battle, but God knows what she'd do next. Things weren't great at home, but at least I had Eric. He was my boyfriend for 2 years and was just crazy about my voice. One evening when I was on a date with him, I suddenly started getting calls from Isabel.
Come home right now.
I ran home to a scene of complete chaos. Mom was tearing apart Isabel's room. What's going on? Your dad's watch is missing, and I'm going to search all the maids' rooms. And when I find it, I'm kicking out the thief for good. Just then, a servant came from another room, saying it was under Mom's personal maid's bed. Mom looked completely shocked to find out it was her, but she threw her bags out instantly. Some days later, it was Isabel's 13th birthday, and I snuck into her room with a cake. When she blew the candles out, I asked her what she'd wished for. I wished your mom was dead. Isabel, you don't mean that. She's my mom. Isabel stayed silent, and I got up to leave. I'd never seen that look of hatred on my little sister's face before. In the middle of all this drama, I had a huge audition coming up. A prestigious music academy was looking for talent from different schools, and being selected would be a dream. But 5 days before the audition, I woke up with my throat hurting. I called out to the maid, but to my horror, my voice was gone. Mom rushed me to the doctor, who diagnosed me with laryngitis. What he said next left me shocked.
Your voice will return to normal soon, but this is the end of your singing. If you strain your vocal cords too much, you could lose your voice permanently.
I just couldn't believe it. On the day of the auditions, I slipped into the auditorium with Eric, feeling devastated. I wanted to be up on that stage more than anything. And then, one of the judges said,
"The last performer is Miss Isabel."
Wait, what? Isabel stepped onto the stage and started singing.
You made me insecure.
I was stunned. Her voice was beautiful. The judges gave her a standing ovation and said they'd be in touch with her soon. As everyone started to leave, I caught up with her. Isabel, that was amazing. But why didn't you tell me you could ever sing like that? She brushed my arm off angrily, her eyes blazing. You never asked. You just assumed that you're the only one with any talent. But I guess that's something we both got from our father. It makes you unhappy, doesn't it? Why would you say that? I've always had your back, Isabel. Yet, I've been living as a maid in my dad's house for years. And you did nothing. You think sneaking me food makes up for how I'm treated? No, it doesn't. All it does is make you feel good about yourself. Isabel, I tried. You should have tried harder. I hate you, Demelza. As she stormed off, I felt heartbroken. As Eric walked me back home that evening, suddenly a cyclist came charging straight at him. I pushed Eric out of the way just in time, but he landed on the pavement, hitting his head. I quickly called an ambulance, and after hours of waiting at the hospital, we were shocked to get the news. Eric was in a coma. The doctors were hopeful he'd wake up soon, but weeks turned into months, and before I knew it, a year had passed. I was almost done with high school, and Isabel was in her music academy on full scholarship, but we never spoke anymore. One day when I went to see Eric, I was shocked to see him sitting up in bed. "Oh my God, you're awake!" He gently pushed me away.
"I'm sorry. Who are you?"
"Eric, it's me, Demelza, your girlfriend."
"Can you sing?"
"Yes. Well, I used to, but then I got sick and had to stop, remember?"
"No. I just know that my girlfriend sings beautifully. I couldn't move or see all these months, but she'd talk and sing to me often, and I could hear her. I know her voice, and it's not you."
Suddenly, my blood ran cold when I heard someone behind me. "Babe, that was me. You could hear me?" "Isabel?"
Yes, it's you."
She ran forward and hugged him, and then they kissed. Suddenly, I just lost it. I pulled Isabel by her hair. "Are you completely crazy? You've been visiting my boyfriend and singing to him? Tell him you're lying."
"I am not. He's mine.
Let me go, witch. And suddenly, she pushed me viciously and I went flying into a trolley. I attacked her and we went crashing straight into the machines. And the next thing we knew, we were both thrown out of the hospital. I turned furiously to Isabel. We're done. For good. You've become a hateful monster. I don't even know who you are anymore. But you're definitely not my sister. Finally. And with that, she left. I went on a very long walk to clear my head. And by the time I got home, Isabel was gone. The next morning, Mom discovered a lot of things were gone too, including Dad's watch. I'm going to report her to the police. I'm going to... Mom, just stop it. She's gone. That's what you wanted since you first saw her, right? And so what if she took Dad's stuff? It's hers too. Let it freaking go. A year later, I went off to university to study music. If I couldn't sing anymore, I could still play. In my final year, I was leaving the campus one day when I stepped on a newspaper. It had Eric and Isabel's face on the front page with the headline, "Billionaire to tie knot in 2 weeks." Well, good for them. But just a few days later, I walked into a coffee shop and to my shock, I saw Eric there. And he was kissing a blonde girl that definitely wasn't Isabel. I just walked away. It wasn't my problem, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And when her wedding day arrived, I just couldn't not do anything. Even if she hated me, she was my frickin' little sister. And that's how I found myself bursting into the church and running like crazy down the aisle. Hold it! This wedding can't happen! As Isabel turned to look at me in horror, I ran straight at her and hugged her. I held onto her tight as she squirmed and shrieked. OMG, you psycho, get off me. I love you, Isabel. I'm not going anywhere till you listen to me. As Eric looked super mad and everyone stared at us, she dragged me off to a small room. What do you think you're doing, Demelza? Isabel, you can't marry Eric. He's a cheater. I saw him kissing a girl the other day. I swear, I'm not lying. You think I don't know about that? Well, I do, and it doesn't matter. I stole your man, and he'll take care of me. At least I got rid of you and your psycho mom, so just buzz off. Isabel, listen to me. You're just angry right now. I'm so sorry about everything. Mom was unbelievably cruel to you, and I should have fought harder. You deserved so much better, and you still do. Don't marry this jerk, please. Why do you care? Because you're my little sister, and I miss you so much. I had 2 things that I loved the most, my voice and you. I lost my voice for good, and I don't want to lose you too. Please, forgive me and come with me. Oh, Demelza, I'm so sorry for all the horrible things I did to you. I thought I wanted to marry Eric to tease you, but I now realize that everything I've been doing in my life was to not end up alone. I just wanted to belong to someone. You belong to me. You're my family. I made a promise to Dad to take care of you, and I will. Always. And with that, we hugged each other and walked back to our home. Family always comes first. I was almost done with my shift at the cafe when a customer started screaming at Mom for getting the order wrong. You won't die if you have to have hot chocolate instead of coffee one day. I'm allergic to chocolate, you stupid woman! What kind of idiot is allergic to chocolate? Maybe you should die and then come back to life so you can taste chocolate. Naturally, the manager fired Mom on the spot. Hi, I'm Jane, and I know what you're thinking. Wow, she's really pretty. Trust me, I get that all the time. But it's not always the best thing you can hear. This face almost destroyed my life. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was rich, and he gave me and my mom the best life ever. When I was 10, I got into soccer, and by 14, I was winning every competition in town. It was my dream to play soccer professionally, and I was well on my way. But then I turned 18 and everything changed. Dad made some bad investments, lost all his money, and booked a one-way flight to India.
I think it's time I look for spiritual awakening, a right direction, some eat, pray, love. Oh, I'll show you the right direction, estupido.
We never heard from Dad again. Mom sold the house and we moved to a smaller place. Soon, she had to pick up a job, but she was awful at everything. She tried teaching some kids Spanish, but told them they were morons in the second day. Tried babysitting and slept on the job. Tried waitressing, which clearly didn't work out either. Then Mom joined as a sales girl at a makeup store. But on her first day, she slipped on a lipstick and broke her hip. Mom was put on bed rest for months. So I pulled out of soccer classes in school and picked up double shifts at the cafe. I was working late one night when this boy walked in. "Sorry, sir, we're closed." No reply. "Are you lost?" Nothing. "Okay, listen, you creep. If you're here to kidnap me, let me tell you that I'm really broke. I am 1 step away from being homeless and 2 steps away from being a street rat."
Has anyone told you that you're pretty? Because you're really pretty. I'm Tyler. What's your name? It's Angel, right? No, wait. Goddess? Miracle? Will you go out on a date with me?
What? No. Tyler kept asking me out, but I threw coffee in his face and kicked him out. But then he started stopping by the cafe every day. He'd stay there for hours trying to get my attention. He'd keep ordering the most expensive coffee and then leave a fat tip. He was really getting on my nerves. What's your deal? Are you trying to win me over with money?
Jane, I genuinely like you. Please, just take a chance on me and go out on one date. If you still don't like me, I won't trouble you again.
Before I could respond, Mom popped out of nowhere.
Oh, mija, he's so cute. Say yes.
Mom, why are you here?
You're my daughter. You came out of my womb. I feel a pull towards you like a piece of metal to a magnet. Can't I come and see you when my heart says so?
What are you really doing here?
Okay, you weren't picking up your phone. I just wanted you to get me my favorite sandwich. Now say yes to this boy, or I will. I'm kidding. Do you have a single dad? Older brother? Even a butler would do.
Okay, that's enough. And Tyler, fine. Let's meet for dinner tomorrow. 1 date. Tyler and I ended up having a great time. He was cute, fun, and really rich. He loved pampering me with all things good. And honestly, it felt nice to be taken care of. Before I knew it, we started dating. And then he surprised me with the best news ever.
I spoke to my dad, and he's agreed to put in a good word for you with my school principal. If things go right, we might go to the same school.
But I can't afford the fees.
Just impress the soccer coach, and they'll let you in on a sports scholarship.
I hugged Tyler, and we shared our first kiss that night. A week later, I was called in for the soccer trial, and I nailed it. 1 week before joining the school, Tyler invited me and Mom to his place for Thanksgiving dinner, which was a mansion, and his parents looked like royalty. I was just introducing myself to his dad when a girl on a broomstick came sliding down the stairs and knocked right into me. I fell back on a tall shelf, and a bunch of stuff fell down. Tyler's mom looked horrified.
Oh my god, my ultimate collection of unicorn figurines! What have you done?
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I started picking up the pieces when the same weird girl pushed me away. You don't have to do that. High time these ugly things broke.
What's wrong with you, Kiki? You could have seriously hurt Jane.
She's not made of glass, and I was trying to see if the broom thing works for everyone, or if it's just for Harry Potter. Wait, I have an idea. Maybe your mom can give it a shot, Tyler, since she's an actual witch.
Kiki, that's enough.
Kiki just grinned, and we all sat down for dinner. Tyler's parents were extremely sweet, and they really seemed to love him.
Tyler's a star, and I'm so lucky to have him. He's really smart and helps me handle the business so well. Look at that handsome face. So handsome.
He's a dork.
What did you just say?
I need a fork to eat noodles.
But we got this turkey made especially for you, Kiki. I know how you like it.
Shush! Okay, I'll eat it. Your fake sweet voice gives me nightmares. migraines. You know what? Let's play a game. Let's all tell one thing we're grateful for. I'll start. I'm grateful for nothing, thanks to you, stepmama. You broke my family, turned my dad's brain into mush, and your son looks like a toad and he gets all the attention. Oh wait, I have the perfect Thanksgiving song for y'all. With that, Kiki jumped on the table and started singing in the worst voice ever. Hey yo, it's a day to be happy, but I'm always so snappy because my stepmom's a witch and her son's kinda crappy and my dad is dumber than a baby in a nappy. Kiki's dad got up furiously and pulled Kiki out of the room, and that was our cue to leave. That was one horribly awkward dinner. The next day at school, Tyler apologized for Kiki's behavior.
Her mom ran away with the milkman when Kiki was only 5. She came back, but then she ran away with the postman a few years later. Kiki still thinks her mom will come back, so when her dad decided to marry my mom, she hated the idea. She just can't accept us as a family and keeps acting like a spoiled brat. Just be careful. She might take her anger out on you too. And sure enough, Kiki made my life at school miserable. I found my soccer jersey soaked in grease, and another time she spray painted all over my books. The last straw was when one day during practice, I was doing some stretches and I heard Kiki giggling behind with her camera focused on my butt.
Hey guys, Tyler's new girlfriend wears Barbie underpants. Look, look. For more content, like and subscribe to my channel. Everybody hates Tyler.
Get that thing away from me! I tried to stop her from filming, but she wouldn't, and then I pushed her. She fell, her camera broke, and both of us fought like wildcats before the coach separated us. Tyler's right about you. You're a crazy, spoiled brat.
And you're just a pretty stupid girl. And I mean pretty stupid, like a whole lot of stupid. Not like pretty and stupid. Wait, that's not good enough trash talk. Can we try this again? I can do better.
But I just ignored Kiki and walked away. While school was a mess, at home, Mom kept pestering me about my relationship with Tyler.
Change that shirt, you smell like a wet puppy.
Get a manicure. Your fingers need to be perfect when Tyler puts a ring on it. Oh my God, Mom, we're not getting married, and money isn't everything.
That's a lie poor people made up.
Yeah, that was another problem. Mom was just so excited about me and Tyler, but lately, I was beginning to have second thoughts. The more I hung out with him, the more I realized that we were poles apart. He would take me to these fancy parties and dinners when all I really wanted was some quiet time together watching TV and eating pizza. Then one evening, Tyler invited me to an art exhibition with his parents and Kiki. As always, Tyler's dad kept praising him in front of the guests, and Kiki looked upset. The whole situation was uncomfortable, so I excused myself and was admiring an art piece when a boy came and stood next to me.
Admiring my work, I see.
Oh, it's by you? It's amazing. You're so talented.
Oui, oui, merci beaucoup, pretty bella.
The artist leaned in to kiss me, but I stepped back. He then pulled me by the arm, but I turned around and punched him in his face. He screamed, and soon a crowd gathered around us. And Tyler angrily pulled me outside.
What were you thinking, Jane?
He was forcefully trying to kiss me. What else was I supposed to do?
That's how French people say thank you. This is so embarrassing to my parents. Go apologize to them now.
Are you for real? You should be making that artist apologize to me. Why should I say sorry to your parents?
Because they've done so much for you. You know my dad had to bribe the principal to get you into this school?
What? I never asked you to do that.
Exactly. A lot of girls would kill to be in your place.
Oh, really? Then choose one of those girls and date them. With that, I turned around and left. I tried finding a cab, but there was none around, and I started walking. Just a few blocks down, I suddenly realized that 2 homeless guys were following me. I panicked and ran, and just as I turned a corner, I crashed into someone. Kiki! Ow! You blind bat! Wait, who are these monkeys?
Your worst nightmare. Now give me all the cash you have.
Huh, not so fast. Kiki lunged at one guy and bit him. He howled in pain, and the other one was about to jump at Kiki, but she turned around and kicked him in the stomach and brought him to his knees. Then she took a tweezer out from her pocket and pulled hair out of his nostrils. The guy started sneezing like crazy, and Kiki and I ran for our lives. We finally stopped at a cafe and threw ourselves on some seats. Thanks for saving my... But, sure. But first, I need food. Waiter? Yes, hi. Get me 2 full hamburgers, 2 sides of fries, 2 strawberry milkshakes, and 3 scoops of ice cream each. Oh no, wait, I'm on a diet. Only 2 scoops then. And make it fast. Why did you help me? It's been a while since I last bit someone. The last person I bit was Tyler because he called me a dumb witch, which I'm not. I mean, if I was a witch, I would have been able to fly on a broom. Why do you hate Tyler so much? He acts really nice in front of my dad, but behind his back, he's a big fat jerk. He and his mom are evil, I just know it. My nostrils flare up every time they're around. You know, like Spider-Man has those spider tingles? Has anyone ever told you you talk a lot? Yeah, all the time. Why? They say that to you too? That's such a coincidence. And
Kiki went on and on till the food came, and she finally shut up. That night, I realized that Kiki wasn't that bad. She was just an ignored kid looking for love, and it kind of reminded me of the time when Dad left us. And Tyler had been such a jerk today. Kiki dropped me off at home in her car, and when she left, I noticed something stuck to my coat. It was a weird necklace that I'd seen Kiki wearing at the museum. It must have gotten stuck on me during that fight with those homeless guys. So the next day, I went to her place to return it. When I saw her arguing with Tyler's mom, I hid behind one of the cars to avoid getting spotted.
You spoiled brat. You destroyed my entire Prada collection. Do you have any idea what that's worth?
Nope. Do you? How would you know, since my dad paid for it, you filthy peasants?
The only peasant here is you. It's only a matter of time before your dad hands over the business to me. And once I have control, you'll have to beg me for money.
You and your evil mother will eat rat poop before that happens.
That's it. I'm talking to your father and we're shipping you off to that boarding school. Don't think I can't make it happen. I've got him wrapped around my little finger.
In your dreams. And with that, Kiki threw chili powder in Tyler's mom's face and ran away, leaving her screaming while Tyler quickly led her inside. I tried to sneak away unnoticed, but Kiki spotted me. What are you doing here? I came to give you back this necklace. What's all this mess, Kiki? Tyler and his mom are horrible. But Kiki was only half listening because her eyes were stuck on the necklace. This was in your hand the entire time? Yeah. Why? What's so great about this rusty thing? It's a hidden camera. I bought this yesterday to collect evidence against my stepmom, and I thought I'd lost it. But you just recorded her spitting fire on me, and now I have proof that she's a vile witch. I can finally show this to my dad. Oh, thank you so much. And hey, I'm sorry for calling you a pretty stupid girl. You're very smart and pretty. Kiki kissed my hands and then ran inside at the speed of light. The next day at school, she walked up to me with a huge smile and told me that her dad finally believed her and Tyler and his mom were out of her life. I was really happy for her. That same day, the coach told us about the upcoming inter-school soccer championship, which would be attended by international scouts looking for new players. Getting selected would mean a 5-year contract and a college of our choice. I plunged myself into practice, but Tyler kept bugging me with texts and phone calls, so I decided to break up with him clearly. We're done. It's over. Never getting back together. Go ask your mama to find you a better girl. When Mom heard about the breakup, she started crying like a banshee.
We're going to die living like poor rats.
No, we won't. All I need is one shot at my dream, and everything will be just fine.
Oh my God, you're in shock. You're talking like a mad person now.
I just ignored Mom and concentrated on my goal. And on the main day, I felt so ready. But 10 minutes into the game, this annoying girl on the opposite team kept falling around me, acting like I'd shoved her and hurt her badly, which kept landing me into penalties. The referee gave me a red card, and I got benched for the rest of the season. We won the match, but I was devastated for losing out on my golden chance to be selected. As Kiki and I were leaving, we suddenly saw a huge crowd in the parking lot gathered around someone who was screaming. It was the same girl who got me the red card in the match, losing her mind on Tyler while his mom was trying to save him.
Ow! I said I'll get you your money. Ow! Let my boy go, you crazy witch!
And then Kiki jumped into the mix to slap and kick all 3 of them. I pulled her away and screamed, "Shut it, everyone! What is happening?" This guy and his mommy told me they'd pay me to get you penalties. They also bribed the referee to give you the red card. And now they're trying to get away without paying me anything except these stupid unicorn figurines. Those are actually pretty expensive, and these don't even belong to her. Give me that. I angrily turned to Tyler. Why would you set me up and make me lose such a big opportunity?
Because I lost everything, and it's all your fault. I had money, a good house, and a great dad. But after Kiki showed your dad that video of Mom yelling at her, he kicked us out. It's all because of you.
Nope. You were greedy and selfish, and you never cared for Kiki's dad. Maybe it's just your karma getting back at you. Bullseye! Now go. Go and live your worst lives. There were enough witnesses to the whole conversation. The referee who gave me the red card was fired on the spot. The coach convinced the scouts to give me another chance to show my skills in the next match, and I played my best game. Our team won the tournament, and Kiki and I both got selected for a top international soccer team. It's been 2 years since, and we never heard from Tyler or his mom again. I'm living my best life playing soccer, but some things never change, like Mom.
Will you get married to a rich man now?
Mom, I am the rich man.
I had no idea what he was talking about. What happened? What's wrong? I didn't get accepted to the college we applied to together. When Ella called this morning, I knew I'd have to tell you. I still didn't understand what he meant till he clarified. We agreed to go together, remember? I know you can't go if I don't, right? For a minute, I was in shock and then asked if I could go alone. Suddenly, he was yelling, "I thought you loved me!" I told him I did. After all, just last night, he had proof that I could trust him. Prove it. Rip up this letter and forget about it. Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities for us at our college. When Ella found out that Preston and I were going to the same college, she ran out of the house and literally never came back. A week after she left, I came home and found Mom passed out on the couch. I rushed her to the doctor, who said that her heart was broken and she needed to be taken good care of. When she woke up, she started crying. "He's gone! He took all our savings and ran away with his son! He didn't even say why!" After my stepdad left, Mom became my responsibility. I had to join a college close to home to constantly check on her. At first, I thought she'd lay off the advice, but boy was I wrong. As soon as she recovered, she started nagging me to make sure Preston was always happy. "Don't let him leave you, Sarah. Take care of him like he's a baby that needs constant protection." But I got really busy with studies and didn't pay too much attention to what she said. Weirdly enough though, Preston slowly started skipping class after class because he was working. And when I complained to Mom, she made me do all his work. He's just being a man and focusing on earning. You should be grateful and help him out. But not long after, Preston came home and started yelling. "The house was a mess. You're never around to do chores and I have to eat out every day." I was furious. I was always busy with his assignments, and it's not like he ever gave me any of the money he earned. Just as I started to yell back, he broke down in tears. "I'm so sorry. I've been fired. My stupid boss thinks my jokes aren't funny. Can you believe it? Me? Not funny?" Oddly enough, I could. But after that, Preston just couldn't get another job, ever. When I told Mom I'd have to work, she said she knew just the job for me. The next day, I found myself in her friend's store. As soon as I stepped in, my boss jumped over to hug me. Then she took me on a tour around the place. She said I was supposed to help customers find outfits. The very thought of staying hours on end in this place horrified me. But with my mom's bills and my college fees, it seemed like the only option. Besides, Preston would be thrilled. I called Preston and said I had great news for him. Then I took Preston out to treat him to a very fancy meal at his favorite restaurant. "I've got a job!" "That's nice. What's the surprise?" Suddenly, I lost it. All the years of anger boiled over. How insensitive could he be? I jumped to my feet and threw a glass of lemonade at his face. "Your lemons have gone bad, sir." I told him I was done with his selfish, self-centered, good-for-nothing butt. Then I stormed out. But when I got home, I was stunned to see my mom waiting for me. As soon as she saw me, she started screaming at me, saying I was the worst girlfriend ever. Poor Preston. He even rejected Ella for you. And you? What did you do? You humiliated him! She said I absolutely had to beg for his forgiveness because he had already told her he would never take me back. I laughed and said I didn't need him anyway. Then I went to bed, feeling oddly thrilled. The next morning when I woke up, I realized I was late. I ran out yelling at Mom that I was late for work. As I ran into the store, I ran straight into a customer. Ow! I tried to apologize and was surprised to see that I found the face vaguely familiar. I was right because immediately the guy laughed and said, "Supergirl Sarah!" He introduced himself as Chad and reminded me that we had been in school together. Before we could talk more, a pretty young girl came over and dragged him away to continue shopping, and he yelled, "She's my sister!" Chad kept looking at me and smiled as they shopped, and every time he did, I felt butterflies in my stomach. Suddenly, Preston barged into the store screaming, "Sarah, my love! Where are you?" The minute he saw me, he got down on one knee. "My darling, I forgive you for being rude yesterday, and I will take you as my wife. I will cherish you forever." Marry me! My mom jumped out from literally thin air and started cheering and saying I absolutely had to accept. She said if I didn't accept, I wasn't welcome in her home anymore. He almost put the ring on my finger without waiting for a reply. I snatched my hand away. I pushed Preston out and tried to get back to work, but he refused to listen. Just lay off her, man. I turned to see Chad glaring at Preston, who looked shocked at first and then angry. Oh, so this is why my lemons have gone bad, huh? You dumped me for this guy, didn't you? In minutes, Mom started yelling at me. When I finally managed to kick them out, Chad was also gone. I snuck home later than usual to avoid Mom, but when I saw the light on in Ella's room, I was really shocked. Ella hadn't been home for over a year. I pushed open the door and there she was on her bed, making out with Preston. I couldn't believe my eyes and started yelling at them. Preston just shrugged and said my mom had given them her blessing since I cheated on him first. Yes, I did. After what you did to this poor boy, I told him to ask Ella to marry him. And she, like a real sweet girl, still loved him enough to agree. I couldn't believe my ears. Mom was crazy, and she was driving me mad too. Besides, since perfect little Ella was back, I decided I was done with this family. The next day, I moved out. To my surprise, when I got to work, I found Chad waiting for me outside. I was so embarrassed about yesterday that at first, I turned away and pretended not to see him. But he jumped in front of me and simply started and encouraged me to find a job relevant to my field. And then right after I graduated, Chad and I got married. He finally told me he had loved me since we were kids. Preston just got there first. Years passed, and we had a daughter, Rose. I thought life would be peaceful now, but I was wrong, yet again. On Rose's 6th birthday, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I found Mom standing there. With her was a boy who looked around Rose's age. Mom started to cry as she told me that Ella had gotten tired of Preston and had run away. Preston then kicked the two of them out. He said we were too expensive to keep. I let her inside, and when she saw Rose, she started crying harder as she pulled her in for a hug. Your mom was the best child I ever had. She never complained. I was so unfair. Well, to get to the point, Mom lived with us after that. And when Preston found out I wanted to adopt his son, he came to my house to take him away and swore to stop me. But after a long and painful custody battle, Chad and I officially adopted Emmett, Ella's son. A few years later, Mom left us. And despite all the drama and pain she brought into my life when I was a teen, in the end, she began to see the error of her ways. In fact, her last words to me were, I hope Rose grows up to be a strong and independent woman like you, Sarah. That will bring me peace forever. Now Rose is 13, and as we snuggle in bed, watching videos on her favorite channel, I look at her and remember Mom's words. I'm doing my very best.
Hi, my name is Sasha, and I'm a popular singer with the wealthiest parents in town. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Selling out concerts weekly and dealing with fans around the world might sound fun, but you know what's even cooler? Partying. All night long. In the middle of my show, I escaped with my boyfriend Theo to go to the biggest island party ever. But when he pulled over to a helicopter pad, my excitement turned to panic. I thought we were going to use a yacht. You know I have a phobia of heights, right? It's a 5-minute ride. You're just being melodramatic. Get over it. Get over it? Enjoy the party without this drama queen then. Babe, come on. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I just ignored him and stormed off. As I walked back to the city, I noticed a person in a hooded jacket following me. I grabbed my stiletto and yelled at him. Why are you hiding, dude? Are you scared? Don't worry. I don't bite. To my surprise, he just threw a magazine at me and ran away. What the chocolate fudge? I picked it up and realized that it was my magazine, with a death threat drawn all over my face. Unfortunately for him, I was fearless. The threats kept coming over the weekend. My parents had always wanted to hire a bodyguard for me, but I didn't want some boring old guy to keep following me around. But this time, they wouldn't take no for an answer. When I finally saw my bodyguard, I almost passed out. He was the most exquisite specimen of a man I had ever seen, and he looked just a few years older than me. Hey, handsome. Are you sure you're a bodyguard and not my next boyfriend? To my surprise, he didn't smile a bit. Rude. You look too young for this job. How can I trust you? Suddenly, a ball from our neighbor came hurling right at me, and he instantly caught it with one hand. Trust me, I'm really good at my job. You can check my records. Your father has everything you need. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's go. He opened the car door for me, and as I slipped in, I accidentally brushed my shoulder on his chest, and oh my, it felt harder than a rock. When we arrived at school, Theo didn't look so happy to see me with my young bodyguard.
He pulled me aside and said, "Look, babe, I know I insulted you the other night, but getting back at me by flirting with another guy, how could you? He's my freaking bodyguard. I'm still mad at you for what you did, and now you're accusing me of cheating?" Suddenly, Damon stepped in. "Is there a problem here?" "Stay out of this, man." Theo tried to push him aside, but Damon pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. "What the heck are you doing? Let go of me, idiot."
Hey, stop it! Damon finally released my boyfriend after a minute. As expected, Theo went psycho. I immediately blocked him before he got his butt kicked by Damon. "That's enough, Theo. He's just doing his job."
"Why do you need a bodyguard when you have me? I'm your boyfriend. I'll protect you."
A small spider suddenly landed on his shoulder, and he ran screaming. Protect my butt. As I walked down the hall with Damon, girls were literally drooling all over him. He looks more like a model than a bodyguard. He can be the father of my children. He's way more attractive than Theo. I really want to feel his biceps. These girls sounded so desperate, but they were right. When I reached our classroom, my best friend Tessa came up to me with my favorite coffee. "Hey girl, so I brought you your..." Damon suddenly snatched it and started sniffing it. He then took a sip and waited for a few seconds before saying, "Clear." As he gave it back to me, Tessa was glaring at him. "Excuse me, did you really think that I'll poison my best friend?"
"Just doing my job."
Tessa then dragged me to a corner. "So you're giving up your privacy just like that? I can see that he's very attractive, but something about him screams bad news. He even sounds like a demon. You have to get rid of him ASAP." "Oh, come on, girl. It's just his first day. Let's see." But Tessa was right. I didn't have a second of privacy. Damon followed me around every freaking second. He stood behind me in all of my classes and even in restrooms. It was so awkward. At home, he'd just stand outside my door, and I never saw him sleep. And worse, he had this permanent ice-cold expression on his face that gave me chills. I had a recording event one night, and when I reached the studio, a guy came rushing toward me. He was about to draw out something from his back pocket when suddenly, Damon grabbed his arm and twisted it.
"Drop your weapon." "What? I just wanted an autograph from her, man."
Damon let go of the poor guy, and it was so embarrassing. "What's the matter with you? I'm a popular singer, so you have to get used to my fans."
"Just doing my job."
"Calm down, Sasha. Calm down." The next day at school, Theo kept following me around to apologize, but I still ignored him until he said,
"My producer cousin is throwing an exclusive yacht party with some A-listers this weekend. She's a fan of yours, and she'd be ecstatic if you came."
He had my attention now. Parties were my weakness.
Not so fast, sweetheart. Hang out with me tomorrow?
Okay, fine. Theo requested not to bring Damon to our date tomorrow, so I talked to him in private.
"My job is not to leave your side for a minute. So sorry, can't do."
He was so firm about this, so I finally gave up and let him come with us. We went to a private movie theater and watched a super sad movie together. Minutes into the movie, Theo and I were already crying our hearts out, while Damon had no reaction at all. What was he, a robot? After the movie, we went to a fancy restaurant and I was having a good time with the lobster until Theo started forcing himself on me.
"Just one kiss, babe. Come on."
"Not now, Theo. We're in a public place and people are staring." But he was persistent. Just then, Damon grabbed him and threw him away like a piece of paper. Theo was furious. He grabbed a chair, but before he could hit Damon with it, I pushed him away. "Stop it! Right now!"
"Your stupid bodyguard started it. Why don't you tell him to get a life and go home to his mommy?"
"No, Theo. You go home." I immediately called him a cab, and when he was finally gone, I turned to Damon angrily. "I know he was being a jerk, but I can handle my personal life. You don't have to interfere every freaking second."
"He was disrespecting your personal space."
"Your job is to keep me safe, not to meddle in my personal matters. Know your boundaries."
"Apologies. It will never happen again."
I actually didn't mind that Theo got the thrashing he deserved, but Damon always being around was just getting on my nerves. A few days later at a concert, I was performing my newest single, and everyone was singing along with me. It felt amazing. Some of them even started climbing up on the stage to join me. Suddenly, Damon jumped in and pushed them off stage. What in the world? He then lifted me and carried me to the backstage, in the middle of my freaking performance. I finally had enough. My parents are paying you to protect me, not to annoy me and screw up my concerts.
Your life is in danger, ma'am. You have to treat everyone as an enemy.
That is ridiculous. Whoever sends those stupid threats is probably just some harmless loser.
Better to be safe than sorry.
I complained to my parents about his behavior, but they praised him for it. But he's ruining my career and even my personal life.
He's just doing his job, honey, and that's to make sure you're safe all the time.
They were hopeless cases, so I resorted to Tessa instead, and she came up with a plan. Test his patience, annoy him, do everything you can to make him quit. You're good at that, you gorgeous brat. I love the sound of it, girl. You're the best. Of course I am. I stayed up at 4 a.m. that night to disturb Damon in his sleep, but to my surprise, he was already up.
I need you to get my favorite Starbucks coffee. That's not part of my job description.
Do it, or I'll make your job harder.
Fine. What's your order?
1 iced venti caramel macchiato with 6 shots of mocha, 1/4 non-fat milk, 1/8 almond milk with medium whipped cream, and a caramel drizzle with a rose design on top, in a biodegradable takeaway cup with a pink straw.
Got it.
What? I was just messing with him, but to my surprise, he immediately left, and holy mother of toads, he came back with my exact order. How?
Anything else?
That's all for now. Later that day, I went to the mall and went on a crazy shopping spree, making him carry all my bags to tire him out. But he was like a machine. I entered a clothing store, and as I tried on all the prettiest clothes, I kept asking for his opinion, but he wasn't paying attention. Hello? Aren't you gonna give me a compliment or something?
Giving an opinion about your outfits is not part of my job, ma'am.
Any normal guy would have been drooling at me by now. He must be a cyborg. To get back at him, I faked a sprain and forced him to carry me on his back, but he was still as strong as a freaking tank. Finally giving up, I went to the bathroom with everything I'd bought and escaped through the window. After making sure that I'd lost him, I went to an orphanage and gave out all the clothes to the kids. While I was having fun with them, Tessa sent me some pictures of Theo kissing a blonde girl in a restaurant. At this point, I didn't even care. Theo was trash. I immediately sent him a message and told him that we were done. He was the worst boyfriend anyway. He started calling me immediately, so I just blocked him. Problem solved. Later, I went to a local club to celebrate my breakup, and while I was dancing my heart out, I was shocked to see someone watching me from the bar. Damon! Of course he tracked me down. A cute guy tried to dance with me, and suddenly, Damon came and pushed him away. Hey, listen, buddy, I'm sick of this. If you're gonna keep scaring all the other guys away, you dance with me.
I don't mix business with pleasure.
Dance with me, or go sit quietly in a corner while I find someone. Before I could poke the guy next to me, Damon suddenly grabbed my hand to dance. Just then, the song shifted to a slow, romantic one, and he pulled me in closer by the waist. It's not so bad, is it?
If you say so, ma'am.
You can say my name, you know.
If you say so, Sasha.
He had the faintest smile on his face, and my heart skipped a beat. We slow danced as he looked deep into my eyes, and suddenly, his face was so close to mine. Just then, he pulled away from me, like he'd had an electric shock.
We need to go home.
But it's still early.
Safety reasons.
Ugh, he was so annoying. When we got home, I saw a box sitting on my bed, and when I opened it, lots of rats jumped out and started running all over the room. Damon saw a little note inside, and for the first time ever, it scared me. For real.
Someone broke into your room. This person means business. We have to be more careful, ma'am.
He suggested that I shouldn't go to school for the next few days for safety, and I agreed. One night, my manager called and reminded me of my concert in Paris the next day. It was my biggest one yet, and I had to go.
I don't think you should be making public appearances till we find out who's trying to hurt you.
No, I'm not gonna let some creep scare me and make me decide what I should do. This was planned in advance, and all the tickets are sold, and I'm not canceling. Damon was forced to allow me, but on one condition. We had to share a hotel room so he could keep a constant eye on me. When we were finally in Paris, I rehearsed my songs all night while he was constantly looking out the window. The next morning, I found him still asleep on the couch when something on the floor caught my attention. A picture of a beautiful girl in his wallet. She looked around my age. I quickly put the wallet away, feeling something weird. Was I jealous? No, of course not. Why would I care if he had a girlfriend? hours before the concert, while my makeup team was working on me, Damon suddenly snatched me away.
Can't you just postpone this? It's too dangerous.
I told you, I can't.
Please, Sasha, just listen to me. I care about you, you know?
Oh, do you? I thought I was your only client. Just do your job, which is to keep me alive, and let me do my job, which is to entertain people. And actually, I prefer it when you call me ma'am. You got me?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
During my concert, I tried not to think of Damon and the death threats, and it was going so well. In the middle of my performance, I saw Damon in the crowd, and he was smiling at me. He looked so lovely. Now, snap out of it, Sasha. He has a girlfriend. While I was singing my 4th song, I suddenly spotted a hooded figure in the crowd, and he was aiming something at me. No. I froze in panic, but just then a strong pair of arms grabbed me and carried me off the stage, and I looked up to see Damon's tense face.
Stay here. Don't move.
He returned a few minutes later, saying he'd lost the hooded figure. I was still shaking in fear, and he gently picked me up and we returned to the hotel. He tucked me into bed and sat on a chair close by. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, feeling safe as he watched over me. Sometime later, I felt him fixing my blanket and gently caressing my cheek as he left. Why did he do that? And why was it giving me a heart attack? When I woke up the next morning, I peeked into the kitchen and smiled when I saw him dancing while cooking our breakfast. It was the first time I saw him looking so human. I felt shy when he turned to me. I didn't have any makeup on.
That's the first time I've seen you without makeup, and you look even more beautiful than usual.
Is complimenting me part of your job now?
Maybe.
I knew it. No one can ever resist my charms, not even my emotionless bodyguard. I wonder what your girlfriend would say about this.
I assume you're talking about the picture of the girl in my wallet.
Gosh, was he actually awake that time? He revealed that it was his sister, and they grew up in the orphanage together. He lost her because he'd failed to protect her, and that's why he became a bodyguard.
She'd always wanted to go to Paris and go up the Eiffel Tower.
I suddenly felt brave. Let's go there then, for her.
After what happened yesterday, there's no way I'm allowing you to go anywhere. Also, I know from your file that you're afraid of heights.
I'm not scared when I have you around. I'll be fine, I promise. He finally agreed, but later as we were climbing onto the escalator at the Eiffel Tower, he must have noticed I was nervous.
Are you sure about this? We can just go back, you know.
No, I can do this. When we reached the top, I squealed and covered my eyes.
You made it to the top. You have to see this view now.
I don't know if I can. How about you take a look, and we'll go down?
But I don't want you to miss this, Sasha. I've got you. Do you trust me?
Yes, I do.
Okay then, open your eyes when I say so.
I kept my eyes shut as he led me forward, and then suddenly, I felt his arms wrap around my waist.
Now.
I opened my eyes, and I gasped. I was so close to the edge, and the whole glittering city was in front of me, and I'd never felt safer in my life. Damon?
Yes?
Have you ever fallen for a client? My smile instantly faded at his answer.
No, it would never happen. I can't do my job well if I'm emotionally involved.
So, it was just me who was feeling this. He was just being nice to his client. After a week, I had to go back to school for the final exams. I looked for Tessa so we could study together in the library, but I couldn't find her. I sat down to study alone and let Damon stand by the door so I could focus. Minutes later, he barged in and yelled,
"Sasha, look out!"
To my horror, the huge bookshelf behind me began to fall on me, but Damon leapt forward and pushed me out of harm's way, and it fell on him. He was in the hospital for a week, and despite my parents' protests that I needed to stay safe at home, I insisted on visiting him every day. One day, while I was in the waiting area, Tessa came to see me with my favorite coffee, but before I could take a sip, a hand suddenly slapped the cup away. We turned to see Damon and a cop beside him, who suddenly put handcuffs on Tessa. "What are you doing, you moron?" "Damon, what's happening?" Suddenly, he revealed something that blew my mind. Tessa was the one who'd pushed the bookshelf on me.
I'd been keeping an eye on her and studying her. That day, I saw her enter the library from the back door, and I knew she was up to no good. I'm sure your coffee is poisoned too.
My best friend was trying to hurt me? Tessa, why? And suddenly, Tessa turned into a monster because I hate you. You have everything I've ever wanted. Beauty, talent, fame, wealth. Theo, life is so unfair. I would have gotten rid of you already if your stupid bodyguard wasn't such a pain. She screamed as the cop dragged her away, and I was left speechless. Damon then pulled me into a hug.
Are you okay?
Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. Hey people, I'm Danielle, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I thought my mom was the coolest. Dad was always traveling for work, and we'd never gotten close. But I loved being with Mom because she was so unpredictable and fun. She didn't fuss over balanced meals or strict routines, and bedtime was always flexible, depending on how far our living room fort was coming along, or if we hadn't finished our movie. She was all about letting me explore and being creative without caring about a messy house or dirty clothes. It's like she'd crafted her parenting style from a child's wish list, and it was awesome.
A child needs some discipline. We don't want people thinking she's being raised by wolves.
I don't think a lot about what other people are thinking, and a child needs to enjoy their childhood. You only get it once. But nothing topped the birthday party she threw me when I turned 10. She turned our backyard into a carnival with swings, food stalls, bouncy castles, and a petting zoo. The whole neighborhood was invited, and everyone was having a blast, till things turned a bit chaotic. We suddenly had goats headbutting kids, llamas chasing neighbors down the street, and alpacas uprooting everyone's lawns. And to make things 10 times worse, Dad turned up early to find the house looking like a tornado had swept through. It didn't help that we also got a massive fine from the city council for unauthorized livestock. Dad was beyond furious, and after a huge fight, he told Mom he'd had enough and wanted a divorce. He moved out the next day, and soon after the divorce was finalized, we found out he got remarried. Mom didn't take all these changes well and got really depressed. Dad sent some money for child support, but it wasn't much, and we suddenly found ourselves going from fairly well off to, well, kinda poor. It used to be so much more fun to share lunch with you when you had takeout pizza or pasta. Your homemade meals are awful. I know. How can you eat this every day? If you can make your mom happy by letting her think her food is good, it's easy to eat her awful lunches. In more ways than one, I found myself being the adult around the house, while Mom was in her downward spiral. She was a high school dropout, so she wasn't qualified for many jobs, and if she got any, she never lasted too long. Mom, I understand the customer was being rude to you, but you shouldn't have hit him in the eye with fried chicken. He deserved it. Otherwise, you know I'm not a violent person. You got fired from the shoe store last month because you had an argument with the manager and threw a stiletto at him. As Mom drifted in and out of jobs and moods, I was taking care of things around the house and even managing the finances. By 8th grade, I'd started doing small jobs for the neighbors to earn some extra cash. But when I was in the 9th grade, Mom got a job as a singing telegram. Yep, she got paid to dress up in the wackiest costumes, from a tap dancing banana to a rapping dinosaur, and deliver messages in song. Happy birthday, dear Max. It's time to wear your party hat, even though you're getting older. At least you're not as old as that. Betty, you give me diabetes, 'cause you're so sweet. Say yes to marry me, and I'll kiss your feet. They weren't always happy messages, though. Don't worry, Mike, you're not about to die, but you are getting fired, so pack your things and say bye. For the first time, Mom seemed to be doing something she enjoyed, and I was happy for her. One evening, she was going to a fast food restaurant to deliver a birthday message, and she asked me to come along so we could eat there later. I watched in amusement as she sang and danced, but just then, I heard loud laughter at the table behind me. It was a bunch of popular girls from my class with their queen bee, Mila, and they were laughing at Mom. Gosh, how pathetic would you have to be to take up a job that has you acting like an idiot in public? It made me really angry, but I couldn't help feeling embarrassed too. I didn't want to be seen by them with Mom. I slid under the table, crawled towards the fire exit, and escaped. I waited in the car till Mom came, saying she'd been looking for me everywhere, but I just pretended I wasn't feeling well and wanted to go home. And when career day came around and everyone was asked to bring in their parents, I made sure Mom just never got the notice for it. So imagine my shock when Mom walked into the classroom dressed up as a giant cupcake. And when she introduced herself as my mom, I wished a sinkhole would open up. How come you didn't tell me about career day? I found the notice under your bed while cleaning. I forgot. You looked uncomfortable with me being there. Well, You know what kids are like, Mom. They can be mean. If you were planning to come, you could have said you'd do something else.
Why? I know some moms who came are lawyers and doctors, and their jobs are really important to them. But I also like mine, and it pays the bills. That's all a job is supposed to do. I don't define my worth by it.
I was almost annoyed with Mom for choosing this moment to sound so wise and mature. Why couldn't she understand that high school kids were judgmental and wouldn't let me live it down? Which, of course, they didn't. Wow, you got the lowest grade in the math test. If you keep up like this, you'll end up failing high school and become a singing telegram too. You're signing up for dance club? Danielle, if you dance anything like your mom, don't even bother. One day, I was walking into class when I tripped on a school bag and face planted to the floor. Oh, wow, girl. You're just as embarrassing as your mom. I'd had it. I was about to pounce on her when the door suddenly opened and the teacher walked in with the most gorgeous boy I'd ever laid eyes on. He introduced himself as Antonio, and everybody swooned over the mysterious exchange student. Antonio, you can sit here. She pushed her minion right out of the chair next to her, then smiled at him innocently. But to my shock, the teacher insisted Antonio sit with me. As he walked over, he ran his fingers through his blonde hair, and his bright blue eyes mesmerized me as he gave me a smile. Oh, was I kidding? He'd never be interested in me. So I just got on with the day and watched the really pretty girls fall over themselves to talk to him, which was so embarrassing. Hey, Antonio, please zip up my lab coat. Oh, silly me. It has no zip. Can I touch your hair? Just for 1 second. It's for science. To my surprise, Antonio walked past all the other girls at lunch and asked if he could sit with me. And he actually seemed interested in talking to me.
Back home, I don't have any friends.
Really? You look like the sort who would have loads.
It's hard to trust people. It seems like most of them want to be friends for all the wrong reasons. Even here, I don't know how many of these people actually care to know the real me. You seem different, though.
Oh, I blushed and got so nervous that I spilled my milkshake all over myself. Rather than laughing, he coolly handed me a napkin. When our hands touched, we both pulled away nervously. So, tell me about the real you. He talked about how much he missed his country and his family.
We're really close, so it's hard to be away. How about your family?
Oh, well, it's just me and my mom. We're pretty close.
What does your mom do?
She's a singer.
Oh, really? What kind of singer?
Come on, think fast. A jazz singer. Really sophisticated and cool, you know? Antonio was super amazed by that. But then I suddenly realized he would discover the truth soon enough. So I lied to Mom. I've joined a club before and after school, and the timings won't suit you, so no need to drive me over and pick me up. I'll take the bus. I had to go to a cafe to kill time, before and after school, but it was worth it. Antonio and I were getting closer.
Want me to come around tonight to study? Where I'm staying, I don't get much privacy.
My mom's rehearsing with her cool and sophisticated jazz band. What about the library? We hit the books in the library one afternoon where something weird happened. These two men in suits sat right near us and kept glancing at Antonio. They were both reading, but one of them had his book upside down. I don't want to worry you, but those men keep looking at you.
Are you sure? Maybe they're looking at you because, you know, you're so pretty. It's still creepy, of course. We can get out of here and go to the mall. I have to buy a few things.
It wasn't a few things. Antonio was spending an obscene amount of money.
What? These are presents for my family. I get an allowance, you know?
Suddenly, this guy appeared out of nowhere, took Antonio's wallet, and bolted like a cheetah. But just then, the same two men from the library popped up, chased the thief down, and tackled him to the ground. Those are the men from the library. They're after us. Run, Antonio, run!
It's okay. I know them. I will explain everything.
Antonio took me to the exchange house where he was staying, which turned out to be a freaking mansion with staff who bowed to him.
I must confess something. In my country, I'm a prince. My parents are king and queen, and those men are my bodyguards.
Yeah, and I'm the Empress of Egypt, Cleopatra. Nice to meet you.
It's true. I'm really not making this up.
It really felt like he wasn't joking around, and my mouth dropped open in shock.
I'm sorry, I lied. I just wanted to experience life without the royal spotlight for a bit. I was gonna tell you the truth eventually, but I was enjoying my time with you so much, just being a regular guy. I didn't want to ruin it, because, well, I kinda like you.
Wow! A prince has has feelings for me. I kinda like you too. Antonio smiled brightly. It was like a fairy tale.
Now that you know the truth, my parents are coming for a visit tomorrow, and we're having a banquet. I'd love for you to come, you and your mom.
I couldn't invite Mom, not after the lies I told about her. She went on a world tour today. She's in Japan right now.
Oh, that's a shame. I really wanted to meet her.
The next night, as I got ready for Antonio's party, Mom peeked into my room.
Hey, honey, I have to work tonight. Are you going out?
Yes. I'm hanging out with some friends.
I'm happy to hear that. But lately, I feel like we hardly spend any time together. Any chance you want to tag along to work? We can do something fun afterwards.
I told you already, Mom. Hanging out with friends. Mom looked a bit sad as she nodded and left, and I felt kinda bad. But my mind soon shifted back to Antonio's party. I wanted to look my absolute best for it. The party was amazing, and everyone there looked super glamorous. Antonio introduced me to his parents, who were both lovely. Everything was going well when suddenly Antonio grabbed my hand.
I have a surprise for you.
The lights darkened and the stage lights lit up. Then, to my absolute horror, Mom walked on stage dressed as a queen with a fake crown and velvet robes. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could, hoping I could teleport to another planet. But, spoiler alert, it didn't work.
I found the cutest way to send a message. It's called a singing telegram. Ever heard of it? This message is for you.
Then, my mother started to sing an opera about love. Everyone cheered her on, but I wasn't even listening. I was hoping she couldn't even see me from the stage. But then, she got off and started walking into the crowd towards me. As she got closer, her voice cracked and she stopped singing mid-sentence.
Danielle?
You know her?
I guess, a little, yeah. She's my mom.
I thought your mom was a jazz singer in Japan on a world tour.
I looked at Mom as realization of what was happening dawned on her face. I'd never seen her look so sad and disappointed. Then she just turned and ran out. I'm sorry, I have to go. I ran after her as fast as I could, but she'd already left, so I took a cab home. When I got there, she had already changed out of costume. Mom, I'm sorry.
You are that embarrassed of me that you pretended I was in another country?
I know, it was awful, and
That was my last job as a singing telegram. It's over.
Mom,
You don't have to save it, Danielle. You got what you wanted. A normal mom. I'll never embarrass you again.
She wasn't the only one angry at me. Antonio was ignoring me in school the next few days too. And eventually, I had to climb the rope right behind him in gym class to get him to talk to me.
What are you doing?
I just wanted to apologize about that little mix-up.
Little mix-up? You lied to me.
Hello, Mr. I'm a secret prince?
Lying about that is different. And I told you the truth eventually. I liked you because I thought you were genuine, unlike the others, but I was clearly wrong.
His words hit me so hard that I fell off the rope. Ouch. I know I shouldn't have cared what people thought of my mom. A part of me just wanted to have a stable parent with a normal job. But what was so bad about the one who didn't? Growing up, I'd loved that she wasn't like other parents. Mom had just picked up a waitressing job at her friend's cafe, and I decided to dress up and apologize to her publicly as a singing telegram. But when I got there, I found her in a cat fight with her friend. Why won't you believe me? Why would I lie about my daughter dating a prince?
If he's a prince, he could literally date anyone. Why Danielle? You're saying my daughter isn't good enough for a prince? What's wrong with my Danielle? She's pretty and smart and the picture of grace.
I couldn't help smiling. She really was one of a kind.
Mom, I've been a jerk. We both know it's true. I'm really sorry that I made you feel blue. You deserve the best day and night. Please quit this job. Let's make it right.
As Mom and I went smiling outside, I pulled her into a hug. You always let me do whatever I wanted. I'm sorry I wasn't as supportive.
I know I haven't been the ideal parent at times.
You're the parent I want. Let's go eat something, shall we?
Any chance your prince boyfriend would join us?
He's not my boyfriend. And you aren't supposed to go around announcing he's a prince.
I don't think anyone believed me anyway.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess we'll have to see if he'll give me another chance. Either way, tonight I'd rather just hang out with you, Mom. It's been a while. Hey friends, I'm Ada, and I was the first computer programmer ever. I was born on the 10th of December, 1815, in a super rich family in London and lived with my governess, the servants, and a pet cat, Mrs. Puff, in a huge mansion in the countryside. My mom was a very famous social worker and was mostly away, but whenever she'd return home, I'd try my best to make the most of it. Mom, I made this drawing for you. Mom, I learned to ride a unicycle. Isn't it cool? Look, I can walk upside down. It was like everything I did was to impress Mom.
Ada, I don't want you wasting your time in these senseless things. Darling, you are made for greatness. I will have the best tutors in the world for you.
Mom was pretty bent on making me stop wasting my time, so she hired an army of tutors to teach me at home. I was being taught everything, from mathematics to astronomy, from literature to history. I was even learning French and Spanish, but I just couldn't sit through the lessons. They seemed so boring. Every time my teachers would start a topic, I'd want to go out and play, which I wasn't allowed to do because Mom had set all these rules for me to follow, a proper timetable, and even a meal plan. But then I found a way to make it work. I promised my teachers that I'd study if they gave me multiple breaks throughout the day, and they agreed. After every lesson, I'd go out and enjoy the weather, and it made learning fun for me. With the best teachers in all of England, I started to finally like studying, and my curiosity about things just kept growing. I'd lay my eyes on something and wanted to know how it worked. Why does the wind blow? If the earth is spinning, why don't we spin with it? Why aren't we dizzy? Where does the rain come from? And why is the rainbow always an arc? Why is it not a circle? One time, I wrote a poem about rainbows and read it to my mom. I thought I did a pretty good job, but Mom looked royally pissed.
Ada, what is all this? Poetry? I hate it. I am giving you this lavish life, far away from all the worries and troubles of the world, and you waste your time writing poems of all things? I hate poems. I'm going to get you new tutors. Looks like you have too much time to waste. Saying that, she went to her room where I was never allowed to enter because she always kept it locked. Mom thought I was some dumb kid who couldn't pick a lock and enter her room. As a matter of fact, I had known what she was hiding in that room right from the start. My dad. Actually, pictures of my dad. I had heard the servants often talk about him. My dad was a very famous poet. He was basically the first celebrity of England. He was sort of like a rock star of his time and had a massive fan following. People from far away would come to listen to his poetry, and that didn't sit well with my mom. My mom hated his work, and they'd argue so much that when I was just 2 months old, he moved away and never looked back. Mom didn't want me to be like him, and that was the reason she wanted me to always be super busy with studies. But Mom forgot I was my own person. Yeah, I had started to love science and mathematics, but I also loved something else that I don't think my mom ever experienced. Having fun. Like, everyone knows how fun it is to play in the mud and run like crazy in the rain, but for Mom, it was a big no-no. She would constantly be telling me to sit, stand, eat, and even breathe like a proper lady. One time, when I was about 12, we had a party at our place, and Mom made me wear the most uncomfortable dress ever. It was so tight that it just made me wonder how women could breathe in it. As everyone danced and enjoyed themselves, I just wanted to get some fresh air. So I went to the garden, and it was then that I saw it. A nest on a tree. It was about to fall. I quickly got into action and climbed the tree. Thank God Mom wasn't there. But then, out of nowhere, I heard her yell. Dear God, Ada, what in the world? You are wearing such an expensive dress. Ugh, it's ruined now. I held this party to introduce you to Augustus, the best math teacher in all of Britain, and this is how you behave?
But Mom, the little birdie's nest was about to fall. I had to fix it. This nest was more important than this stupid dress or anyone else.
You see, my lady, why I was refusing to tutor your daughter. Math, science, these are not the fields women should worry about. I suggest you teach her how to cook, clean, and yes, some manners too.
Saying that, the man left, and Mom, wow, she literally went berserk, and I got the lecture of a lifetime, and it was then that it happened. I felt a shooting pain in my head, and then everything turned dark. When I woke up, I was in my bed, and it turned out I had a headache called a migraine. I was put on bed rest for not just 1 or 2 days, but for a whole year. Just in the first week, I felt like I was gonna go crazy from boredom. I had solved tons and tons of puzzles, played all the board games in the house with the servants, read so many books, and I was still bored. But then one day I saw something amazing. The nest that I had saved had chicks. I was so happy over the coming weeks. I saw each chick, one by one, leaving the nest, and it was because of them that I fell in love with flying. I poured my heart into researching how to fly and called the subject flyology. I gathered supplies and even built wings. I so wanted to try them on and see if I could fly. But Mom, she thought it was a waste of time thinking about a machine that could never be made. In reality, if Mom could only see the world now. When I turned 14, Mom introduced me to my new teacher, Mary. She was a mathematics genius, and it was because of her that my love for the field of mathematics just grew. One time when Mary was done with her class, she forgot her advanced math book at my place. Since back in the day we didn't have TV or smartphones, I was just bored, so I started solving the equations. And the next week when Mary visited, she was stunned.
Who helped you? There is no way you did it yourself. This is practically the hardest math question.
Hardest? It was easy peasy. Hearing my answer, Mary went deep into thought, and when she visited me the next week, she had a gentleman with her who looked familiar. It was Augustus, the man who thought women couldn't do math, and now he wanted to be my teacher? But I didn't. I was about to tell him to leave, but couldn't because Mom was going all gaga over him. She really wanted him to be my tutor. So in the end, I agreed, but I made sure to push his buttons every now and then. So, I have a question. It's a math question, very hard.
You asked one silly question just 5 minutes ago. Fine, ask away.
Why can't a nose be 12 inches long?
What kind of question is this?
Because then it would be a foot.
But it was funny.
I guess I needed to cut Augustus some slack. He was a nice guy and taught me everything I needed to know about math. I know I was his favorite student. He never said it himself, but I did find his letters in Mom's drawer one time in which he told Mom that I had the potential to be one of the greatest mathematician minds in the world. One time when I was 17, Mom and I were invited to Mary's house for a ball. She was getting engaged, and to be honest, the party was boring. Like, there was no one I could talk to. All the girls my age wanted to talk about were boys, babies, and baking.
Oh my. Look at your 9 o'clock. No, 3 o'clock. That guy is totally checking you out.
Wave your fan. Say hi to him with your fan.
Sweet lady. You look so pretty tonight. My thoughts about you keep multiplying by 10. I hear you love numbers. So, how about we dance?
Cringe. I need something to eat. I feel like I'll faint if I don't eat something fast. Saying that, I hurried to the food table, and just as I grabbed the last donut, someone else took it. And when I saw who it was, I felt like a deer in the headlights. It was Charles Babbage, a science genius who had been building a giant calculating engine, or as you call it today, a computer. Oh my God, a big fan of your work. I was wondering if you could
dance? No, thank you.
What? No, not dance. I wanted to see your machine. I've heard so much about it. I want to work with you.
Work? With me? That's cute. Please excuse me.
What huh? Well, I was determined to see his invention, and when I told Mom, she pulled some strings, and Charles had to finally invite me to a showing of his machine, which was still not complete. The moment I laid my eyes on it, I was in absolute awe. The man was a genius. His machines had like 25,000 parts, and once complete, could perform all types of complex calculations. The man was working on the very first computer, and I wanted to learn from him. It's marvelous. I have never seen anything like this in my whole life. How about you teach me about this marvelous machine, and I can help you make it better?
Oh, wow. You think you can just make it, better? I have spent years and years working on this, and you think you can make it better? No way.
Are you always such a jerk, or do you just show off when I'm around? Ugh. And by the way, why do you have to repeat the same steps over and over again for a simple addition? Saying that, I turned to leave, but I guess what I said made perfect sense to him, and he stopped me in my tracks.
The repeating steps again and again. It was on my mind, but no one, not even the best scientists, could understand that part. But you did. You really want to learn from me. Help me make this machine better? Fine. I'll have you as an apprentice. But only if you first translate the manual book for the machine from French to English.
OMG, was this really happening? Oh, yes, it was. I was pretty glad Mom had me take French classes when I was a kid. It took me 9 months to translate the piles and piles of notes. As I understood his designs more and more, I added my own notes on how to make things better. By the time I was done translating, I had over 30 notebooks. But it was all worth it, because I realized Charles's machine, when finished, could even print, create graphics, play music, all along doing complex calculations. The man had hit the jackpot. But when Charles saw my notes, he looked confused. I was so sure I did everything right. Did he find some mistake? Were my calculations wrong? Did I blow my chances of working with the Charles Babbage? Look, I can do it again.
Do it again? Nonsense. Ada, this is extraordinary. Everything you've written makes so much sense. With you by my side, I am so sure this machine will be a success and even better.
Charles was so happy with my work that he started calling me the magician of numbers. He even got my notes printed and distributed to all the mathematicians and scientists in England. It was incredible. Just like Charles, I didn't go to school, college, or university, and here I was, standing shoulder to shoulder with the greatest minds of all time. After that, there was no stopping me. I officially started working with Charles, and he not only became my mentor, but also my best friend. Soon, we decided to make a new machine called the Analytical Engine. While working with Charles, I developed the first algorithm ever. It could calculate advanced algebra equations. Together with my algorithm and Charles's machine, we were creating the world's first mechanical computer. A few years later, I got married and had 3 children, but I still worked with Charles, even from home. Every day I'd write letters to him since he lived nearby. We were exchanging letters like 6 times a day. It was totally like texting. One day I was home with my kids when I got the worst news ever. Mom was sick, so I visited her. I stayed with Mom for a week, and it was during those days that I told her about what I'd been working on. I wasn't expecting it, but Mom, she looked so happy, and then she said the most amazing thing ever, something I never thought I'd hear her say.
You make me feel so proud every day with your courage, kindness, and hard work. Ada dear, I am sorry for being tough on you when you were a kid. I came from a family where women weren't allowed to study, and I wanted you to have every opportunity to be educated. Ever since you were a kid, I knew you could do far better than your dad or me, and I am so happy I was right.
Mom, everything I am today, it's because of you. I love you. Once I returned from Mom's place, I got back to work, but then our big project came to a stop when Charles was out of money to build. He asked me to visit Queen Victoria and ask her to fund our project, but how could I? The woman basically hated me. Yeah, I had beef with the Queen after I stepped on her gown at a party and didn't recognize her. Oh God, this was gonna be so hard, but I had to do it. For Charles. I went to see the Queen and explained everything to her. I wasn't expecting it, but she agreed to help me. I was ecstatic, and when I broke the news to Charles, he was thrilled.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Ada, how can I ever repay the favor?
How about you make me the CEO of Babbage's machine?
CEO? You can be chairman, president, anything you want, because it's a fact, Ada. With your code, this machine will reach new heights.
I was coding computer programs before there were even computers and before it was cool. 100 years later, the work I did with Charles was finally recognized and became the basis for the invention of the first modern computer and the basis for the machine you are watching me on right now. In the late 1970s, the United States Army created a programming language called Ada to honor my work in the programming field. Every year, on the second Tuesday of October, people around the world celebrate women who work in STEM on Ada Lovelace Day, so don't forget to celebrate it next year. Ada would love that, don't you think?
It was midnight, and there was a creepy silence all over the place. I opened the main gate to find him standing there with a stupid smile on his face. I dragged him inside. Get in here now, and don't talk. Don't whisper. Don't even breathe, or else. His smile disappeared, and he followed me up the stairs. I held him by the arm as he walked behind me. He stopped and whispered, "Hey, why don't we use the elevator? We're going to use the stairs to reach the 8th floor. Are you out of your mind?" I punched him in the shoulder. "I swear to God, if I hear you say another word, I'm going to scream and tell the neighbors that you're annoying me. They will beat your butt up. Don't mess with me. Now shut up and follow me." He looked terrified, but stayed calm. But not for long. When we reached the 6th floor, he said, Can you at least hold me? Hold you? Are you crazy? Yes. Hold me in your lovely arms. Ew, you're so disgusting. And then I pushed him away. His back hit the neighbor's door, and someone yelled, Hey, who's there? We looked at each other terrified. Run! And we both ran like scared rabbits until we reached my apartment. Why did you push me? That was such a dumb thing for a brilliant girl to do. I pulled him inside and whispered, Listen, if anyone knows you're here, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. He nodded. Here, take this letter. Read it after 3 days from today. The letter looked dirty and worn out, as if it was written a decade ago. He could see my confused face when I was about to ask, Why is it? I'm thirsty. He didn't wait for me and opened the fridge himself. Why is the fridge empty? You're not poor, right? Just shut up and follow me. We walked to my bedroom. I opened the door to see my mom sitting on my bed with the scariest eyes I'd ever seen. She got up and walked towards me. It was dark, and Mom was holding a flashlight in her hand. She glared at me, and then she noticed Adam behind me. Adam! Oh, my son! Oh, my God! I can't believe my eyes! And she started hugging and kissing him for the next 5 minutes. Then she turned to me, looking really mad. Adam said, Why is Mom talking like that? Oh, and Oracle told her that she should never talk to me except on Wednesdays, because that will bring me good luck and I will marry a handsome billionaire. Mom, you know we should keep him a secret. Then Mom turned to Adam and said, Leave, now! No, Mom, he can stay. We must not tell anyone he is here. But what are we going to do about Mary? Mary was my older brother's wife, and she was really chatty. Oh, Mary, how is she? And how are her 2 beautiful girls? Driving us crazy, and now she's pregnant. I don't know when your loser, good-for-nothing brother is going to find a job and move out of our house. After a long discussion, we decided that we would keep Adam in my room till morning, and once Mary left for work, we would send him to stay at his friend's place. Then Adam asked why the room was dark, and Mom says she knocked over the lamp because she had panicked that I had run away with a stupid boy for good. Ugh, Mom and her theories about girls. So annoying. Oh, hi there. My name is Sarah, and I'm from Egypt. I live in a neighborhood full of young girls. No woman has given birth to a baby boy in 20 years in our neighborhood. And no single guy has moved to live here in 20 years as well. My mom thinks this neighborhood is cursed. So imagine what the women here will do when they find out that my single 25-year-old brother had just come back from the States. In the morning, Mary was screaming at her kids to get ready for school. I was standing in front of my room guarding it when Mary walked towards me. Move aside. I left my scarf in your room last night. I need to get it. What on earth were you doing in my room, taking off your scarf? I don't have time for your stupid argument, Sarah. Move, now. I said no, and we both got into a small fight. She was way stronger than me and pushed me away. She opened the door and I gasped. The room was empty, and Adam wasn't there. She looked around for 5 minutes, and just when she was about to leave, my dumb brother got out from under the bed. I got your scarf, Mary. Haha, you totally fell for it. What? Mary turned around, looking really shocked to see him. Then she hugged him tight. What did you do? Why did you tell her you were here, stupid? Well, I don't know. I just missed my Mary. Come on, she's one of us. But this Mary had 4 sisters, and they lived on the first floor in our building. She would do her best to make sure that Adam would meet her dumb, annoying sisters so one of them could have a chance to marry him. I couldn't handle 2 Marys in my life. Isn't it time for you to go to school, Mary? I'm sure your students can't wait for your class to begin. She glared at me and got up to leave. Oh, Mary? I swear to God, if anyone finds out that Adam is here, I will tell your principal who steals pencil cases from the students. She looked furious and left. I was about to attack Adam for telling Mary he was here when Omar, my oldest brother, and Mary's husband came in. Oh, Omar! Good morning! Adam is here! Adam and Omar stared at each other for a moment, and man, I could feel the tension. What was going on? Hey, brother. Hey, brother. And Omar went back to his room. That's it? No hugging? No kissing? I didn't want to think about this for now. I had a huge problem to deal with at the moment. Just then, the doorbell rang. I opened the door, and a police officer asked me about Adam. I was shocked to see him. I lied and said he wasn't here. He said that Adam should come to the police station as soon as possible. If he doesn't show up in 2 days, he will face legal consequences. And with that, he turned around and left. What did Adam do? I asked Adam, and he said he would explain later. The letter? The police? This guy was filled with secrets. I decided not to go to school that day and stay home to see what I could do to save my brother from all the crazy women in the building before it was too late. I decided to disguise him as a girl, so we could leave without being noticed. And man, I did a great job. He looked like a real lady. We headed to the door, and when we opened it, Mary's sister was standing there with a stupid smile. Here, this is your birthday present, my lovely, lovely Sarah. But my birthday was 2 months ago. Plus, you don't even like me. Oh, you silly girl. Please leave now. I don't have time for this. She looked pissed and left. That was awkward. Hey, you think she knows I'm here? I'm going to kill Mary. Then the doorbell rang again, and there were Mary's other two sisters, holding presents. I closed the door in their faces. I took Adam's hands and ran to my room. They found out about our secret. What are we going to do about this now? Don't worry, brother. Your brilliant sister has a solution for everything. Everyone is going about their stupid morning routines as usual, and they won't notice when we leave. Then Mom barged in looking terrified. Mom, what's going on? What are all the neighborhood's girls doing at my door? They are all over the stairs. The line has reached the gate. We looked at each other in horror. What am I going to do now? There is no way my son is going to marry a girl from this cursed neighborhood. I have a bride for him. Your mama has good taste and will get you the most beautiful girl in the world. Mom, he's the one who's going to decide this. Can you leave now? Mom looked super angry. She turned to Adam again. And you tell this witch that when the time comes, I will choose a suitable boy for her too. Can we discuss this on Wednesday, Mom? Mom finally left. I looked at Adam and he was holding a picture in his hand. Who is this? I was terrified. How did he find it? He was going to kill me now. No one? I mean, he's a boy, as you can see. Adam looked shocked. Is he your boyfriend, Sarah? Oh, shoot. Please don't hurt me. Adam stepped closer, looking serious. He held me by my t-shirt. Then I heard a sound from behind me. What's going on here? And who is that boy in that picture? I almost passed out when I saw Omar standing there. Nothing. It's my friend's picture. And they both glared at each other. Then Omar left. Adam promised to keep my secret. Just then, Mary and her kids got back, much earlier than usual. They were holding many presents. Oh, I couldn't even leave the building with all these crazy girls out there, so I just came back here. So you couldn't keep your mouth shut, huh? Oh no, I only told my youngest sister since she is Adam's type and will make him a happy man. She looked at Adam and said, all these girls got you all those presents, but I'm sure you will only like my sisters. I stopped her. I swear, if you weren't pregnant, I would have kicked your butt right now. Adam said, guys, we need to stay calm so we can clearly think about what we're going to do now. Then a stone was thrown at our window and a letter was wrapped over it. I unfolded it and it said, Dear Adam, we're rich. With love. From the girl with the blonde curly hair who waved at you when your mom opened the door 10 minutes ago. P.S. We had a moment. Oh my god. Was she tempting him into marrying her? Then another stone was thrown. Then another. And then one more. They just couldn't stop throwing stones. Oh my god. My brother was the only single guy in this neighborhood and not in the entire world. What's wrong with them? Okay, guys. I think it's not safe to stay in the living room. Everyone should stay in their bedrooms. Yes, me and the girls will stay in Sarah's room because Omar can't handle their noise. And Adam will stay with Omar. Adam and I yelled at the same time, No way! Mom agreed with Mary. She, Mary, and the kids moved to camp in my bedroom, while Adam went to stay with Omar. This was too much. How was I going to talk to my boyfriend now that everyone's around me? Minutes later, the neighborhood's girls started banging on the door like crazy. Sarah, open the stupid door! I have a chance with Adam! Another girl said, Sarah, if you don't open the door, I swear I'm going to tell your mom about your little secret. And then the whole crowd started pushing and kicking the door like monsters. Omar's daughter started crying and everyone started to panic. Except for Omar and Adam. They both were busy screaming. Omar pushed Adam out of his room. Take your spoiled, successful son away from me, Mom. It's not my fault that you're such a loser. You can't hate me for that. I hate you for being born. And now you're getting all this attention that you don't even deserve. Adam was about to punch Omar in the face when I stood between them and he almost hit me. Enough! We have enough drama going on right now. The girls were still screaming and pushing the door. My phone rang, and I answered immediately. It's Dad. He said he can't get in because of the huge crowd out there. Mom heard the news and passed out. Ugh, she is always like that. So dramatic. Just then, Omar's daughter started screaming and crying. They were hungry, and so were the rest of us. Mom asked Omar if he went to the grocery store like she told him to. But he gave her a cold look, which meant he didn't. That loser kept the money for himself. The fridge was almost empty. I had a great idea. I opened the window and screamed, Girls, we need 8 hamburgers here with french fries. Once we are well fed, we will have a family meeting to decide who Adam's fiancé will be. As if. And the girls were like, say no more. Don't forget, lots of ketchup, please. But suddenly, we heard police sirens coming closer. And Dad was sitting on the back of the truck with a speaker. Move! Move! The policeman managed to make everyone leave the place, and I could see my dad's furious face. But when he entered the house, his face lightened up when he saw Adam, and they both hugged and kissed. Dad whispered to Adam, Everything is all right now, son. I talked to the police officers. You're clean. And winked at him. What was going on with Adam and the police? I looked from the window, and I saw the crazy girls starting to gather again. One of them yelled, "We're not leaving!" These girls are impossible. I decided to sneak out to meet with my boyfriend before it got really crowded. When I got to the gate, the whole neighborhood's girls were camping there. Literally. And Omar was there behind a food booth selling fast food and water to them. Oh my God. Just then, a group of girls came running to me and begged me to give their love letters to Adam. I wrinkled up my nose and walked away to the back of the building, making sure no one followed me. When I got there, I ran to my boyfriend. We were talking and having a great time until, "Girls, she is here!" Suddenly, I nearly went blind when a huge spotlight turned in our direction out of nowhere. I felt like a deer caught in a car's headlights. The girls were screaming and running towards me. The noise was so loud that all the neighbors had opened their windows and were now enjoying the commotion. Suddenly, Mom yelled, "What are you doing down there with that boy, Sarah?" I was terrified, and my boyfriend ran away. The coward. "Mom! You talked to me! I'm not going to marry that billionaire. Happy now?" Then suddenly, Mary opened her room's window. "My water broke!" Everyone gasped in shock. A few minutes later, Omar was down at the gate, holding Mary in his arms. "I don't have time! It's coming out!" One of the girls screamed, "I'm a nurse! Girls, follow me!" And they put Mary in one of their tents. Mom and Dad also followed and waited outside the tent. Oh no, Adam was now alone. I quickly ran up there. I found him sitting on the floor, crying. He looked at me, and my heart went out to him. "It's about the letter, Sarah. It's..." Suddenly, we heard noises from behind us. The crazy girls were running towards us. I had to run to the door to lock it, and I managed to do it on time. I turned around and Adam wasn't there. Where did he go? I panicked. I called out to him so many times, but I heard nothing. I looked in all the rooms, and he was nowhere to be found. I remembered the letter and ran to my room. I opened it and started reading. Oh my God! I rushed out of the apartment and ran downstairs, calling out Adam's name in horror. All the girls were looking at me. "Find me, Adam!" Everyone was running around like crazy, and Mary was still screaming in that tent. It was insane! Seconds later, a girl got out from behind the bushes, carrying Adam around her neck and yelling, "I found him!" The girls were all celebrating and jumping around them. "Put me down, for God's sake!" I ran to them and helped Adam stand on his feet. Mom got out of the tent and glared at me. "Shame on you. Can't you just make me proud like your brother Adam? I can't wait for the day to see him happily married to a girl of his own choice. Oh, and see his lovely children." "Mom, I'm already married, and I have a boy." Mom gasped. She and all the girls looked like they were about to pass out. Then one of the girls stepped closer and slapped Adam and said, "I can't believe you did this to me." "I don't even know you," and pushed her away. Mom said, "Is she... I can't even say it." "Yes, Mom. She is American." Mom put her hands on her head and was about to fall on the ground when I held her in my arms. "Mom, love doesn't recognize cultures or any differences. The heart wants what it wants." Then we heard the baby's first cries. Mom said cheerfully, "The baby is out. My third granddaughter is here." She glared at us. "I'll deal with you two later." And she ran away to the tent. When she got back, she was holding the baby, and her face looked pale, as if she had seen a ghost. "Are you okay, Mom?" It's a boy!" Oh my God. I ran to Mom and hugged her, and so did Adam, and she hugged us back. One of the girls said, "Yeah, well, I know this is emotional and all, but get lost, Adam. Let's go, girls." "No, we're not leaving, idiot," one of the girls yelled. "This is the first boy we've had in 20 years, and I'm going to kiss his foot." And all the girls lined up behind her and kissed the baby's foot to be blessed by him. I asked Adam why the police wanted him, and he said it was just something related to his wife and son's immigration papers. Wait, had my dad known the truth all along? Dad winked at me and joined our hug.
Hi, I'm Miranda from Michigan, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, Mom and Dad were over the moon, but my brother Jamie was the happiest. Mom told me he wouldn't leave my side for a second and refused to let anyone hold me except him. Once when I was 4, I was sitting on a swing when an older boy pushed me and I landed in the mud.
Why did you do that? My new dress is all dirty now.
All the kids started laughing, and suddenly I started wheezing and had trouble breathing. Just then, Jamie came running and shoved an ice pop down the boy's shirt. He ran off screaming. "Are you okay, Miranda? What's happened to you?" He immediately rushed me home. My parents took me to the doctor, and I was diagnosed with asthma, and it got triggered every time I got stressed. Since that day, Jamie's life mission was to protect me from anything stressful. When we were little, I loved Jamie's overprotectiveness. But as I got older, it started annoying me, especially since Jamie made it clear to every boy in school that I was off limits. In 9th grade, when a boy finally asked me out, I was super excited. But just as I was sneaking out of the house, I bumped into Jamie.
Where are you going dressed like that?
Who are you, my mother-in-law?
I told you to stay away from guys. You'll end up miserable.
Jamie, I know you think you're looking out for me, but it's getting really annoying. I slammed the door in his face and left. But my first date was awful. The guy was a new admission and he kept talking about his fancy old school. At one point, he started wailing loudly about how our school was a garbage dump and everyone here was so tacky. I walked out in the middle of our meal. But when I got home, I found Jamie waiting for me. I told him the date was amazing. I wasn't gonna tell him that it sucked. My friends thought having an older brother was awesome since I got to hang out with his best friend and our school's heartthrob, Sheldon. But I thought both of them were pigs. They talked about wearing the same underwear for days and held burping contests and made me the judge. Ew! And they were always getting into trouble at school for bunking classes and were even caught smoking once. They made me swear I wouldn't tell Mom. I had to keep their stupid secrets. But one afternoon when I got home, I saw Sheldon's car in our driveway, and he was cleaning its windshield with his t-shirt. I couldn't stop staring at his gorgeous, toned body.
Like what you see, eh?
Gosh, that was so embarrassing. I wasn't staring at you.
Hey, wait. I wanted your friend's number. You know, the one with the curly hair.
And why would I give it to you?
I know how you treat girls.
You're a serial heartbreaker. Some girl is crying in the school bathroom every week over you.
Well, they just all fall for me too fast. It's creepy. And I haven't found the right one yet.
I don't know why, but the way he was looking at me was making my heart flutter. Luckily, Jamie came out just then, and I ran off to my room. The next day when I went to the school cafeteria, I was shocked to see Jamie and Sheldon talking to the guy who'd asked me out. The poor guy looked terrified. I was determined to give those two jerks a piece of my mind later. But as I was walking back from school, I saw a heavily pregnant woman on the roadside all alone, looking distressed. Hey, are you okay? She told me she was about to go into labor. I quickly called an ambulance, and even though I was kind of freaking out, I went with her. When we finally got to the hospital and she was admitted, it happened. My heart started racing and I had trouble breathing. I fumbled through my bag to find my inhaler when I saw Sheldon walk in. He took one look at me and quickly found my inhaler from my bag. When I finally calmed down, I realized I was in Sheldon's arms and he was gently patting my back. I felt a strange fluttering in my tummy. This is Sheldon, for heaven's sake. You've known him since you wore pigtails to school. Why are you here?
My sister just had a baby girl. I'm an uncle now. Want to meet my niece?
Sure. I didn't know much about Sheldon's family. I knew his family was loaded, but he still spent more time at my home than his own. As soon as we entered his sister's room, I was shocked to see she was the same woman I'd helped. Sheldon couldn't thank me enough as he dropped me home. When we got there, Jamie was coming back from his evening run. Seeing him, I remembered he'd been bullying my date, and I felt so angry again. Why do you keep poking your fat nose in my business, Jamie? You both break every rule, but you can't even let me date in peace?
What are you talking about?
Don't act innocent. I saw both of you talking to that poor guy in the cafeteria.
Do you think it's my personal mission to keep you single? It's just that I know dating a jerk will stress you out.
You know what? I think you stress me out more than anyone else. I don't think you care about me. You just want to control me. And with that, I ran to my room. A few minutes later, I heard a knock and Sheldon walked in.
That was unfair, Miranda. You know how much Jamie loves you.
But that doesn't give him the right to interfere in my personal life.
I know he can be a little overbearing, but trust me, you're lucky to have a family that cares about you so much. Not everyone has that.
Then suddenly, he took my hand in his.
My dad's hardly ever home, and my stepmom can't wait to get rid of me. Why do you think I'm always here?
Does Jamie know about this?
Yeah. He never told you?
At that moment, I felt really proud of my brother. He was that kind of person who would never betray his friend's confidence. Just then, I realized my hand was still in Sheldon's.
Are you really into that cafeteria guy?
No, he's a complete moron.
Thank God. You know that rock band you love?
They're having a concert this weekend. Jamie isn't interested, so would you like to go with me?
I'd love that. When I told Jamie about our plan, he didn't think too much about it since Sheldon was practically family. And I made an extra effort to get dressed that day. It didn't go unnoticed. When Sheldon came to pick me up, he gave a low whistle. Don't be a jerk, I'm not your girlfriend.
Yeah, and that's a shame.
What did that mean? We had a blast at the concert, and then went to a cafe since we were both starving.
Whoa, slow down, Tiger. Jamie would kill me if you choked on that burger. Wait, you've got mustard just there.
Oh, I can be messy.
Cute's more like it. You're nothing like the girls I've dated.
Because I don't wear makeup or because I'm eating too much?
I don't know. You're just different.
When we were going back home, Sheldon asked me if we could make a small stop on the way. And I was really surprised when we ended up in a nursing home. I followed him into a room where a weak-looking woman was lying in bed, but her face instantly lit up when she saw Sheldon. Sheldon stroked her hair and read to her until she dozed off. Then we gently tiptoed out of the room. Sheldon, was that your mom?
Yeah, but she doesn't actually recognize me as her son now. She's been unwell for a long time and lost her memories. I'm just a friend who comes to visit. It makes her happy.
I felt a lump in my throat thinking about how much Sheldon had to go through. When he dropped me at home, I was about to get out of the car when he stopped me.
Miranda, I have a small gift for you.
He took out a silver bracelet from his pocket with hearts hanging from it.
This was my mom's. I want you to have it now.
What? No, I can't take this.
Please, I insist. I know you're my best friend's little sister, but lately, I'm seeing you as so much more. You know what I mean?
Yes. I think I like you too, that way.
But there's one problem.
Jamie?
Yeah, he'd kill me if he gets to know about us.
Don't worry, he doesn't want me to date random guys, but I know he trusts you. We'll tell him when the time is right. With that, I leaned in and kissed Sheldon on his cheek. But when I entered the house, I found Jamie glaring at me like an angry bull.
I just saw you kissing that backstabber in the car.
What? He's your best friend. And yeah, we have feelings for each other. I thought because you know him so well, you'd actually be happy.
That's the problem, Miranda. I know Sheldon too well. He's never serious about any girl. I'm telling you, he's bad news. He's a fantastic friend, but a hardcore playboy.
But what we have is special, Jamie. He even gave me his mom's bracelet today.
The one with the hearts?
Suddenly, my heart sank.
Yeah, he gives them to all of his girlfriends. Don't be stupid, Miranda, and trust me on this. Sheldon will let you down.
With that, Jamie stormed off. But I knew he was wrong about this. Sheldon really cared for me. Jamie started avoiding me and Sheldon completely after that day. And anytime Sheldon tried to talk to him, he walked off angrily without listening to a word. Gosh, he's being so awful. But I really do hate seeing you two fight.
Don't worry about it. He has to come around. I know he will.
Being with Sheldon was amazing. But some weeks later, I was getting to see less and less of him because he always had football practice after school. And then one day, I walked into the school hallway to find Sheldon by the lockers talking to a blonde girl. He whispered something in her ear, and then he slid a bracelet on her wrist. What are you doing? Sheldon turned to me with a completely indifferent expression.
I was gonna tell you, I just didn't find the right time. I met Casey here at football practice. She's a cheerleader. I think we work better together.
You didn't find the right time to tell me?
Come on, Miranda. You know my history. I just think you like me more than I like you. Can you please not have an asthma attack right now? It's so melodramatic.
He stepped forward to take my inhaler out of my bag, and I slapped him hard. You're such a jerk. Don't come near me. I pulled out my inhaler as I ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could I have been so wrong about Sheldon? And later at home, as I cried in my room, Jamie came and sat on my bed. I guess you heard. Please, just whatever you say right now, don't say I told you so. Because I just can't deal with...
Sheldon and I got into a huge fight, and I told him to never come near you again. I'm sorry you're going through this.
No, I'm sorry for not listening to you. I should have believed you. A week later, things were back to normal between me and Jamie, but I missed Sheldon. As pathetic as that sounded, I missed his silly banters with Jamie and his goofy smile. Heck, I was still wearing that stupid bracelet he gave me. That weekend, I was watching MSA videos and sulking in my room when Jamie walked in. You're still crying over Sheldon? Yes, I am, and it's your fault. You always treated me like some porcelain doll when you should have been my friend. Look at me now. I'm so bad at judging guys and I dated 2 jerks.
But I told you to stay away from both.
And why would I listen when you're always telling me what I can do? And now, I don't think I'll ever fall in love again.
Wait, you loved Sheldon?
Of course I did, but he turned out to be a lying jerk. I hate myself for being stupid, and I hate you more for not letting me grow up. I was so mad that I threw the bracelet Sheldon gave me. Jamie picked it up, and suddenly looked like he'd seen a ghost.
Oh my God, Miranda, I messed up, big time. Sheldon told me the bracelet he gave you was really his mom's. He said something about her initials engraved inside.
Wait, I thought you two weren't talking. That's when Jamie told me that Sheldon had come to see him after the concert and had confessed his feelings for me. He didn't want to keep it a secret from Jamie.
I was so pissed at the both of you that I told him to back off or lose me as his friend forever. I kept refusing to listen to him. Miranda, I think he hurt you on purpose, just so you'd fall out of love with him. He did this because of me.
It all started making more sense now.
You must hate me.
Yeah, a bit. But not really, you doofus. You just have to stay out of my business now.
I promise.
Take me over to your stupid friend's place now. Jamie and I drove over as fast as we could to find Sheldon sitting outside in the garden by himself. I ran up to him, and before he could say anything, I punched his arm really hard.
Ow! Are you here to beat me up now?
Did you break up with me because you're just a big jerk, or because of Jamie? Because Jamie is okay with us being together, so tell me.
What? He is? Of course that's why I broke up with you. And I'm so sorry. I just felt like I was making you two hate each other, and Jamie was hating me, so I needed you to not like me anymore. I'm not dating anyone, Miranda, because I only want to date you. I love you.
I love you too, moron. Hi, I'm Juliet from LA. But thanks to my mom, I had to change my identity and become Jessica. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom is French, and she moved to the US before I was born to become a successful actress. And she did get super famous. Her life was always in the spotlight, and that included me. I always loved the attention, and when I joined school, everyone knew me and wanted to be my friend. It was awesome. Until one day, it wasn't. I was in the 5th grade when Mom took me to the opening of a fancy French restaurant. But when the head chef brought our food, I almost threw up. What is that?
Frog legs and baby snails, mademoiselle.
Ew, gross. Could I just have some French fries, please? The chef gasped like I'd killed his mother.
You insult me. I make the best French food in the world.
So I asked for French fries.
I don't make French fries.
I'm going to McDonald's. You suck. I jumped off my chair and started running out to my car. Suddenly, I tripped and crashed straight into a waiter, and we both landed flat on our faces. I turned around to see everyone staring at me, and Mom looked mad. Okay, this was embarrassing, but who cares if some strangers saw me, right? Wrong. The next day, it was all over tabloid magazines and the internet. Pictures of me on the floor with my butt showing. And in school, I was the butt of every joke. Literally. I was hating school now, but I found a way to escape soon. Mom was going abroad to film a movie for 6 months, and I begged her to take me along. And well, I just never returned. I traveled the world with my mom and had private tutors. And when I turned 13, I got into modeling myself. Once when I was 15, I was lounging in a pool chair when suddenly a puppy leapt at me and I screamed as it started chasing me. I ran indoors and crashed straight into someone, a rather cute, nerdy-looking boy. I muttered an apology and was walking away when he called out,
"Hey look, it's Beyonce."
"Oh my God, where?"
I don't really know why I said that. Hi, I'm Michael, a huge fan.
We actually ended up having dinner together, and it was the best time I'd had in ages. He was funny and clearly smitten with me. Later that night, I realized what was missing from my life. A boyfriend. Maybe it was time to go back to high school and get one. It would be easy for a famous teen model, right? Wrong. When we got back to LA, Mom had some shocking news for me. Turns out she had a new life plan, and that was Tariq, an Arab billionaire who was obsessed with her. They were getting married, and she was leaving her whole life behind, including me. What? How could you do that? Oh, you know, Tariq doesn't want any kids. But how will I live on my own? You'll be living with your aunt. You're young, with years of fame ahead, mon chéri. I have to think of myself now. My looks aren't going to last forever. That was the worst thing that ever happened to me. Nope, wrong again. 2 days after their wedding, I woke up to hundreds of tags on Instagram. Apparently, Tariq was a diamond smuggler, and both he and Mom had been arrested in an airport. After that, my life was a mess. I couldn't go anywhere without being hounded by reporters.
How does it feel to be a criminal's daughter? Did you know anything? Did your mother just abandon you and leave you with that crook?
It looked like any chance of going to high school and having a normal life was ruined. But then I decided I wasn't gonna let all this stop me. There was one solution. I talked to Aunt about it, and she agreed. She hooked me up with hair and makeup professionals and a plastic surgeon. After dyeing my hair, learning how to put on makeup, and getting a nose job, I was unrecognizable. Now I was just a nobody named Jessica. Without my fame to fall back on, I was feeling lost on my first day of school. Just then, I saw a pretty girl standing by the notice board, and I walked up to her. Hi, I'm Jessica, and, why are you talking to me? I'm new here, and I was wondering if you'd help me find my class? I'm new too. How should I know? Right. Well, thanks anyway. Okay, I'll be your friend. You don't have to beg. I'm Ashley, and I'll help you. You're welcome. Ashley was kind of weird, but I was just glad to have a friend. And as we hung out more, I realized the tough mean girl thing was just an act. A week later, I signed up for a charity bake sale in school. As Ashley helped me set up my stall, she popped a cookie in her mouth. So yum. I'll buy all of them. What? That's like 200 cookies. It's for a good cause. Here, take my money. What's wrong with my cookies, Ashley? Nothing. But I took a big bite of one and spat it out. That's disgusting. Did I use salt instead of sugar? Ashley burst out laughing, and so did I. You bought them all because they're so terrible? That's actually really sweet. Unlike your cookies. You got some crumbs. As Ashley brushed them off my mouth, I suddenly felt butterflies. What the heck? And that's when a flying basketball hit me right in the face, and I blacked out. I opened my eyes to find myself in the nurse's room, and 2 faces around me. One was Ashley, and the other was Michael?
Thank God you're awake. I'm so sorry. Jessica, right?
I wasn't imagining it. It really was Michael, and even cuter than I remembered, but he didn't know who I was. So I was really surprised when he said,
I feel terrible. Could I make this up to you by taking you out for dinner sometime?
As we exchanged numbers and he left, Ashley looked really annoyed. Jessica, you don't even know the guy. I'll get to know him when I date him. What's the matter, Ash? Nothing. Whatever. I started seeing Michael, and I was quite enjoying it. Except that ever since he came along, I could feel Ashley being distant, and that was bothering me. One evening when Michael dropped me at home, he suddenly drew me close.
Jessica, I really like you. I think I'm falling for you.
And then he kissed me. It was my very first kiss, and it was lovely. When I went to my room, I nearly screamed. Ashley was sitting on my bed, looking livid. Jeez, you scared me. So you avoid me in school but break into my room? What's your problem anyway? I don't want you dating Michael. Why? Do you like him? No, you idiot. I like you. Oh, that does make more sense. I know you're with Michael and I'm happy for you, blah, 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 but I just had to tell you. I guess we'll only be friends then. But she came closer and suddenly she was kissing me. It was my very first kiss with a girl, and it was lovely. Just then, someone tapped on the window, and it was Michael, looking mad.
You forgot your scarf. Want to tell me what's going on here?
As the two stared at me, I sank down on my bed. Guys, I'm so confused. I like you, Michael, really, but I like Ashley too. I know you two won't wait around for me to decide. Oh, I will. I'm not giving up on us so easily.
Yeah, me neither. Why don't you date both of us for 2 weeks and then decide, Jess?
Wow, they were both willing to fight for me? This was amazing. And I agreed.
May the best man win.
Or woman. My first date of the week was with Ashley, and she'd planned an amazing picnic. She fed me chocolate-covered strawberries and read me poetry. It was so romantic. Just then, someone came and sat down next to us.
Fancy bumping into you guys here. I was just on my run.
Then why don't you run away and keep going till we can't see you?
Relax, I'm leaving. Oh, Jess, I gotta tell you what I've got planned for our date. It's epic.
He whipped out 2 tickets from his pocket for a Beyoncé concert. I shrieked and hugged him, but quickly pushed him away when I saw Ashley's face. The next night, I was having a blast at the concert with Michael when someone touched my shoulder. It was Ashley.
You're crashing our date. Wonder where I got that idea from. But this isn't about you, dude. Jess, I got my dad to pull some strings, and I have backstage passes. We can actually meet Beyoncé.
OMG, what?
What about me?
I don't know. Go home. I'll have Jessica dropped. Don't worry. I felt sorry for poor Michael, but I wasn't missing a chance to meet Queen Bee. The next few days went the same way. They both kept planning amazing dates for me and kept ruining them for each other. One night, Ashley and I managed to have a romantic dinner without Michael dropping in, and she was kissing me goodnight at my door when suddenly the locket I was wearing got tangled with hers and fell off. Before I could pick it up, she did and saw the picture inside.
Jess, why do you have a picture of this famous actress and her kid?
I should have lied, but I just didn't want to. That kid, it's me, and she's my mom. I told her how hard things got after Mom's arrest and how I just wanted a fresh start. She looked stunned, but then she hugged me tight.
Your secret's safe with me, Jessica. Or can I call you Juliet?
I think I'd like that. She was about to kiss me again when suddenly Michael sprang out of nowhere.
Hey babe, I just dropped by with some cookie dough ice cream. Your favorite.
She just had dessert. She doesn't want your stupid ice cream.
Why don't you let her speak for yourself? Are you her lawyer?
Why don't you get a life and stop crashing our dates?
Why don't you jump off a bridge?
Enough! I'm so tired of this. You're so busy fighting each other, no one's even looking at me. This is not what I wanted. Figure out a way to make this work, or I'm done with you both. I snatched the ice cream from Michael and stormed off. They were being so annoying. But the next day, that was the least of my problems. Aunt woke me up to see the news, and I watched in horror. My secret was out. It was everywhere, and hundreds of reporters were gathered outside of our house, wanting to talk to me. What a nightmare. But what really hurt was that there was only one person who could have leaked that information. Ashley. How could you do this? I trusted you, and you took less than a second to betray me. How much did you get paid for this, Ashley? I swear, Juliet, I didn't do it. There's no one else who could. Stop lying, and don't ever talk to me again. Later that night, once all the media people had left, Michael paid me a visit.
How could you lie about this, Juliet? You should have told me who you really are.
Why? I didn't want to be that person anymore, and I just didn't want to tell anyone.
Obviously, you told someone. It just wasn't me.
Michael, please.
Forget it. You lied to me. We're done.
In a day, I'd lost both my boyfriend and girlfriend, but I was too angry to care. Michael was only thinking of himself and not what I was going through. And Ashley, I'd never forgive her. One day, as I was wondering what I'd do next, I got the most unexpected call. Oh, Juliet, I've missed you. Mom, where are you? Mom then told me she got out of jail, got a divorce from Tariq, and settled in Paris. I'm so sorry for leaving you, and for everything I've put you through. I read all the news, but I must say, you're even prettier with your new nose job. Why did you call me, Mom? Come to Paris, mon chéri. I know lots of agents here, and they would love to sign you. Don't hide away and waste your talent. You were meant to be a model. I was still so mad at her, but I had to think about it. I was done with this place, and to be honest, I did miss my career. Maybe Paris was exactly what I needed. I still don't trust you, Mom, and don't expect that I'll forgive you anytime soon. But I did pack my bags for Paris, and I ended up loving it there. I joined the high school, and my modeling was picking up once more. Then one day, I read the most surprising news. The plastic surgeon who'd done my nose job was being sued for leaking the identities of many clients to the press. Oh my God, it was him, not Ashley. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, and I opened the door to find
I was sunbathing my Barbie dolls in our front yard when suddenly, a ball went flying from somewhere and hit me on my head. A boy from across the street walked up to me and said, "I'm sorry about that. I'm Xander." I felt like my world had stopped the moment I looked up at his handsome face. "What's your name?" I'm Quinn. Do you want to be my king?" Before he could answer, Mom dashed out of the house in panic. When she saw the scratch on my knee, she turned to Xander like a raging bull. "What did you do to my precious little daughter, you little jerk?" Xander ran back to his house looking horrified. "Don't ever talk to that boy again, okay?" "But I want to play with him, Mommy." "Basketball is a physical game. It's okay for boys, but you'll ruin your perfect skin. You play with your dolls." "But they don't talk to me." "Just go to sleep, sweetheart. Your bed is safer than those stupid boys." "You're so mean, Mommy. I don't like you." Starting that day, Mom homeschooled me and forbade me from playing outside. Now all I could do was watch Xander from my window every day as he played basketball with his friends. One day, he looked up at me and smiled. And at that, I swore to myself that I would marry this charming boy when I grew up. Hi, my name is Quinn. I'm an only child of a crazy overprotective mom. And this is my story of how I let my crush's smile destroy my life. Please hit that like and subscribe button before I continue. When I turned 15, Mom finally allowed me to go to high school where Xander was also attending. I was so over the moon. He was gonna be mine now. He was popular at school for being rebellious. He would skip classes just to feed street animals and fail his exams because of partying all night. Every boy in school kept asking me out for a date, but I only wanted Xander, only him. We were graduating soon, so I needed him to ask me out already. It was my last shot. One day, I peeked from the classroom window when I saw Xander skipping class again. My best friend Jessica joined me and said, "Why are you so into him? Don't you see? He's fake." "What are you now, my mom?" "Plus, this is so romantic." "You call his rebellious behavior romantic?" "Ugh, you won't get it. You don't know why I want to be with him. You'll never understand. What I really know is that you're so not his type. He likes cool and bad girls, not someone who lives in the library." "No, I am bad and cool. And I can do crazy, exciting things. Will you stargaze with me and my dolls tonight?" Jessica looked at me in horror. Just then, I saw a girl hopping onto Xander's motorcycle. Chloe, our school's famous gangster girl. "Wait till I get your boyfriend from you, you witch!" Just then, I decided I'd do anything to get him. Not even Mom could stop me now. The next day, I tried to change my style. I wore shorter clothes, put on some dark makeup, and constantly chewed gum. Mom almost fainted when she saw me. "Sweet Jesus! Why did you turn into a goat?" "Mom, why do you have to be like this?" "What do you mean?" "Overprotective and a bit crazy. It's not like someone is going to eat me up." "I have to protect you. Look at you. You're so beautiful." "So? If I wasn't beautiful enough, you would be different?" Listen. You're a smart kid and you know what I mean, okay? So I'm smart enough to understand what you mean, but not smart enough to take care of myself? I think that's it. I'll always protect you, and you can't do anything to stop me. We'll see about that. And with that, I left. Everyone at school looked so confused. "Oh my God, who are you? I look cool, right? Maybe I need to get my nose pierced too. And oh, maybe a tattoo." "You don't need to try that hard. Just try to be less perfect, you know?" Just then, Xander passed by and winked at me. "Great looking, Quinn." Oh my God, it was working! My popularity increased when I finally joined Xander in his group. Thank God for Jessica. She was always covering up for me in front of Mom. But the principal called Mom and told her about my failing grades. "How did you go from a genius to an idiot?" "Mom, all this smartness doesn't make me happy. I want to feel loved." "What is this nonsense?" "Mom, don't you want to see me happy?" "Yeah, of course. But I also want to see you perfect." "Perfect? I'm just a kid after all." "No, you're my kid. And my kids are unique. Do you hear me?" "Mom, don't you think it's time for me to have a boyfriend? That will make me perfect. A perfect girl with a perfect guy, don't you think?" "What? A boyfriend? But I told you before. You're smart and beautiful and don't need a boyfriend. Boyfriends are for bad girls." "Well, maybe I just want to be a bad girl. Didn't you think about that before?" "Oh my God! What's happening here?" "Nothing, Mom. It's me being a girl for the first time in my life." I left her speechless and went to my room. Hanging out a lot with Xander and his friends made me a bit distant from Jessica, and she was upset about it. But I couldn't do anything about it. I had to be with Xander. I needed to get him. One night, I took Jessica with me to a party. I wore my prettiest dress, hoping that Xander would finally ask me out. But he was all over Chloe. And worse, Jessica and I were the only ones fully clothed. Jessica was furious. Why didn't you tell me that it's a pool party? I had to get Xander's attention and climbed up at the top of the giant slide. I raised both of my arms and screamed, "I'm a bad girl! Woohoo!" Then I jumped. I pretended I was drowning to get Xander's attention. He jumped in and saved me, and God, it felt amazing. One night, I decided to surprise him with his favorite pizza. From his bedroom window, I noticed his bed arranged romantically with scented candles. Did he prepare it for me? I sneaked in through the window and immediately hid in his closet to see him walk in with another girl. Who was she? Another witch? To my surprise, they started making out. Oh, what a future husband stealer! I was so mad I barged out of the closet to pull her hair, but I tripped over something, knocking a candle over, which caused a little fire in the room. The girl immediately called 911 as we all panicked. Moments later, a fire truck, a furious mom, Xander's parents, and neighbors all gathered. And I had never been more embarrassed in my whole life. The night was a disaster, all for pizza. The night after that, Xander sneaked in through my window too. Do you want to go on an adventure with me? Was that even a question? But I suddenly remembered something. Why don't you ask your girlfriend? Oh, you mean my ex? I immediately threw on my hooded jacket and hopped on his motorcycle with him. It was a dream come true. Minutes later, we arrived at the principal's mansion. I followed him as we climbed up the gate and we tiptoed to the back where there was a huge pool. To my surprise, he pulled me into the pool with him. Let's have a little fun before teaching that moron a lesson for trying to fail me. Xander swam closer and closer to me while staring right at my lips. My heart was about to burst out of my chest. Before our lips could finally touch, the lights inside switched on. Panicking, we jumped out of the pool and he started pouring red dye into it. We were both laughing our butts off as we fled the scene on his bike. Suddenly, a taxi blocked our way, and to my surprise, Mom came out of it. You're seriously choosing that boy over me? Mom, were you stalking us? Oh my God, you're crazy! No, you're crazier for destroying your life with that boy. I've investigated him, and he's totally bad news. I'm your daughter, but you don't own me. Now get out of our way. No, you have to come home with me. She started dragging me away from Xander, but I pushed her away. And with that, I told Xander to drive, not minding my psycho mom's protests behind us. That was so cool, Quinn. After ordering pizza, Xander took me to his favorite spot in the city where a very expensive sports car was parked. Is that yours? Yup, that's my bad boy. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. We sat on the hood of his car and looked down at the buzzing city while eating pizza. Call me crazy, but this was what I'd always imagined our first date was going to be like. I still felt like I was dreaming. It was really nice to see this fun side of you, Quinn. My heart started beating so fast the moment he held my hand. Jessica had been calling me again and again, disturbing us. She was so annoying. Look, I've been meaning to tell you this since we were freshmen, but now I finally have the guts. Oh my God, would he finally ask me to be his girlfriend? Quinn, His speech was cut off when I heard the loud blaring of police sirens coming closer. Hop on the bike, quick! I was so confused. What's happening, Xander? I held onto him tight as we immediately started driving away like a criminal straight out of a movie. But the police were faster. It ended with him getting arrested in front of me. Jessica sent me a message saying that Mom needed me. But Xander needed me more at the moment. Xander, why are they arresting you? What did you do? I'm so sorry you had to see this, Quinn. But what is it that you were going to say to me earlier? Oh, just tell Jessica that I have been